Jan?
Yes,
Okay,
it'd be an honor.
Great.
I'll nominate Janet
all right.
for chair.
And second?
Second.
All right. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, all those in favor of Janet continuing, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
All right.
If I don't believe in myself, I have to vote for myself too.
Yes, you did. Now, the board vice chair, I should tell you that Tom Murray has been the chair. He's not with us tonight. I haven't heard anything about his desires, so I just would put that out there. So the position of board vice chair is on this paper.
Well, he certainly has been a good support. I know when I have not been able to do signing off, he has stepped up to do that. It has traditionally been longevity on the board, but I must admit Donna would be my choice if we had a chance, if you were able to do that.
Well, I don't want to take it away from Tom if it's something he wants to do. So,
Is
is it something that we have to do tonight, or should we talk with him first?
We could, you really do need, I'd like to get it done because the officers all start January 1.
Right.
I think it's really up to you. As I said, he didn't express nothing to me. Now, he might have talked to
He
you.
hasn't spoken to me at all.
So,
on that.
I think it's your prerogative as the board.
You got a preference?
I would like to nominate Donna Rathway as vice chair.
Okay,
A second.
I'll do it. It's fine.
Okay, so Janet and Ira. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed and any abstentions? All right, now the board secretary is the executive director. So do I have a nomination for
I'll
secretary of the
nominate
board?
Miss Christine Hazard.
And we'll second. We'll all second.
Very good.
Opposed.
I knew, I was waiting when you were gonna get to be trouble. Watch out, Christine. Okay, so Christine Hazard has been nominated as board secretary. Are there any other nominations? You don't have a choice. All those in favor? Say aye.
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 Okay. Very good. You have your officers and your new executive director. So you're off.
Yes, indeed.
Good.
Review and approve the minutes from the meeting of October 28th and November 18th.
The November one, I would just make the correction of who's writing checks for December.
Oh,
Tom's listed and I'm doing it.
oh, okay, November,
Do I have January? Is that true? No,
Is that October?
I know October. Okay,
Okay, wait a minute,
November.
so
got it.
who's doing December?
I am,
Oh, Tom's.
You are doing December, okay. And
Tom's-
because he was gonna be gone.
okay, and Tom is doing January.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, great. But that's what so
That's what the minutes
say, they say
say.
Donna October, Janet November, Liz December, and Tom in
The
January.
minutes for the December 16th meeting.
Oh,
Don't
the
have it
L
correct.
meeting. The October 28th one is right.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah.
So I don't have it listed correctly on our agenda is the problem.
It's just on that website.
February will be a problem for me, because I'll be away for the bank for a whole week,
Wow, okay,
and then I'll probably have a vacation week in there too.
all right.
But I could still do it if somebody just wanted to cover those two. I mean, we could like split it or something, like, you know.
We can talk about that in.
I just want you to
January
heads
meeting.
up.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
see that.
I'm just
Because I will be next in line,
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
I was like, oh, February.
Is Byron in the rotation as well?
Yeah,
Okay,
yes.
okay, so he would have.
He
Jan.
hasn't been yet.
The rotation for signing checks.
unless Byron wants to do it in February, and then I definitely can do March.
I can do that.
Is that okay?
That's
Okay.
good.
Then we won't
I
have
don't
such a
know what it is
confusing,
I'm getting into, but
just sign, sign, sign.
Or ask questions if it seems
Yes,
appropriate.
you will
Yes,
get
that's why
asked
we
into
do
the
that.
office
Yes.
Thursday afternoon, sometime on Friday.
Yes.
And you all, the staff who checks it goes either this high or this high.
Yeah, it depends on what time of the month it is.
Right.
That's right.
And that's when you see all the invoices and the checks
And I must say, they do a very fine job of attaching
and.
proof to each of
Yeah.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Very well.
Yep.
good.
Resident and citizen participation, we have no residents.
No. No.
Business of resident interest, staff reports, property portfolio, property managers. And thank you for including this written history.
Oh, yeah, Byron had asked for it, and I
That's
thought,
wonderful, people.
That was very nicely done.
I thought I should put that in for
I
everyone.
like this, you know, because now I can go
Oh, that's,
through and
yeah,
Yes.
that's Christina,
Schedule.
so
put everything on the schedule.
do let her know right away if there's a time that is really bad, is where you know you're not gonna be around, because then she might be able to change it.
Well, I have right now a meeting date of March 23rd when I will be away.
Okay.
But we have a new vice chair
Yeah.
who will lead the meeting.
Okay, you better be doing some training.
Yes.
All right.
The property management update. Looked incredibly well.
Yellow, right?
The question on the general update, that have a lot of 0, 1-bedroom vacancies and sent out over 50 long applications with minimal response. Is that because they are so small apartments, or what is the?
What I have heard from the property managers is that we are having some problems filling the high-rise, which is really never happened before, but there's just that sense of that part of town and being undesirable. And they're getting a lot of people that just don't want to take units there. So we've always, Hayes Court second floor efficiencies have always been tougher
I know
to
they
fill.
have, yes.
You know, a second floor efficiency, no elevators. But this is the first time we've ever had issues with the high rise, and people just are a little leery of going there. So. We also did not, what's called purge the list recently, in the last year or so, and that's when it's a very big process for us because of the Manser lawsuit. So, but we have to go through and notify everybody on the list and go through this process to see, do you want to be on the list? If they write us back and they don't, then we have to go. It's a big deal, and we didn't do that last year. So we actually said, well, Courtney and Jen felt like this was the way they were gonna purge the list. They knew that this would do it, so they're sort of doing the purging of the list at the same time they're trying to get lease-ups.
Now, how do we, like, is it a good idea to advertise? Do we advertise? How do we get the word out that we've got vacancies?
Well, I will check in with Courtney. We have a list of all of the suspects in town, so all the community service agencies, everybody. And we should do up like a little ad and send it to all of them saying that we have these openings. Now, the tough thing is they know that we have a very long waiting list. So if somebody comes in and signs up today, there's no guarantee that they're gonna be getting on that list in the next 6 months. In fact, it'll probably be 12 months. So that sort of works against us.
You have a long waiting list for vouchers, but a shortage of applicants for apartments.
No, this is for the apartments, and we have very long lists, and we have to go through the list to get, so somebody that applies for today is behind, I think, what did I just did it, we had 175 people from out of the area and another, I think 200 that were in our service area on that list, and I think the one at the top was from 2016, I think, or 2017.
And people from that list are, they don't wanna
Right.
live there?
Yeah, so they'll
So you
do
go
us
down
down.
to the list and they're like, no,
Yeah.
we
Or
don't
we
want
don't
that.
get a response, which
Or we
is
don't have a
then
response.
puts us in a
Oh.
situation where we have to do follow-up, because we can't just say, oh, well, we didn't get a response,
Oh,
so
good.
we have to follow up, we have to send to their next,
The person they give us.
the person
Yeah.
contact, so it just takes time. So sometimes if we send out 50 applications, we get a bunch back right away, and that's a great sign, because that means we can start the processing. But if we're not getting as many back, we still have to go through the process of sending them and taking time before we send out the other 50.
Yeah,
It just,
and because our list is so long, we really are looking at people that applied in 16 or 17, and, you know, many of
A lot of
them
things changed.
have moved on, gotten
Right.
places, and, you know, they don't care, our mail comes and they ditch it,
Wow.
you know, I would. And so then we have to do all this follow-up and all this stuff, it's just, it makes it very
Yeah,
laborious.
very
But-
labor
And you
intensive.
can always sort of do that one at a time.
We do them in batches, so we'll take a whole batch of people.
Okay.
On this one, they said they had taken 50. So you can take you have to take from the top, you can take 50, send them all out. And
Yeah.
then it's just whoever gets their stuff back is the person that you start processing. After, it's not like we have to wait and completely finish number one, and then completely finish
Yeah,
number two.
yeah.
Send them out to 50 people, and then you just take them as they come back. But the ones that don't respond, then you have to send out more mailings and stuff, so.
What's the average size of a one-bedroom apartment?
About, I'm just trying to think, 450, 500 square
yeah,
feet?
and then the studio is probably, the zero is, the studio, I think it's around 3.
I think it's
Something,
three.
3 inches.
So one bedroom is about 400.
Yeah, yeah. And red clover is 550, so.
Those are good size, red clovers, that's a good size one bedroom.
Yeah.
Rent receipts?
Yes, yes, we have people in legal. I do want to note the inspections. We have lots of inspections. The fire department inspected, Housing Vermont inspected, and then because of RAD, we have a contract with the Springfield Housing Authority, and they came down and did the HQS inspections of the 4 properties that went into RAD, so 203 units. And they came, two folks from Springfield came for a day and a half, and they got them all done, it was great.
And because HQS doesn't mean anything,
Sorry. Housing quality standards, it's
Thank
the
you.
section 8 inspection protocol.
and RAD is rental assistance demonstration
Demonstration.
project.
I can't never remember all these.
Well,
I
that's,
know.
that's why I tend to do that.
Yeah.
As inspections go, the housing quality standards are pretty simple.
They're pretty straightforward, yeah. Though we did have a couple people fail. Not our
Right.
part of the apartment didn't fail, but
Their
the
part.
tenant failed.
What is the process of correction?
When it's a tenant caused, or landlord, they are given 30 days to take the corrective action. If it's the tenant, they risk us suspending the aid for them, which is serious. And if it's the landlord, we will do the same with them. We'll stop paying them. So that's the carrot there is, you're not gonna get paid.
And those are for section 8, because we're the landlord in public housing.
Well, it's the same now for RAD.
Ah, okay,
It's the
so we're the
same,
landlord.
because we are the,
Okay,
we're the contract administrator for the contract on the RAD properties. So it's the same,
so it's taking something, rethinking of the language of who we are because of the rental assistance
Right.
demonstration project.
mhm,
Very helpful.
mhm.
Right. We commented that the collection is down in Ledgewood and Warcourt
Mhm.
due to a few residents and litigation. Where did this going to stand?
I believe Courtney went to court last week and is going to court again this week. So we had one that paid up, probably this doesn't reflect that, paid up in December. We had a bunch that were going to court and, good, a fair number of them paid up. So that would be reflected in your December. But this also is a very, difficult time for rent payment. This is when it's the holidays and people sort of see their tax refund on the horizon. So that can sort of cause some issues.
Mhm.
Yeah, back to school, it starts in, back to school, and then
Yep.
it goes into Halloween, and then Christmas, it's really the big, the holiday season. And so we did have a few families get to a zero balance, which is the first time we've seen a zero balance for them for a very long time. And so that was really wonderful, but I think it was the first time, they had incurred some legal costs because of it, which is really too bad, because now they have to pay the legal costs, so it's very challenging for some of our folks.
Then FSS, Resident Service Coordinator.
Mhm.
This is the orange. I don't know who's choosing the colors of your paper. It's quite wonderful.
So we have a lot of changes. My role is changing, and we're in the process of moving some staff around, and potentially making our one of our SASH coordinators that's part-time a full-time coordinator as of the year. So, but we're still ironing out all the details. So there's going to be some internal shifting that you will hear more about in the next few months. But last month, I would say probably it was all hands on deck for RAD. We had a lot of staff supporting the property management and getting all the lease signed, and we had events at every housing site in the evening, in the daytime. We had staff going out to people's apartments, knocking on doors, and just to get everybody signed up. So it just took a lot of manpower, and everybody was all hands on deck. So that was primarily what we were focused on. The only other thing I really wanted to make note of is that the SASH program it's really exciting. We are partnering. We got a little bit of money from the Department of Health to partner with Hotel Pharmacy for a pilot project to work with Hotel Pharmacy to support our participants around hypertension and med management. So that will start in January. So that's very exciting.
Cool.
And it will run for 25 weeks.
Good. That's great.
So I just want to make a note about the all hands on deck for RAD. It really was very impressive. Everybody had to help. And if they weren't, out tracking people down with their leases and this and that, then they were doing somebody else's job because that person was running around. But it was really quite something, and I think it happened very quickly. Once we got the paperwork into HUD in Washington, it just seemed to just go very, very quickly. And it's funny, I was looking and I started the RAD process a year ago, February. And I mean, it's just been going on and on and on. But once we really got into it, and then once our documents were approved, boy, that closing went just like zoom, and we were closed. And we were closed before Pat could even get to the town clerks. I mean, HUD just was like, all right, they're done. Which meant then, all of a sudden, you know, we had the handbook, we had the lease, we had, you know, all the stuff, and we had to get it out and have meetings with the residents, and the staff was just fabulous. Just really, really think that they were great. Just everybody just, you know, dropped whatever else they were doing and helped get the paperwork done. And Courtney really worked her little typing fingers off to get all of the changes made, which were huge changes in our computer system, to move all of our property and all of our residents from one place, public housing, to this new place with our computer company. And she did a great job, but she worked almost 24/7 for a week to get it done.
Over Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I mean, over Thanksgiving, and Christine and I were like, take Wednesday off, and so she said, I'm taking Wednesday off. She worked the whole day from home. I mean, it was just, she really did just an absolutely awesome job of getting people moved over, and it was not easy. And she was on the phone with the computer people and really established great relationships with them, and, you know, it just really went well, but it was a lot of work. Lots of work.
It's a lot of trouble you caused.
I know. And that's why Christine is like, we're not doing anything in 2020. Everybody's gonna like me so much.
Every project. My fear is that, you know, January 2nd, we're gonna get the notice for moving to work, and we're gonna get approved, so.
She's like,
Which would be a mixed blessing, yeah.
everybody's gonna really like me because I'm just gonna let them do their jobs.
Sure, we'll have lots of projects. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, it was really,
Well, I'm noting on your report, the Wellness and Supportive Services Group meeting, the property managers and support staff, but they're also looking at the community room improvements and assisting residents with BHP forms,
Yes.
Yeah.
besides the
Yeah.
delinquent rent payments. So that, what are you looking at for community room improvements?
Well, we have been talking about it for some time, and we did have some money that we have allocated specifically for community rooms, starting with the flooring. And so we've already started at we started at the Melrose Terrace office primarily because we're making that old community room space into offices.
Okay.
So we started there, but we will be working on the community rooms and starting with the flooring. So Jack is working on that, which is great. And then the staff is also, we've started a component, I don't know if it's in the report, where every meeting, when we meet once a week, we take 10 minutes to talk about staff wellness and how to do staff wellness improvements.
Excellent.
And one thing that's come out of it has been that they said, well, you know, our office, we don't like our office bathrooms. You know, it's the one space we go to be alone, and they're depressing. And so we started talking about what it would look like to have the office bathrooms just spruce up a little. And so it's interesting. That's not what I was thinking. When we started talking about employee wellness, I thought they would say, well, we need more time off, or we need, you know, mental health breaks, or we need masseuse. I don't know. I didn't know what they were going to say. And for them to say, well, you know, we'd like to really spruce up these spaces, it wasn't something that had ever occurred to me. And so we're just trying to keep that on the radar, even though money is tight, looking at ways to improve these little spaces in a way that's effective.
yeah.
Are these things that you do in-house?
Some of them, the flooring, we hired a contractor.
We had to hire
We had to hire a contractor.
We bought it, but we had to hire it out. It was pretty a little technical, so we didn't want to. They've spent 2 days tearing up the floor and then putting the new one down, and that would have taken our maintenance. It would have taken all the maintenance we had. But that's great. I'd love to get those bathrooms fixed up. So what we did was, as part of RAD, I went back through and looked at our capital funds for 2015, 16, and 17. And the 2015, we pretty much finished, but 2016, I was finally able to get a handle on that one. It was really tough. But I did, and I was able to resubmit it so that we could take a nice amount of money. It's not huge, but it can do some work, and allocate it just to community rooms. So we were able to do that and get it approved through all the channels and all the paperwork in, and that was great, because it's something that the residents really, really wanted and frankly really needed. Those ones were terrible.
Under RAD, will that kind of approval be required? for
No, but we
activity?
also won't get it. The capital fund goes away.
Okay, well, that's the carrot and the stick.
Yes, the capital fund goes away, but what we have in its place is that we have and direct allocation to replacement reserves, capital reserves, and then a yearly amount that we put in, which is sizable, it's about $146,000, that has to go into replacement reserves. And we have the 20-year chart of replacement reserves. So there is a plan there. What we can do is we have to do the plan for this year, for 2020, that's mandatory. But after that, we can take a look at our capital needs and see if maybe we want to do a bigger project and go after some 4% low-income housing tax credits, let's say, and do a deep energy renovation in one or two places, and go after energy efficiency money and some light tech. And you know, we have to juggle what we have in the capital plan for 20 years, but doing deep energy improvements would certainly, you know, be great, and would probably take out some of the stuff that's already in that plan. So that's the kind of stuff you can do once you get through that first year and you've done your major commitments in terms of capital improvement.
What funds did you say there are no more?
We have always received the capital, money from the capital fund program. It's never enough, but we've always received it. And that goes away when you go into RAD. So we do not get capital fund money anymore.
I may be misconstruing things, but I was understanding that under RAD, we could use the values of buildings that we had as opposed to borrow against that to work, which
Yeah.
we were not able to before.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So that we have a little more flexibility on how we use the values that we have in the housing.
Absolutely. And we don't have to go to HUD to ask them, Mother, may I change out a bathroom? May I
Yeah, that's-
change these
yeah.
sidewalks? May I?
Mhm.
We can just make a plan and do it.
That's wonderful.
So,
Yes.
but we can, yes, as part of the financing, we can look at, is there debt that we could carry on the buildings? And then go to the bank and see if they would be interested in investing.
Because I thought that was the way I understood it, I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, yes, yeah. And according to one of the consultants that we worked with, if our budget is as good as he thought it was, we're in pretty good shape to go after a 4% loan tech and more, and take out a small mortgage on the property. And we could do that,
It'd be exciting to
so.
upgrade as we can.
You'll get into development yet.
Meanwhile, you're hanging around.
Yes. Meanwhile, I'll hang on. I'll be putting little notes under her door. Capital improvements. Energy efficiency.
Well, meanwhile, this nice Sash Flash newsletter.
Oh, these are always my favorite.
Yes,
Yeah.
they really are. How was the movie matinee attended on the 13th?
I think it was pretty good. Shauna hosted it, and I think they did pretty well. I think they had fun. Yeah, she's really building up participation at Hayes Court.
That's wonderful.
You know, Red Clover is easy.
Mm-hmm.
They just come. But Hayes Court takes a little bit more because their community room is set off. It's not part of any of the buildings. And so in the winter it can be hard, but she has worked really hard at that. And Lorelai as well at the Samuel LA Apartments has done a fabulous job at cultivating community and improving the community there.
Okay. The blue housing choice voucher, show the trust here. I went through this so long ago, I was looking at my notes and there's the saying, was this included? No, it was notes that I had taken when I went. But I wanted to start with the section 8. 135 vouchers leased and have 2 searching. And we have 6 new program participants at the snow block on Platt Street. As of the 1st of December, are people moved in yet there?
I believe they are.
That's my
I
understanding.
believe they are.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Sorry, but could you explain PBV, HCV, TPV?
Project
HCV,
based.
that's the Housing Choice Voucher Program and the Project-Based Voucher
Oh, okay.
and the Housing Assistance Program contract. These are when we take our tenant-based vouchers and project-base them in, usually in Windsor properties. So it really helps with their operations and it helps with their funding. So they'll have 6 vouchers in the building that will stay with the building.
In other words, the person living in that apartment can't take that voucher
Right.
and move
Right.
elsewhere with it.
Right.
So
Right.
that's very helpful.
Yeah, so we have some in upper story, now the snow block, and we're supporting the youth program with a couple of them, where we put a preference in for youth, so they could get the vouchers. We've got a cap on how many of our tenant-based vouchers we can convert, so David's we've got to watch that cap, and we've also got to make sure that we have enough for, down the road for when we open up Red Clover 2. Because we'll put our project-based vouchers in that building as well.
Is that building, the units that are gonna be in there, like already spoken for and predetermined?
No, we'll have 18, and, we'll do it much, I think we'll handle it very similar to the first round at Red Clover, where we'll offer them to the people that are at Melrose based on seniority. Their options will also be to go to other public housing, or to take a tenant protection voucher and move out into the community, which I think the group that we have is more likely to do that, because they, in particular, some of them are pretty serious cigarette smokers, and it's hard to go into any congregate setting now that is not smoke-free. So you're better taking your, and we'll help them with the search, we'll help them move, we'll do all of that. So I think that we'll have a handful of people that'll wanna go, with their tenant-based voucher.
One of my notes, Shelter Plus Care, was questioning how the coordinated entry for renting is work. The last sentence He's still continue to get periodic support from groundwork staff, but his departure from the program will allow us to add another homeless disabled applicant via a coordinated entry.
Mhm. So coordinated entry is, it's working okay, it's not great, it can be slow, it can take a long time to get somebody. It's based on the HUD definition of homelessness, which means that it's based on how long you've been homeless. So that's why we had to put a preference in at the snow block so that homeless youth could get a voucher because they haven't been homeless very long. So there are just some things about it that are a little clunky for, not just for us, but for the whole state of Vermont. And Wyndham Windsor has a group of housing and social service providers that have been looking at the whole homeless continuum, and coordinated entry is part of that. And it's interesting, and the state did a big study this year. And I think everybody's finding that it's well intended, but it's sort of clunky. It's not a fast
My
mechanism.
understanding was that everybody had to go through groundworks as the coordinated entry,
Right, they are,
rather than having multiple doors.
right. So you can, if you come to our office, what will happen is that we will refer you, and we won't do the intake. There are some other service providers that can do intake and then pass that intake to groundworks, but we don't do intake, but we do make sure that anybody that comes that's homeless, we get their name, we get a contact, and we get them on the list so that then they can get into the process.
And lastly, transitions to housing. I found myself underlining kudos to Mr. Josh Gillingham, local landlord extraordinaire.
Yes.
Yeah,
Of the dogs.
yeah.
Yes.
And again, that's also kudos to David DeAngelis. I mean, people will do these things because they know David well.
Good.
So.
The update on the rental assistance demonstration project, right?
I think we did it
I think we
already.
did it, yes, we did.
We gave you the update
Yep.
on that, so.
Financial review?
We don't, it was, in January, we'll bring in the RAD budget. Christine will bring to you the RAD budget. Now that we have one in place.
And you have corrected the check signing.
Yes, I have, yeah. We would ask that you approve the increase in the credit limit for Christine Hazard to $5,000. What happens with the executive director's card is that there are some people that don't have cards. A good example is when we went to Rutland, we took about 5 staff people to Rutland for RAD training. I paid for everything, for all 5 of them. So that was a big hit to my credit card. When Christine and I went to Washington for the moving to work, I put all the plane tickets, the hotel, everything was on my card. So we want the executive director to be able to have a higher limit, not because she's gonna go out and buy something that's $5,000, but just invariably, that's the card that gets snagged, you
Happens
know.
to me too.
Yeah, yeah.
And
So-
also is the second in line, so things like we have a online security, to send secure emails, and there's a $500
Yeah.
monthly fee, or not monthly, yearly fee, and it was always on my credit card, and then I went to a training and I just couldn't pay, I only had a $1,500 limit, so it was like, I didn't have it, so I realized like this past month, because I had to go to a big training and we had some other expenses, I was like, how much do you have on your credit card, because I don't have enough for anything, to do anything, and so we had hoped that.
And payments don't always get there in a timely fashion in the manner to clean it up before you need it again.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and Carol will jump in there if you need her to, I mean, she has done that for
Yeah.
us, but, yeah, we don't wanna have to always be
Do
sure.
we need a motion?
Yes, we do.
I'd be like to-
Liz, all right,
I'll second it.
okay. All those in favor? Please say
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
No.
Good, thank you very much, that
Yeah,
will be
thank you.
very helpful.
The annual holiday luncheon will be this Friday at noon at the
Yeah,
marina.
can you all make it? Good,
Yes.
good, and we do a Yankee swap, you do not have to participate, but.
But it is fun.
It is fun,
You do not what?
you do not have to participate.
Well, there's a limit of $15.
$15 on the gift,
In the
and
back.
you don't have to do it if you don't
And
want to.
forgive my ignorance, explain Yankee swap.
Uh,
Yeah,
I can't remember. So everybody brings a present, and then when you come in, we'll figure out how many people came with a present, and then we'll have a number in a Santa hat for the number of people who brought a present, and then everyone will pick a number. And then the person who gets number one picks first, and they pick whatever present they want, and they unwrap it, and then two goes, and now two can either steal that person's present
Yeah.
if they want to, or they can unwrap a present themselves. They can't unwrap a present and then steal it. They have to pick one or the other. And then at the end, so let's say there's 14 people, 14 will go, they'll be last, but then one gets to go again. So one is the best number to get.
And you're gonna write out the instructions.
I will, we'll write out the
Because there's
instructions.
always an argument
Yeah,
over
there's
the
always- I
instructions,
know.
'cause you can
Every
play
year.
this a million different
Yeah.
ways.
Right, there are different.
There are
versions.
always arguments over the
Yeah.
instructions.
I
So,
see it deteriorating.
oh, it does, it's great fun.
Yeah.
Thinking of language, they don't steal it, they swap it.
Right, yes, yes.
Yeah, they
Right.
still is.
Yes.
They don't steal it, they swap it.
Well, it is fun, yeah,
Good.
yeah, so,
Okay,
Right.
I'm
good.
delighted that you're all going to be.
Yeah, that's great.
Large projects in progress.
FEMA, we've gotten the 4 buildings down. Very happy to say that they came in under budget, so we're going to look at some of the other expenses that we've had on the Melrose project and be able to charge them to the CDBG grant, which is great. So, don't get too excited, those buildings, we left the slabs down, so, you know, I think had we pulled the slabs up, it would have been more. But anyhow, it's done, the buildings are done.
The slabs will stay.
No, the slabs will go, yeah, they have to go. RCC permitting, funding, design, we're deep into that. We did get our town development review board approval, though it is in that 30-day process. And the big news for today is that we got our, and I won't use any of the letters, we got our affordable housing program funding from the Federal Home Loan Bank of Boston. It's a highly competitive program, and we got $405,000.
Beautiful.
Wonderful.
So it was very exciting, yes, thank you.
Yay.
We're very, very exciting. And Housing Vermont was very involved in that. They did a lot of heavy lifting on that application.
Does that mean we have all of the funding we need for Rec number 2?
Well, we do if 2 pieces come that we are anticipating. One is our tax credits from the Vermont Housing Finance Agency. And the other is the rest of our funding from the Vermont Housing Conservation Board. That's been on hold for a couple of things. The environmental, they wanted to see our audit from this year, which I just signed off on some of the paperwork today. So we're pretty sure we'll get that, and you know, the tax credits are always very, very competitive. We went last year, we did not get them. There were some people that were really pretty worried. It was great for us because the building was right near a river. It was raining like crazy and the water was rising. And I said, look outside. That's what happens to us whenever it rains too much. you know, we're all sitting there on
Good times.
needles. And people were very, you know, they really were, they got it. And to the credit of all the people in Vermont that does this work, nobody wants to forget Melrose. They want to get it done, you know, and there's still a sense of, you know, I was worried, oh my gosh, it's like 10 years later. But they understand how important it is to really get it done. And so I'm, you know, as optimistic as I'll allow myself to be, that we will get that. And we will go back to them in April and here in June, and then we'll be all ready to start. So, and we have also, on another front, submitted our Act 250 amendment, and that has been posted. And we are almost complete with our environmental review, which was more complicated because that was such a big brownfield and, you know, blah, blah. So, it's looking good.
Moving to work?
We remain in the lottery, not a word. And I just was visiting with the HIG folks that really, you know, are on top of this stuff, and they said not a word, not a word. And one theory, and I think it's a good one, is that they didn't get enough good applicants. And they didn't get applicants from places that they wanted. And they sort of don't know what to do. And they said they were gonna do this lottery, and then, you know, we were in with a group of 11, and so we had a 50, you know, basically a 50-50 chance. And in that group, there were very, very few applications from New York State, which is one of the states that they really want to get the program into. So, you know, they could have drawn the lottery and gotten nothing. It picked none of the housing authorities in New York, and then, you know, it's like, not what they want. So, I don't know what they're gonna do, but there is it.
What's moving to work?
Oh, what is moving to work? You want to talk about moving to work?
Sure, you can correct me if I'm wrong. So Moving to Work is a program that's designed through HUD to essentially pull people out of public housing, but also so it'll be a new model, and it's a way that you can design your program to meet the needs specifically of your community. And so you get a lot more flexibility in the way that you design your program. And so the reason we wanted to go to Moving to Work was because we wanted to look at what our community's needs were, and to figure out if people wanted housing for homeless youth or kids getting out of the foster care system. I'm not saying this is what we've decided on, but these were just ideas. And so to look at a way of developing a housing program that meets the needs of the community, and then you measure what your impact is. So you create a program, and then you create how to measure the program, and you report that way. So it's a different way of reporting to HUD than under public housing. Now, we've already gone to Bratt, so we've already separated ourselves a little bit. We have a little bit more flexibility in some areas, and that was really more financial. This would be more social service.
So moving to work does not mean employment.
No, it's an old name that does not imply that we want our residents to all go to work. It is just, it's an old name, and we would come up with a new name. We wouldn't even describe ourselves as Moving to Work Agency. We would come up with something else, and we've already brainstormed about it.
Yeah, which is what most agencies do.
So Keene is a Moving to Work agency, and they've started projects with youth and different programs, and so it would allow us some flexibility with our funding to create new social service programs and just new programs in general, just to be a little bit more deliberate about how we meet the community's needs. And in our application process, we talked to a lot of community. We held, Chris held multiple public forums, and we talked about this, and we had to get the community's buy-in. And people were very excited about it, because for the first time, public housing has been really, had this very narrow way of working. And so Chris really started to say, we want to change that. And two ways we wanted to change it was rad and moving to work. We didn't know which one was gonna come first. So we just started working on both. And we got rad first. But it was a way of really adjusting the work that we do to really directly impact our community in a positive way.
They're very,
Does the board get copies of proposals?
oh, the board's very involved in this. Oh, yeah, the board has to be very involved in it.
Could I get
Yeah.
a copy of that one?
Do you want a copy of our application? I mean, it doesn't say that much, but I can certainly send it out to everybody. It's been a while, so I'm happy to do it. But for instance, one of the things that we could do is at Hayes Court, we could take a whole building there and enter into a really good MOU with a service agency. Memorandum of understanding.
Yeah.
And say, this building is going to serve mothers, single mothers with children. And this agency is gonna master lease the building from us
Mhm.
and make sure, they're gonna make sure the rent's paid, and then they're gonna use it for that program. And they have programs all over the state of Alaska, because they're a moving to work state. And this woman flies from place to place where they have incredible programs going on, where they've done that. You could take a whole building and say, one of the things we need is short-term mental health beds. You know, I don't know that we could provide that anywhere, but that's a real need in this community, really need it. Is there a way we would have the ability to ask the question?
And collaboration often with
Yeah.
some other,
Yeah,
that's great.
you know.
And as I hear your description, we don't have to be the agency providing the program.
No,
We contract with another agency to provide the program, we provide the container for the program.
that's it exactly.
That's perfect.
That's it exactly. Yeah.
Cool.
So it's very exciting. I mean, it's a great program, and you can do different things. And when it started, Byron, it started about 20 years ago. Very small pilot. I think they had 13 agencies out of over 3,000, and Keene was a pioneer. And it was during a regime or a president's tenure that said moving, you know, everything had to be moving to work, you know, had to say something about people are going to work, you know. So that's how the name got in there. And
Yeah, that makes it confusing.
it is so far from that. I mean, but it does do that. I mean, I can go on and on. There's so many great examples. I mean, San Antonio did this whole neighborhood where they built lofts, and the first floor was for a craftsperson, a painter, a potter, whatever you want, and then the upstairs was where they could live.
Wow.
Wow.
And they project-based the whole thing. So it's just this huge, and it's lots of units. And it didn't take off at first, so they made some changes to it, and now it's a huge, vibrant, artistic community. And just amazing. So you can do that kind of stuff. You know, that was a need. So I will send you the application, and I'll send you, the Housing Authority Insurance Group that I'm connected to has put out some really excellent, one really, really good report that I'll send you all, because there's tons of stuff written, but this is a very good one, and it really, you'll get a sense of what it is. Christine and I went to their, they have an annual meeting, it's in April, in DC, and your head is just spinning when you leave. It's so exciting. It's gotta be a gathering of the most creative, innovative housers you could ever wish to be with. I mean, they're just, isn't it? I mean, it's just, it's just amazing what these folks are doing. So cool. So anyhow, that's what we'd like to do.
Thank you.
We'll see.
So we're waiting very patiently to hear. Although I'm not rushing it because I think the staff would.
Yeah, right now they need a break.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, that was what was promised, nothing new for the next year,
right.
until it happens.
Except NTW again.
Right.
We'll accept.
Is there any other business?
Yes, I would like an executive session to discuss personnel matter.
Be happy to. Do I hear a motion?
To,
So,
Go into executive session, okay?
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All those say
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Remember, we were told if Hillary Clinton gets elected, she's going to start all sorts of wars, and Donald Trump won't. And this is one of the reasons you want to elect outsider Donald Trump instead of bloodthirsty whatever Hillary Clinton. And fair criticisms of Hillary Clinton's foreign policy aside, it has actually been Donald Trump that has been pushing the United States to the brink of war with a number of countries, seemingly more than willing for political reasons or even just due to his own strange misunderstandings of what's going on in the world. It's been Donald Trump that increasingly is the risk. And it now appears that Donald Trump has every intention of taking the United States to war with Iran. He's alluded to it. He's feinted in that direction at different times. And Donald Trump has now executed an assassination, an unauthorized assassination of an Iranian leader, which has every indication of being the first major step towards actual war with Iran. Donald Trump hinted at this on Twitter recently. We looked at it yesterday in response to the protests at the U.S. Embassy in Iraq. Donald Trump blaming Iran, saying, quote, "Iran will be held fully responsible for lives lost or damage incurred at any of our facilities. They will pay a very big price. This is not a capital W warning. It is a capital T threat. Happy New Year." Now, his clueless followers loved it, despite these protests clearly not being an Iranian attack on the United States. And we've now learned that the Pentagon, at the direction of Donald Trump, has assassinated Qasem Soleimani, the head of Iran's Quds force. Now, let's be very, very clear. This is the equivalent of a foreign country assassinating someone like our chairman of the Joint Chiefs here in the United States military command structure. It's really easy to get confused. We're here in the United States. We hear an ISIS leader has been killed, or we hear the head of the Iranian Quds force has been killed. And we might sort of feel like these are equivalent things, like these are the same thing. They are not. And to be very clear, this is not a defense or a criticism of any particular killing on the merits. This is simply not the same. Once again, this is like a foreign country assassinating the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. This was not authorized by Congress. Donald Trump, you might remember many, many times, making the point before he was president, when it was Barack Obama that was president, that the president needs authorization. For example, when Donald Trump tweeted, "The president must get congressional approval before attacking Syria. Big mistake if he does not." So there are two stories here. There's the legality and authorization for this assassination. And then there's also the political side, the foreign policy side. Soleimani was, in a way, the second most powerful person in Iran behind the Ayatollah. There is no doubt that Soleimani was not a friend to the United States, much like Kim Jong-un is not a friend to the United States, much like Vladimir Putin, by the way, is not a friend to the United States, so on and so forth. But what appears to have happened is that the United States assassinated, without congressional authorization that Donald Trump used to say presidents needed, has assassinated the second most powerful person in another country. And voila, the idea of Trump creating a military conflict to muddy up the 2020 campaign, to justify his reelection in a way, is taking place. And it was written on the wall. The projection has been going on for years. Remember these tweets, Donald Trump, for example, in November of 2011, tweeting, "In order to get elected, Barack Obama will start a war with Iran." Remember in October of 2012, a month before the 2012 election, Donald Trump tweeting, "Now that Obama's poll numbers are in tailspin, watch for him to launch a strike in Libya or Iran. He's desperate." Remember Donald Trump tweeting, quote, "Remember what I previously said, Obama will someday attack Iran in order to show how tough he is." It's been a decade of projection. This will escalate violence. And aside from the legality of all of this, completely unauthorized, apparently illegal, from a practical, strategic, political perspective, I hope people know that a war with Iran would be nothing like the war with Iraq, which, by the way, was no walk in the park, but it was predicted to be by people like Dick Cheney. Iran's military is serious and formidable. The terrain is rugged. Iran's ability to interfere in foreign countries is much larger than Iraq's was in terms of its geopolitical standing. Donald Trump may be starting the worst, biggest, most disastrous war of my lifetime, and that says a lot, because even just in the last 10, 15 years, we've had Iraq, we've had Afghanistan, and there have been many other conflicts during my life that the U.S. has been involved in, some more overt, some more covert. We are in the same position, or better said, we're in an insane position, hoping that Iran, which is not the most sober actor in history. We hope that Iran is the one that shows restraint because of the actions of the President of the United States. And as crazy as it is, under Donald Trump, Iran has shown more restraint than we have. And people who have been watching this show for a while, you know, I am no apologist for Iran. I am no apologist for Iranian regimes. I am no, I've said before, the people of Iran are an increasingly young, progressive population. The leaders in Iran are not that, and I have been no shortage of extremely critical. But in the Trump era, it's actually been Iran that's been the more rational and less erratic actor in that relationship between the United States and Iran. So get ready for the gaslighting. You're going to hear things like, for example, Qasem Soleimani was responsible for tons of American deaths. You're going to hear Qasem Soleimani was planning to kill more Americans. Soleimani was an enemy of the United States. Other countries see Trump as the enemy in many other countries. That doesn't mean we go and start illegally killing people. It doesn't mean that we go and start at least attempting to create military conflicts for what is obviously the possible political gain that Donald Trump associates with a conflict with Iran. This is a desperate attempt by an impeached, at-risk president to try to get himself reelected. It's a new year. It's a new election cycle, and it is a new war. That is ultimately what this comes down to. The gaslighting, I told you yesterday, I'm renewing my effort in 2020 to call out the gaslighting because of hypernormalization, because of the desensitization that we've all experienced. I would say even me, but it's sort of like in particular me because I'm in this stuff every day. We've got to prevent the gaslighting, and you are going to, the issue with Obama was congressional approval, authorization, so on and so forth. That no longer matters, and now it's, this was a bad guy. There's lots of bad guys, and it would not be justified legally or morally to just go and assassinate people in other countries. That's what Donald Trump has done. You are going to be told very different stories. Prepare yourself, arm yourself with the facts in order to resist being propagandized. And by the way, information security, responsibility with sensitive information, that also going out the window with this assassination of the Iranian Quds leader. Let's talk about that next. So this is sort of a quick bookend to our Iran story. It appears that Eric Trump, Donald Trump's son, knew in advance about the assassination that was carried out illegally without congressional approval of the Iranian Quds leader, Qasem Soleimani. Of course, the assassination took place on January 2nd, 2020, but just a couple of days prior, in the last 12 hours, really the last 8-9 hours of 2019, on December 31st, Eric Trump tweeted, quote, "Bout to open up a big old can of whoop ass, hashtag don't mess with the best, hashtag USA, USA, USA. This is believed now, in retrospect, to be a clear reference to knowledge that Eric Trump had of the upcoming unauthorized assassination by the Trump administration of Iranian Quds leader Qasem Soleimani. Now, Eric Trump, since this came to light that, wait a second, a whole bunch of people who should have been briefed weren't briefed. How did Eric Trump know about this? Eric Trump has since deleted the tweet because it became clear that Donald Trump did not seek congressional authorization. The assassination is likely illegal. Congress didn't know, and it seems that Donald Trump's son, unelected, not a government employee, doesn't have the clearance to know about this. It seems that Eric Trump knew about this in advance. Here's a quote from Heather Cox Richardson, a historian who's been covering this, who said, quote, "Apparently the Gang of Eight was not briefed. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer was not told, although McConnell's spokesman refused to comment on whether or not he, meaning McConnell, was briefed." And she goes on to say, Eric Trump, who holds no security clearance, might have been briefed. On December 31st, he tweeted, "Bout to open up a big old can of whoop ass." The tweet has now been deleted. I will actually go even further. Now, with the 2020 hindsight, knowing what took place in Iraq over the last 24 hours, a couple of weeks ago, December 18th, it was reported that 5 top Pentagon officials had resigned in a 7-day period. It was weird at the time. We didn't know, 5 top Pentagon officials resigning in 7 days doesn't really make sense. The idea now that we are increasingly thinking is the explanation for this is that the plan was starting to develop at that point in time, in the second half, early in the second half of December. These 5 key Pentagon officials were against this completely immoral, arguably illegal assassination, and that they resigned. Will we ever know the full truth of who knew when and why they resigned and the lack of proper handling of sensitive information here? Probably not, but this stinks to high heaven as usual. It seems that Donald Trump is being totally careless with his handling of sensitive information, if indeed his son Eric Trump knew in advance about what was going on. And then, of course, there is the political side of Donald Trump for years saying, hey, Barack Obama, you need congressional approval. The president can't do this. The president can't strike there without congressional approval. Donald Trump letting Eric Trump know, but not letting the Gang of Eight know, not letting congressional leadership know, not actually going and seeking approval for doing this. It's projection. It's backwards. It's all a tactic to try to get himself reelected in 2020. And it really pains me to say it, but it might work. It might work. If the last 3 years of observing how Trumpists have been successfully propagandized to and gaslit willingly to try to placate their cognitive dissonance with Donald Trump, if that's any indication, this may actually work, and we are increasingly driving towards war with Iran. It was Hillary, remember. It was Hillary that was going to get us into wars, into military conflicts, unauthorized, erratic, bloodthirsty. Seems like that was all projection. Let me know what you think. It is these are scary and depressing times. Leave a comment if you're watching on YouTube, or send me a tweet on Twitter @DPackman. We'll take a break. Much to discuss on today's program.
The David Packman Show at davidpackman.com.
The David Packman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpackman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpackman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Packman Show at davidpackman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Alex Vujozovic and Craig Newton. Alex and Craig, thank you so much for your support. Also want to say thanks to Christine Widener. Christine is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Christine's been with us just under 5 years, and I mentioned this yesterday. We have folks that are just a couple months away from actually hitting their 10-year membership anniversary with the show, which is absolutely crazy. So we'll have to figure out what to do for them. But we've got to do something. 10 years is a very long time. Let's go to the phones for the first time in 2020 at 617-830-4750, see what's on people's minds. Let's go first to our caller from the 615 area code. Caller from 615, what's your name? Where are you calling from? What's on your mind today?
Hi, David. My name's Austin. I'm a big fan of your show. I was just wondering with this whole, our president doing what he did last night, what's the worst, case scenario? Are we expecting anything, to come from this? Are they going to, are oil stocks going to go up? I don't know. Shit like that.
Austin, your connection is the worst of 2020 so far. I mean, of course, this is only the first phone call we've taken. But listen, I gather that you're asking about what's the worst case scenario based on Trump's unauthorized and possibly illegal assassination of the Iranian leader. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry about the connection, too.
That's okay. Listen, the worst case scenario is we get into the most disastrous war of my lifetime, which, as I said earlier in the show, that says a lot given that we've had Iraq and we've had Afghanistan, and it may all be because Donald Trump thinks it may help him get elected in 2020. And, I don't know if you've seen some of the tweets that Donald Trump sent years ago about Barack Obama and Iran, saying Obama's going to bomb Iran
Yeah.
to try to get reelected. And, it's unbelievable that this is where we are. But the worst case scenario is really bad.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All for political gain. It's pretty disgusting if you think about it.
Oh, it's incredible. And, the saddest part about it is it often works, I mean, when you look at George W. Bush's reelection in 2004, it came down to, I think it was about 140,000 votes in Ohio, if I recall correctly. And a lot of his campaign was based on, you don't want to change horses midstream. We're in the middle of this Iraq thing. And when you're talking about, Trump likely losing the popular vote again in 2020, but being able to eke out a win electorally, something like a contingent of people who think, we're in the middle of this thing, let's let him finish it out. It could actually win the election for him. That's the sickest part of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thanks for answering my question.
All right, I appreciate it. Hope to hear from you again. Looks like your connection got much better there towards the end of the call, which we love. Let's go next to our caller from the 919 area code. What is 919 North Carolina?
Is that me?
Yes, it is.
Oh, hi, David. Wow, this is cool. I didn't expect you to actually answer me.
Well, here we
yes,
are.
It is North Carolina. It's in Raleigh.
Gotcha.
It's North Carolina. It's in Raleigh.
Very good.
So I guess my question, especially involving current events in both Australia and in Iran after last night.
Yeah.
I was wondering if there was anything that you could say for those. I guess I was wondering if there was any advice you had for those who suffered from how do I say this? Who suffer from eco anxiety and world issues anxiety that you could say to help. I don't know.
I mean, listen, here's the thing. This is, I hesitate to do this because I think that political and civic engagement is so important. So I'm saying this only, take this for what you want, right? But a lot of the stuff that's going on around the world, if you tune out, you're going to be okay. And I don't mean this flippantly. I see so many people, including in my personal life, who are just so affected by the disastrous, what's going on with the environment, the embarrassment around the world that is Trump. I actually understand some people who go, hey, you know what? My lifespan is limited. I am just going to seek the most pleasurable and least difficult life possible. I'm just going to focus on my day-to-day enjoyment. I'm going to try to tune out a lot of what's going on. Like, I don't think that that's good as a society, but at the individual level, I get doing it, because it's getting so bad right now. And I'm not necessarily recommending that you do that, but I would understand it if you did for your own well-being.
I've tried that in the past and it didn't help. I'm trying to face this, I'm trying to face this by getting more involved in things, going to more protests, and like speaking out publicly about it. But
I see. In other words, you're not looking
to
you're not looking to just feel better. You're looking to actually make an impact.
I guess, but I just don't. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it depends on what issue. What you would do for the environment would be different than what you might do for local government in terms of whether getting more involved makes sense. But that's good. I mean, listen, you when I say I understand people completely checking out, I don't think that it's good. And I think it's better for society. If we all check out, then they get a free and clear path to the hoop, so to speak, to use a sports analogy. So I actually think that it's right that you want to get more involved. We'd have to talk more about exactly how you would do it. But I applaud your instincts, because it would be far easier at this point to say, I just can't do it. I'm checking out.
No, I've tried that before, and it just makes going back to things even worse.
That I totally understand. Well, listen, I appreciate that you want to get more involved, and let's, the first thing we can do is at every level, let's do the best we can in November of 2020. There are local, state, and national elections in 2020. We're trying to remove Trump. We're trying to take back the Senate. There's city councils, governorships. Let's take the next 10 months and focus electorally. And then hopefully the changes that come from the November election will give us 4 years or 2 years, depending on which office you're talking about, to try to make more change. I think that's the immediate plan.
All right. Thank you, David.
All right.
I really appreciate you answering this for me.
Appreciate the call. Thank you so much, and I hope to hear from you again. Let's go next to, you know what? Let's go to Dante from Florida, who often has interesting takes. We haven't heard from him for a while. Dante is a Bernie supporter who at one point flirted with supporting Toolsy, but now he is strongly Bernie, right, Dante? I think this time I've got it right.
I was never really flirting with supporting Tulsi Gabbard. I just always liked what she was doing with her candidacy and the foreign policy issues that she brought up. So I always try to give her some attention when I get the chance.
All right, but you were never considering supporting her. Right? You were always Bernie then.
Yeah, it was always Bernie.
Gotcha. Okay, what's going on, Dante? Tell me.
So that was actually something I wanted to ask you about, because I wanted you to clarify your position about not endorsing a candidate in the primary, because it doesn't really make sense to me. So if you could explain that.
What do you want me to explain?
Your reasoning for why you don't want to support a candidate or endorse a candidate, or what you think it might lead to. Because I think from the explanation I heard, you said you don't want to add to the circular firing squad on the left or something like that by supporting one candidate over the other.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I'm nobody. I'm just a guy who's analyzing politics. Everybody who watches my show, I think, understands my positions. You know, I've seen that there has been an attempt lately to smear me as saying that Bernie and Warren are the same. It's like, you know, I've been clear they're not the same. Bernie comes from a far more left place than Elizabeth Warren. A lot of their policies today are very similar, but, you know, for example, Elizabeth Warren voted in favor of scaling up funding for the military, something that I'm against. Bernie voted against it. Like, they're not the same. I've been abundantly clear. At this point, I just like, what do we gain by me coming out and saying I am endorsing this person over that person, when the truth is I'm going to vote for whoever is the eventual Democratic nominee. I'm not going to hide who I vote for in the primary. I mean, listen, I'm covering the issues and the candidates. I just don't see what advantage there is to me now coming out and saying I'm all about this candidate over that candidate. I mean, listen, like, it's no secret. I've made it clear. Bernie is to the left of Elizabeth Warren, and I would vote for either of them. And I think it's imperative that we remove Donald Trump. Like, what would an endorsement do? What would you like? Would it make a difference to you if I endorsed one person or another? Like, you're supporting Bernie, you know that. That's fine. You know what?
It's not really the endorsement part. It's more that you have a show, and I think it's important to be crystal clear about it and leave no room for ambiguities in the audience, that Bernie Sanders is clearly better. He's just a better candidate. It's not that he's good on some issues and he's better than Elizabeth Warren on some issues, and she's pretty good on other issues. Like, it's not even close. Bernie Sanders.
Well, but Dante, you understand that that's your opinion, right?
But you say you host a program and you're a social democrat, and if you're a social democrat, it's not really close. You say that Bernie Sanders is he's more left.
Yes.
So by your estimation, that would mean he's better, because you're a social democrat, so you believe the social democratic ideology of like social democratic economic reform and non-interventionist foreign policy and progressive tax system is the best way to run the country. And Bernie Sanders is more aligned with you on those issues, so he's the best candidate. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is, it's not that I think you should endorse him because of a boost that I think it would give to Bernie Sanders. I think it's just important to be clear that if you're someone who wants real, like, structural change, fundamental change in U.S. politics, revolutionary, like a political revolution, it's not like you can just choose either one, and it'll be basically the same or be close to the same. There's a very big difference.
But Dante, let me
especially
ask
on
you
policy.
a question. Now, this is a thought experiment, okay? So don't go crazy, and I don't want people in the audience to go crazy. Let's imagine we all agree, without placing a value judgment on anything. We agree Bernie is to the left of Warren. It sounds like you and I are on the same page about that, right? You said it, and I'm saying it now. Dante, are you still
okay,
there?
me and you get it, but
No, but hold on,
yeah,
Dante.
yeah.
But we're just starting.
I'm
I'm laying it out for you. You and I both agree Bernie is to the left of
Okay.
Warren, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Imagine that we became convinced that even though Bernie is further to the left of Warren, this is hypothetical, that Warren's policy is more likely to become a reality for whatever reason, right? This is hypothetical. Would it then still be just as clear to you that we are better off by putting in someone who is further to the left but less likely to accomplish things? This is just a hypothetical. This is just me saying, just because we identify who's further left, that's not all there is to it. Would you agree that there's some element there that we would have to consider about that?
In the hypothetical, but here in the real world, in the 2020 primary, and we can look at their record and we can look at what they plan on doing. And
Okay.
Bernie Sanders, even though his policies could, some would say, more radical, he has a better chance of passing it because he has a actual plan of doing it. Elizabeth Warren, she has not really explained how she wants to get any of these things done because she's not in favor of primary and corporate Democrats like Bernie Sanders is. She's not going to bust up the establishment like Bernie Sanders is. She's not gonna do rallies in Joe Manchin state when he votes against Medicare for all like Bernie Sanders said he would.
Right.
So Bernie Sanders is bringing grassroots pressure. So his policies are better, and he has a better chance of passing it. He has
okay, but again,
groups like
Dante,
Our
that's
Revolution Against Democrats.
you seem to be mistaking. So I'm trying to have a conversation with you about what you first brought up, which is just about, the idea of whether I should or shouldn't be endorsing someone. But now you're just making it, you're saying, well, your opinion is A, B, and C about Bernie, but I'm trying to have a different conversation with you. You know what I mean? I think we're talking past each other.
No, it's not that I'm criticizing your opinion. You just brought up the fact that it might not be crystal clear that Bernie Sanders is the best because she might be able to get her
It's not about best.
policies passed. But I'm saying,
all right, listen, well, Dante, I think the takeaway, I got a lot of people holding, so I'm going to let you go. But the takeaway is you think that morally I should be making an endorsement on the program.
no, it's not morally. I think that you should just be clear with the audience and make sure that there's no room for interpretation. Elizabeth Warren, she's not going to challenge the political establishment, the Democratic Party.
I believe
She's
that
not
I've been
gonna
clear with that. So if you go back, Dante, to my first, see, this is the problem I have, that I am being clear, but there's a lot of propaganda misstating my position. So for example, if you go back to the first clip I did about, it's called something like, there are serious differences between Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. The primary thing that I state is that although they've come close on policy in 2019, now 2020, Bernie's approach is of totally that the system is broken and you need to change the system at its core, whereas Elizabeth Warren comes from the camp of fixing the things about the system that are broken. In my first clip pointing out the differences between the two of them, I did exactly what you're pointing out I haven't done.
I'm not saying you haven't done it, but I'm saying that.
Well, you just said it, Dante.
That you should be clear because it's not just me. Other people who watch your show come with the same takeaway that.
All right. Well, listen, other people. All right, Dante, point taken. Let's make it about you. I appreciate what you're saying, and don't worry, you're going to know who I vote for. That I promise you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Dante. Thank you very much. Let's take a quick break. If you are holding, don't hang up because we will be going right back to the phones after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
All right, let's go back to the phones at 617-830-4750, going to our caller from the 331 area code. Caller from 331, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name's Curtis, calling from Aurora.
Hey, Curtis, what's up?
Not much. First, Happy New Year to you and the guys over there doing good stuff. Been a fan. Hey, Trip Mail. Thanks a lot, baby. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
My specific question was, so in light of the psychiatric nurse who left the voicemail for you, and then some of the other great guests that you've had on in regards to Trump's narcissism, neurological issues, and possible psychological issues, my question is, you had a tweet that asked, if I'm not mistaken, what his worst moment was in 2019. I thought the Dingle comments were the lowest and most deplorable comments ever. I was wondering what you thought his worst was.
I couldn't tell. I mean, there's so many. I'm actually the wrong person even to say what Donald Trump's worst moment was in 2019, because I've become so desensitized to the fact that we have this outrageous person in the Oval Office. So I actually am not well positioned to tell you what the worst moment was.
All right, understood. Yeah, I think he's had a lot. I think he'll continue to have more, just based on the individual he is. But those specific people who speak to that you have on, they always make for a great and very enlightening shows. So that's a good thing. So I appreciate that. Yeah,
listen, I mean, every time we talk about the Trump cognitive decline or mental health stuff, there's always a portion of the audience that says, it's irresponsible to be talking about a person who you've not personally met or who hasn't been examined. It's like, this is the problem, that we can't actually figure out what's going on because he won't be examined, and the behavior is so erratic, an examination would be appropriate. So what else can we do? We're left in a very tough position.
Very true. Very true. Well, I hope that you have a good rest of this year, sir, and thanks for everything you're doing.
All right, my friend. Thank you very much. Great to hear from you. Let's go next to our caller from the 404 area code. Who's calling today from 404?
Hi, this is Simon from the Davenport, Iowa area.
Hey, Simon, what's going on today?
Hi, so big fan of the show. Been watching for 2 years now.
Thank you.
So you may find this interesting. So Tulsi Gabbard has some signs up in the area, and I feel like she's doing the most she can with like the money that she has left. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like she's like doing like a last push. Like, they're placed in like a certain way where it's like you might think that, they're just placed in that. You know what I mean?
I have no idea what you're talking about. So Tulsi has signs, and the signs are good, or the signs are not good, or what are the signs are desperate, sign of desperation?
That's what I'm trying to say, that they seem like they're signs of desperation. And so that's the first thing. The second thing is, that was a little weird.
It was.
The second thing is, yeah, okay. Uh, so I've been looking at your commentaries on Bernie's chances of passing Medicare for all. Okay. And I feel like you're missing a factor, and that factor being that in the event we have a President Sanders, he is saying that he's going to rally the people together towards the goal of Medicare for all and maybe get out in the streets. And I feel like that's really what's going to be the thing that tips it over the edge in the end. So what are your thoughts on that? I feel like you're missing that factor.
I'm not missing it. I am just aware of the reality that in the United States, there is a long history of throwing just enough of a bone to the people to prevent the serious type of protest, mass rallies in urban centers, strategic absences from work in order to cripple industry. There's a history in the United States of the establishment and the corporate powers that be doing just enough to prevent that from happening and keeping workers in a precarious enough state so that they lack the wherewithal and resources to do that, because they make the calculus of, well, they threw me a bone and I can't really afford to do that, so instead I'm just going to go to work. I completely appreciate the idea of Bernie Sanders, if elected, saying, listen, everybody, this is an emergency. We need to pass Medicare for all right now. I think that it is just a miscalculation to imagine that Bernie doing that is actually going to generate the type of activism that will get Medicare for all passed, given the degree to which the corporate powers that be and the Republican Party and insurance companies will activate against it. I'm not dismissing the power of activism. I'm not I just am less idealistic than some others, and people can disagree with me, and that's totally fine. But I just don't see that as likely. I would love to be proven wrong. To be clear, I'm not saying I would be against that. I think it would be great to actually see a president say, hey, everybody, we've got to do this thing. The thing is called Medicare for all, and here's what you need to do. That would be lovely. I just don't think it's going to happen. My prediction may be wrong, and I would love to be wrong. It's not that I'm missing it. I just don't have the same interpretation as you do of the likelihood that will get it done.
Okay, David. Thank you very much. Yeah, have a good day.
All right, you too. Thank you so much. Let's go to our caller from the 305 area code. Caller from 305, what's on your mind today?
Hey, David. This is Esteban, currently in Atlanta, Georgia, but I reside in Orlando.
All right.
So as you know, Pelosi has been withholding the articles of impeachment for a couple weeks now. I think this is really genius. I mean, to me, she might say that she's doing this because she wants, to guarantee a fair trial. But I think it's really clear that she's just trying to make this a war of attrition. More and more devastating information comes out on Trump. More and more scandals become public. And, he's still serving as an impeached president. So, surely this can't look good, right? Emails just came out highlighting the fact that Trump was the one who made the order to withhold the aid. And, Trumpists might argue that, the Democrats are scared, but I think that, it's really clear that she's doing this mainly to, I guess, sort of muddy Trump's name. A 5-8 poll just came out, and support for removal of office for Trump has reached 57%, which is the highest it's ever been. So my question is, what's your take on this? But more specifically, how long do you think the Democrats should continue this strategy? And do you think that all this bad information coming out on Trump is going to weaken his chances of winning?
Okay, good. So a lot of good questions there. I do think that in the immediate, the withholding of the articles of impeachment from the Senate is a smart move. I said it before. Donald Trump as an impeached president is becoming increasingly erratic. The problem is that he may become so erratic that he does things that lead to the deaths of tons of people, like starting a war with Iran because he thinks it'll help him get reelected. So that is definitely a concern. But so far, the articles of impeachment being withheld is making Trump even more erratic. You're absolutely correct that we are learning more and more things. In fact, those emails showing that Donald Trump was the one ordering the Ukrainian aid be withheld, those are emails that were denied to the House during the impeachment inquiry and investigation, which Mitch McConnell also wanted to exclude from the Senate trial. How do you justify excluding those from the Senate trial at this point, given that they have gone public? So I agree with all of that stuff. The concern I have is if you hold impeachment until after the November of 2020 election, if you withhold the articles from the Senate until after the 2020 election, I think that Trump maybe gets himself reelected because it doesn't do the trial doesn't do any damage to Trump. At the same time, there's a risk that if you start the impeachment trial in July, in August, the Republican National Convention is in August, that Trump and Republicans are successfully able to paint Democrats as merely political and calculating, and it could actually inspire people to get out there and vote for Trump because he convinces them that he's the victim and he's a martyr. So I think in general, this has been a good decision by Nancy Pelosi. I'm not sure of the end game, and I'm not sure at what point it might backfire.
Right. I remember watching, I don't remember what news channel it was on, but there's this guy named Alan Lynchman. Apparently he's correctly predicted like every election since 1984.
Oh, Alan Lichtman. Yeah, we've interviewed him on the show.
What he said was that yeah. Oh, really? Interesting. So he said that there's like 13 factors that sort of make up or decide the chances of a president being elected or reelected.
Yes.
And I think some like they consisted of like scandals, but one of the big ones was like impeachment. He said that at least he claims that the only way Trump would lose the election is if the Democrats move forward with impeachment, and it doesn't matter if he's actually successfully removed from office. All that matters is that there's obviously going to be a trial, and I think that the more Nancy withholds these articles, I think the harder it is to deny Trump an impeachment trial in the Senate, which I think ultimately will just increase his chances of losing the reelection.
You may be right. I'm not sure, and I know Alan Lichtman is well respected, and to me it's less clear. But we've only got 10 months left, so we're going to know pretty soon.
Yeah. Awesome.
All right. Thank you so
David,
much for the call.
much.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is all the time I have today. Apologies to everybody I was not able to get to, but we have all year to take phone calls. So we'll take a quick break and be back with more after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex or French press or a David Pakman Show t-shirt, it's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. Don't miss the bumper stickers too. davidpakman.com/gear. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform at steemit.com/@DavidPakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@DavidPakman. Follow us on Instagram. I'm David Pakman, and the show is David Pakman Show on Instagram.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I'm sure that this story is not going to come as a surprise to a lot of people in our audience because you already probably knew the likely truth, but there are some explosive new leaked emails that seem to confirm that yes, Donald Trump personally ordered that aid to Ukraine be frozen until such time that smear investigations into Joe and Hunter Biden were publicly announced by the Ukrainians. And it feels like this is almost a story from years ago. It is from last year, technically, because it is so obvious what we are now learning. But indeed, the leaked emails are communications between the Pentagon and the White House's OMB, Office of Management and Budget. And in the emails, a staffer for the OMB, Mike Duffy, emailed the Pentagon and said, quote, "Clear direction from POTUS to hold," meaning clear direction from the President of the United States to hold the aid to Ukraine. This is one sentence, which makes it very clear that these are the president's orders. The orders are hold the aid to Ukraine, period. Now, there are many more emails. The other emails don't explicitly repeat that these are Trump's orders, but that's the context, that's the framing, that's the obvious reality that we have suspected for a very long time. This was Trump's call. It was Trump's call all along. People were acting at the direction of Donald Trump. Now, there's other emails that are interesting that have leaked, and we're still going through them. And in another email involving Secretary of Defense Mark Esper's Chief of Staff McCusker. McCusker said in an email when the Pentagon was ordered not to release the aid, McCusker said, "You can't be serious. I am speechless." So the lie that Donald Trump wasn't doing this, wasn't involved, that it wasn't deliberate, those were all just that. They were lies. Let's address another issue that's been sort of wrapped up in this that's important to get to at this point. There's a wing of the left that is starting to implicitly or explicitly excuse Donald Trump's behavior in this Ukraine fiasco by saying, we shouldn't even be arming Ukraine, right? So there's this wing of the left that's saying, we are funding Ukraine's military as a proxy war against Russia, and I don't like that. Okay, this is a lot of people on the left, from this slice of the left, that are saying this. Some of the people saying this are part of the revolutionary left, as we've decided to non-pejoratively refer to it. Others are merely contrarians. Okay, let me see if I can be sort of clear here in how I say this. You can be against the foreign policy decision to give Ukraine money for weapons. You can be against what Ukraine is doing with the weapons. I don't care. That's fine. That's legitimate political discussion. It does not change the corruption and bribery of the Trump administration using the military aid as a way to strong-arm Ukraine into publicly announcing smear investigations into Joe and Hunter Biden for the benefit of Donald Trump's 2020 reelection. I'm fine discussing whether we should be arming Ukraine or Saudi Arabia or Israel or any country. Those are perfectly reasonable political discussions. But much like I'm fine discussing whether Hunter Biden's board position on the Ukrainian gas company is appropriate, those are not actually the issues here. And it is serving as a really great way to enable Donald Trump's behavior, to implicitly defend Donald Trump's behavior, to help Donald Trump avoid consequences, to split the left about impeachment. We shouldn't participate in that, period. So I respect the position. I respect the debate about who should the United States provide military aid to? Who should we be arming? What about supposed proxy wars that the United States has waged for decades? I mean, look at Latin America. There's so many different examples. These are legitimate discussions. I have no interest in shutting down those discussions. But where the slice of the left goes too far is when they play directly into the goals of the Trumpists, which are to muddy the waters and to make the issue of Trump's corruption and bribery about something else, to make it an adjudication of Ukraine versus Russia, to make it about Joe Biden, to make it about Hunter Biden. It's going to get Trump reelected if it takes hold, and we don't want to do that. Now, to go back to the leaked, or I don't think we do. Maybe there are some on the revolutionary left who do want that, who are saying if it's not going to be whoever they want, they almost would rather it be Trump, part of this break it all down to build it back up mentality. I don't subscribe to that. I know that there are some people who do. Let's get back to the emails. The White House knew these emails were damaging to their narrative, and the White House blocked these documents from being turned over to the House for their impeachment inquiry. Once again, it's not hugely surprising. And this, of course, throws a wrench into Mitch McConnell's plans. Mitch McConnell was hoping to keep these documents out of the eventual Senate impeachment trial. Now that they've leaked, now that we know that they exist, I don't know how you justify keeping them out of the trial. We'll see if McConnell is able to come up with something. Once again, if we want this guy held accountable, we're going to have to vote him out in 10 months. It is not looking like there is going to be any other path to holding him accountable, even being impeached. We can't count on the Senate. We're going to have to vote him out in November of 2020. And the fundraising around November of 2020 is what I want to talk about next. Okay, so let's follow up to yesterday's story about Democratic fundraising for 2020. Yesterday, I told you Bernie Sanders had explosive fourth quarter fundraising in 2019, Bernie raising $34.5 million. This was the largest single quarter for any Democratic candidate. In the entire 2020 election cycle, Elizabeth Warren's fundraising was down, Bernie way up. These are very serious fundraising numbers, and these numbers, in part, are making the establishment realize, along with the polling that we're seeing over the last few weeks, as I told you yesterday, Bernie can win the Democratic nomination. Whether he will is a different question, but he is a serious contender for the Democratic nomination. Fine. I did mention yesterday that Donald Trump's fundraising still greatly exceeded that of Bernie Sanders. So let's talk about those numbers. Despite Bernie's record $34.5 million raised last quarter, Donald Trump raised even more. Donald Trump raised $46 million in the fourth quarter of 2019. That's about a third more than Bernie. That's a major advantage for Trump in the immediate. Now, this doesn't include RNC money, Republican National Committee money, that will no doubt pour in for Donald Trump. Trump now has an incredible $102 million on hand. Trump has been raising a lot of money. He's not yet been spending that much, since Democrats are spending money they raise against each other because they're in a primary right now. Donald Trump, at least for now, has no primary. So the question now becomes, what does Donald Trump's serious fundraising tell us? And what I mean by that is, if Donald Trump is mostly raising money from people who voted for him in 2016 anyway, the fundraising may or may not tell us very much about how people are going to vote in November of 2020. If Bernie Sanders is building a coalition that includes people who never voted in 2016, it includes people who were too young to vote in 2016 but now will be voting in 2020, if it includes people who voted for somebody else in 2016, the change in Bernie's fundraising from 2016 to 2020 might signal significant enthusiasm from some of the same people who did not support Bernie in 2016. That would be a good sign for someone like Bernie Sanders. There's another question about this, though, which is that Donald Trump raised way more than any individual Democratic candidate in the fourth quarter of 2019, but Donald Trump raised way less than all of the Democratic candidates together, because Bernie Sanders raised 34 million, and Elizabeth Warren probably raised close to 20, and Andrew Yang raised a bunch, and Pete Buttigieg, right? If you add it all together, all of the Democrats together raised significantly more than Donald Trump. It's not crazy to imagine that as the Democratic primary candidates get whittled down and eventually we have a nominee, that all of this money will consolidate around the Democratic nominee, and it very well could exceed the amount of money that Donald Trump raises. This is all speculative, and as a reminder, I know that for a lot of you, I don't have to do this. We're talking about this because this is the way the system works. It's a sick, corrosive, broken system. So campaign finance needs to be fixed. Money in politics needs to be fixed. I'm disgusted by the fact that you have to raise money in order to have a successful campaign. Given that you do, we're talking about it because we've got an election in 10 months, and right now the way to win it is you've got to raise the money. But it's a disgusting system that we have, just putting that on record once again. Let's look at the other side of this. It is possible that Donald Trump's big fundraising numbers in the last quarter of 2019 do mean that Donald Trump is going to do very well in 2020. When we look at the national polling and it says, hypothetically, if it was Biden versus Trump, who would you vote for? And Biden's winning by 9. If it was Trump versus Bernie, who would you vote for? And Bernie's winning by 8, and Warren's winning by 7. When we look at that, we might incorrectly think we've got this. We've got this in the bag. Especially now with war with Iran on the table, it will be an even bigger challenge, since presidents often benefit from military conflict as a way to justify their own reelection. Donald Trump is raising a lot of money. So all we can do is fight for every vote, assume nothing, volunteer, phone bank for the eventual Democratic nominee, get people registered to vote. Remember, the effort that's required to convert one Trumpist, you can probably get 10 people, maybe even 15 people who already agree with us, but who aren't thinking about voting. Just convince them to vote. It's a much more efficient means of winning the election than trying to argue with Trumpists who are, in many cases, completely beyond reach. That's my sense of what we need to do over the next 10 months. And it's only 10 months. We have, it feels like this is in a sense just ramping up. We've had a few debates, but the first votes are going to be cast. I think it's 1 month from today. We are going to know the nominee certainly within 6 months, because that's when the DNC is. I think within 3 months, we will basically know who the nominee is going to be. There is not very much time left. The election is now. Trump is ramping up with Iran. This is the time to activate. And I actually, Pat on today's bonus show is going to bring us some interesting Joe Biden related stuff that I think will be interesting, to put it lightly, and concerning to many in our audience about some things that Joe Biden has recently said. We've got a great bonus show for you today. Producer Pat has the Friday bonus show. I will be back with a new show, and I will be hosting the bonus show on Monday. Thanks again for joining me. It is 2020. Keep those suggestions rolling in about what you want to see more of from the David Pakman Show in 2020. What do you want to see less of? Some people thought I was serious yesterday when I said, if you don't want me hosting the David Pakman Show anymore, let me know. That was a joke. I think I got 6 or 7 real emails from people saying, David, don't actually quit hosting the David Pakman Show. I'm not going to. That was a joke, but I do want to hear from you. What do you want in 2020? Bonus show coming up. New bonus show on Monday.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 352nd edition of Energy Week with
Time flies when you're having fun.
with George Harvey, the inconsequential George Harvey, and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. I'm in the flesh too. You know, I'm in perhaps a little too much flesh. I happen to remember when we got to New Year's Day, which, by the way, we are recording on the 2nd of January, and we'll get back to that in a moment. I had remembered that when I was a little shy of 11 years old, Oliver Hardy died.
Oh,
and I said to my mother, "How old was he?" He wasn't very old, and she said he was probably about 65.
Uh-huh.
And I said, "That isn't very old to die." And she said, "Yeah, but heavy people die young." That's what she
There is
told
a
me.
tendency there.
Yeah. So I always expected that I'd probably not live to be 73, and that being the case, I didn't expect to live to 2020. Anyhow, what we're going to be doing here is telling you all the most important news that we gathered from on energy and climate change since December 19th. We did a show on December 19th for the week previous, and then we did a second show on December 19th for
the year in review.
the year in review, because we couldn't do a show the day after Christmas because the studio was closed for the week.
Well, you can't do it when the studio's closed.
You could figure it out. But nevertheless, the result of that is that this week we're going to be doing a show that covers 2 weeks instead of one. So the days in this week are going to have one or two items, and we are doing them starting December 19th.
They will be a little bit abbreviated over what we usually do, just because
there's a lot of
them. Yeah.
Anyway, if you hear us talk about something and you want to know about it, you can go to geoharvey.com, my blog, geoharvey.com, and you can click on the date on the calendar. Since we're in January, you would probably, for most of these, you'd have to click back to December. But you click on the date on the calendar, and it will take you to a place where the news item that you're interested in will be one of about 15. So it shouldn't be too hard to find it. You know, I'm looking at this monitor, and my red suspenders look ridiculous. I didn't do that on purpose. Anyway.
Well, I usually about this time pipe up saying that I read these things, and some of them are very well worth following up on.
Some of the stuff that we're going to be talking about.
I'll try to caution you.
Yeah.
You know, that it's worth looking at.
I want to get straight into this.
Some of them take a long time, too.
Yeah, I want to get straight into this because, you know, here I've got an issue with a, there we go. I had an issue there with the monitor behind me.
Well, we got a picture coming up.
We do have a picture, and this is something which is pretty local. It's from
That's
Utility
liquid air
Dive.
storage, and it is a kind of a local.
It's almost local. We're at the southern end of Vermont. This is in the northern end of Vermont, but it's in Vermont, and it is from Utility Dive.
First U.S. long-duration liquid air storage project planned in Vermont.
Highview Power Storage and Encore Renewable Energy. And, you know, writing for Green Energy Times, I do a lot of stuff writing about Encore Renewable Energy.
Yeah, their name has come up, yes.
It comes up a lot in Vermont. Those two companies are planning to build the country's first liquid air energy storage system in northern Vermont.
And there it is.
In a bid to address transmission issues in the region, the proposed project will be at least 50 megawatts.
Which isn't terribly big.
Not terribly big, but you know, 50 megawatts of storage you're talking about a significant impact.
They're useful. Well, I got a little blurb about that.
Okay.
Because lithium batteries are more attractive for under 4 hours usage.
Right.
Okay. Liquid air technology is overall less expensive and requires a lot less space.
Okay.
And they haven't told us where this is going to be located.
Well, I think
but
it's in the
they will
Northeast
locate it where the grid is most congested in the state.
Yeah, I think I heard that it was in the Northeast Kingdom.
Well, it would have to be, I think.
But I'm not.
Just because of the way the
sure.
grid is.
But you know, this is an indication of something that's happening in this country, and that is it's cheaper now to put in local energy storage than it is to build new transmission lines.
Well, it's changing the nature of the grid, but you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right too. Tom and I are an interesting pair because we're always absolutely right.
Except when we're not.
Except occasionally, yes. Once in a while.
Well, let's move on to one of our favorite people here.
You know, this computer is just driving me bananas. There we go.
You've heard us talk about Bill Murray before, Bob Murray before.
Yeah. This is something that I read this and I thought, oh my gosh, this is not nice.
Well, Bob Murray, who, in case you don't know, is a coal mine operator.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's interesting because in his youth, he actually was a coal miner.
He was actually in several accidents in coal mines.
Yeah, he's a real coal miner, but he's gotten into the big business.
Yeah.
He owns coal mines. Well, we'll read the title because it says a lot.
Yeah.
Bob Murray paid for science denial instead of coal workers' wages as the company went bankrupt. Just one of his companies.
But you don't have to worry about it, you see, because the federal government stepped in and guaranteed the retirement.
Well, isn't that nice?
Isn't that nice? This is from Electric. While his company spiraled into bankruptcy, Bob Murray spent tens of millions from the company's coffers to pay himself, his successor, and several anti-science and anti-environment lobby groups, according to new court filings.
Well, I got a little takeaway there. The money was spent at the same time as Murray is asking courts to excuse his debts to his workers, which is in the form of pensions and health care
So he's
plans.
giving himself money and asking the courts to allow him not to pay money to his
Bingo,
workers.
that's exactly right.
Okay.
The guy's a sleazebag.
Well, it certainly sounds like
that's too kind a word.
It certainly sounds like it. I've never met Bob Murray. I know people who have met him and don't like him. You know who I met once? Actually shook his hand. Rupert Murdoch.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did. I was not impressed. I'm sure he was not impressed either. Okay, we're up to Friday, December 20th.
I don't know who the most prestigious person I ever met is. I just can't remember.
Me, maybe?
You're up there.
I don't believe you.
Well, let's take a look at another picture here.
Okay, I'll bet you've met the Lieutenant Governor.
Hope I clicked it twice. Now I clicked it once.
Okay.
It is a bunch of coal cars. And it's for Friday, December 20th. And it says that a FERC order could boost coal over renewables, raising costs for consumers. This doesn't make sense. Well, it does, really.
It does. Inside Climate News. It does if you take it from the point of view of let's save coal at all costs.
That's where it makes sense.
Yeah. Rules approved by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which is referred to as FERC, are designed to counteract state subsidies that support the growth of renewable energy and use nuclear power.
This is sneaky.
The change would require higher minimum bids for subsidized power plants.
Well, what it says here is the regulations will tilt the market in favor of coal and natural gas in the nation's largest power grid region, which is from New Jersey to Illinois.
Yeah, and we are going to get to another article later in this broadcast that tells you why this whole thing is not going to work.
But it's pretty easy to see why it isn't going to work.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you think about it,
coal is dead.
If you've got subsidized solar power coming to the grid and it's subsidized at 2 cents per kilowatt hour, and you say, okay, I'm not going to bid 2 cents per kilowatt hour, I'm going to bid 4. Well, you're hitting the minimum that they've got and you're still below the cost of natural gas and coal.
Yeah.
So it's not going to work.
Well, it's the economy, stupid.
It's the economy, stupid. That's right. Unfortunately, I don't like the stupid part at the end. Okay, gang, this is the economy at work here. Should we go on?
Yeah.
We're up to Saturday, December 21. We're just cruising through these because we have fewer things every day.
This is an interesting article.
Yeah.
Scientists created a new sponge that could clean up oil spills.
Yeah. The secret to cleaning up water contaminated by oil may lie in the cheap, common polyurethane foam used in mattresses, enhanced by a special coating. In a study published in Nature Sustainability, this is a peer-reviewed journal, scientists found the material consistently captured almost all of the oil in under 3 hours.
That's amazing. You know, I'm sure they never expected such success.
I have no idea. But you know what's going to happen when they use it? The polyurethane foam will fragment and contribute to the plastic in the oceans.
Well, the sponge was designed to recover micrometer-sized droplets of crude oil that get dispersed in the ocean after oil spills and leaks.
Right.
As well as in wastewater from fracking.
Yeah.
So these are problems that they're solving.
Yep. Okay, now our next item is from the BBC, still December 21st.
Oh, this is a very interesting article, and it's very timely.
This has 2 pictures, so let's put the first picture up.
Let's get the first one up there.
That picture, when I looked at it, I saw that it was referred to as coming from high-altitude aircraft.
I would imagine. This is a picture from the air of 2 fires.
Yeah, and I thought when I saw it, you know, you can actually see the curvature of the Earth there. And
yeah, you can.
I thought maybe it had come from space, but you know, this
probably from an airplane.
I would say from an airplane.
Well, look at that, huh?
Look at that. Okay.
Ooh.
Now this is way up. You're probably operating here at 40 or 50,000 feet at least, way above what you would do with commercial aircraft, and those are fires in Australia. Now, they're bushfires. I want to show you a map of where the bushfires just in New South Wales are happening.
That's this map.
That's this map. In this map, the red part is areas that are either on fire, were on fire when this was put up, which was the 21st of December, or had already burned.
Well, to put that picture in perspective, that's about the size of California.
From north to south.
From north to south,
Yeah.
not east to west.
Yeah.
And it's also interesting that there's no fires to the west.
Well,
but there's nothing there but desert.
Yeah, you don't have forest fires in desert. You don't have bush fires in desert. But every state in Australia has got major fires going on.
All around the country.
All around
absolutely.
the country. And I want to point out a couple of things here. Down in the bottom of this picture, you see a thing that says ACT.
Yeah, that's like the Washington, D.C. of Australia.
That's the Australian Capital Territory, which is the equivalent of D.C., and Canberra, which is the equivalent of the city of Washington, is in it.
Yes.
And they've had fires both to the east and to the west. Up a little bit, and on the coast, you see Sydney, which is surrounded by fires.
Yep.
And those fires, some of them are like 75 miles across, and Sydney is probably 35 miles from them. And Sydney is a city of 5 million people. And, you know...
The map doesn't really demonstrate that.
No. And in the news today, you know, the Prime Minister of Australia, who was under fire because during all of this he went to Hawaii for a vacation. He came back, and for the first time he went to a town that had been overrun by a fire, and he met people who were there, and he grabbed a woman's hand and said, "How are you?" And she said, "I'd rather shake your hand if you were doing something about the fires." And he had nobody in that town had anything good to say about him. They all wanted him to deal with climate change because Australia is having its 2019 was the hottest year ever in Australia. The average temperatures were 1.5 degrees Celsius above normal. So this is a problem.
This is a very big problem.
Anyway, this comes from the BBC, and I want to point out too. You had talked about that. The area burning here is about 25% larger than the state of Vermont.
Well, I've got a bunch of notes here.
Yeah.
They refer to the Peshtigo fire.
Yes.
Which was at the time the biggest fire ever happening in America.
I think it still is the largest
ever
in America. Yeah.
It burned 1.2 million acres.
Right, which
now,
is almost...
For reference, Vermont is 6.6 million acres, the whole state.
Yeah.
Okay. Bateman's Bay to Byron Bay, which is what you see in this map, is 660 miles, which is about the size of California, top to bottom.
Yeah, this is not good, what's happening here.
Now, the Peshtigo fire happened in 1871.
Same day as the Chicago fire.
Was it really?
And it jumped Green Bay.
Yes, it did.
It
It
jumped.
was in northern Wisconsin and in the upper peninsula of Michigan.
And there's some question about whether it might even have jumped to Lake Michigan. The Green Bay thing they think is absolutely possible because there was a hardware store sign which had caught fire and had been picked up in a fire tornado and carried aloft and then fell down like 10 miles from where it had been picked up.
Well, what you're looking at in the map there is 6 times as big.
Yeah, that's right. As the biggest fire that ever happened in the United States. This is from BBC.
Well, this is what the article says.
Yeah.
Australia Fires, a visual guide to the bushfires and extreme heat. And you're looking at the visual guide right
You're
now.
looking at part of it. There's a bunch of pictures in this.
It's a very interesting and grim article, and if you look it up, you're going to be reading it for an hour.
Australia is grappling with massive bushfires fueled by record-breaking temperatures and months of severe drought. Months? I got news for you, whoever wrote this.
It's years. Yeah.
Fires in New South Wales have already burned at least 2.7 million hectares, which is 7.4 million acres this season, destroying more than 700 houses. This is a visual guide to that.
Well, it's 2.7 million hectares. In California, 1.8 million hectares have burned.
Yeah.
And in the Amazon, where really things are just starting to heat up, I think, they burned 900,000 hectares.
That's another thing. These fires that we're looking at on this map, the fire season hadn't started
Hadn't even
yet.
started yet. Yeah, this is their
We are
this
now
is their summer.
2 weeks later. We are now starting into the fire season, and
Oh, boy.
at that point we were just starting into the fire season, which lasts until March. Is there anything going to be left of these? I mean,
well, it's interesting. We could use this kind of to slide into the next article, which
Okey
is from
doke.
Sunday, December 22nd.
Yale Environment 360.
And it says that the global price tag for 100% renewable energy is $73 trillion.
Yeah, let's think about that for a minute. The global
Well,
effort.
considering what you're looking at here, and keep that in the back of your head.
Yeah. The global effort to transition to 100% renewable energy by 2050 would cost $73 trillion up front. But the expense will pay for itself in under 7 years.
Now, that's interesting.
Yeah. And create 28.6 million more full-time jobs, according to a new report from researchers at Stanford University. And by the way, this particular report, which came from Mark Jacobson, is all people have been. It's been appearing in the news every day since this. Today, I was reading news articles about this report, and what he's saying is, if we spend that money, which is not all going to get spent in 1 year.
Oh, no, it's over a period of time.
It's over a period of time. We're going to be making money back while we're spending it.
Well, what they're trying to accomplish is increased energy efficiency,
Yeah.
okay, and the electrification of all energy sectors, including transportation, buildings, heating and cooling, industrial processes, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and the military. Did I skip anything?
Probably, but I couldn't pay attention to
What they
everything.
really want to do is to electrify everything.
They want to electrify
Stop using
everything.
fossil
Yes,
fuels,
absolutely.
period.
Absolutely, that's how it's done. Now, I can think of renewable energy that is not electric, and that includes, for example, solar heat.
Yeah.
Which is you can actually
Pure solar.
Yeah, pure solar
Yeah, I know
heat.
a lady's got a pure solar panel on her house that heats the house. It's not electric at all.
Neat.
It's on the side of the house and it just gets hot and they pump
heats
the hot air
house.
into the
Yeah,
house.
they don't even have to pump it. In some cases, you can do it with a siphon.
Gravity does it.
Gravity
Yep,
does
gravity
it.
does it.
Okay, we are up to Monday, December 23rd, and we have a
Nice
picture.
image here. Let's get the
This
picture up.
is,
so
this
we
is
can-
an image that I think is actually a little bit silly. Negalite and pozolite. I'm sorry, but
Well, this is a flow battery.
Yes.
And it's supposedly Lockheed Martin's special flow battery, but it's a regular flow battery.
they don't tell you what's special about it except
And
some of the
in
specifications.
those two tanks, the Negalite and the pozolite, there's no limit to how big they can be.
Yeah, and
They
there's
can be
no-
lakes.
Yeah, and there's no limit to how big the cell stack could be either.
So this could be a very, very large battery.
Yeah, that's right. It could be a very large battery. All right, let me read this. Why don't you read the title?
Yeah, Lockheed Martin tests innovative flow battery technology.
This is from Clean Technica. Lockheed Martin announced that it is partnering with TC Energy to develop new energy storage systems based on Lockheed Martin flow battery technology. They say the ingredients are not toxic, that's important,
good, that's good.
or expensive,
That's good too.
but have sufficient energy storage capability to be commercially viable. And you know that toxic and expensive parts are
That's important.
the two things that are holding flow battery back.
Yes, absolutely. So this is beneficial, quite
It's
beneficial.
beneficial.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out what's unique about Lockheed Martin's, and
Well,
that's it. You know.
Yeah, that's what it is. They've come up with a negalite and a posilite that they aren't naming, probably because they're so ridiculously inexpensive that you could do it in your own kitchen. So what
It
what
could
can I
very
say?
well be.
Okay, should we go on?
Well, this flow battery technology that they're talking about is capable of storing large amounts of electricity for 6 to 12 hours and dispatching it as needed.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking large amounts of
Amounts of
yeah.
electricity. Yeah, and in fact, I did an interview a couple of years ago of a flow battery company in California, and I said, "How big are your batteries?" And they told me they had one size that they were selling, and I said, "Have you ever considered putting these into a residential size cabinet?" And the guy said, "Yeah, but we haven't got the money to develop two sizes at the same time." So
okay,
they could come to homes, but they haven't yet. Okay, we're up to
Tuesday, December 24th, day before
an
Christmas.
item from Texas Standard.
Yes, renewables are a bright spot in Texas's tumultuous energy market.
A survey from the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas estimates that about 8,100 Texas oil and gas sector jobs might soon disappear in another oil downturn.
That could happen.
Could happen, but it's not all bad news, especially for the renewable energy market. Texas produces 20% of all U.S. wind power.
Looking at it from a slightly different view, if Texas were a country,
Yep.
it would actually rank as the fourth in the world in producing wind power, exceeded only by China, Germany, and India.
There you go.
I mean, don't even think about it.
No. China, Germany, and India, and you didn't even say Denmark. So they're bigger than Denmark.
Yes.
And you didn't say Scotland, so they're bigger than Scotland.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we think about Denmark and Scotland.
Well, they're very progressive, but they're small.
They're small, and you know, only 2.5 million
Well, considering
people.
its size, Denmark has a lot.
Denmark also has one of the, I think it is still the biggest wind turbine manufacturer in the world.
They do, yeah.
It's actually even bigger than Lego.
Bigger than what?
Lego.
Lego.
Toy company.
I didn't think of Lego as a wind turbine manufacturer.
No, but it is Danish. And what this tells you is that big wind happens to be a little bit bigger than big toys.
Well, let's move along here.
Okay,
and
we're
touch base on Australia again.
Still
We got a
on
picture
December
here.
24th. And
And-
oh my gosh, I hate this picture.
Well-
Okay, Daniel Knox in a controlled burn. There
That
is
is
the
Daniel
BBC.
Knox.
That is Daniel Knox. And Daniel Knox, I think, actually set that fire to
Controlled burn.
as
He
a
said it,
controlled
yeah.
burn. This is
Get the fuel out of the way before
exactly.
it becomes.
You know that the big fire is coming, so burn up what you
Yeah.
can before it gets there, so it'll not have fuel when it does. And he was just finishing up a 15-hour
That's what it
shift.
says.
And by the way, the firefighters in Australia are all volunteer.
I got a little note on that.
Yeah.
Well,
Australia, it got a title.
Australia
Let's start with a title.
fires. Thousands of volunteers fighting the flames.
We're doing this because it's a passion, said Daniel Knox. It's a brotherhood. He was one of thousands of Australians who dropped their ordinary lives to battle the nation's raging fire crisis. He said, quote, "When that photo was taken of me, I had just done a 15-hour shift out there," end
I'm going
quote.
to put them back up there.
And you know, these people are facing months of work, and it's not easy work.
This is dedication.
With
you know?
no pay.
This is dedication. These guys aren't, well, as you just said, they're not getting paid for it. Well, Knox is part of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, which calls itself the world's largest volunteer firefighting organization. It has 70,000 members, and they're extensively trained and mostly unpaid.
Yep, and the federal government of Australia is actually considering compensating.
They're giving these guys bonuses,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
They're pretty good ones, $4,500,
Yeah.
$5,000. And they're doing a good job. They're doing a very necessary job. Well, you know, in mankind's favor, when the going gets rough, people get out there and the rough get going.
Okay, we're up to Wednesday, December 25th.
Christmas Day.
Christmas Day, and we have an item from the Weather Channel.
Yeah, I don't have a picture though.
No picture.
We'll come up. We'll get one soon.
We'll have a picture soon.
Scientists struggle to save vital seagrasses from coastal pollution.
Seagrasses. This one blew my mind. I had no idea that seagrasses were this important. Seagrasses grow along coastlines nearly everywhere around the world, and they can store twice as much carbon in a given area as temperate and tropical forests.
You don't think about that
No,
much.
you don't. Well, the fact of the matter is, we don't have seagrass around here, but you can get the same kind of super potential, bigger, I think, with peat growing in ponds.
Peat?
Peat,
I
yep.
didn't know that.
The only thing is, peat will kill everything under it.
Okay.
Okay, because it produces stuff that's toxic to many life forms, which is why if you have a deep wound or a bad wound, you can put peat moss on it, live peat moss, to keep it from getting infected. Okay, over 70 species of seagrasses in coastal habitats are among the most poorly protected species.
We kind of disparage these things, and they're really important.
They are.
Well, this is some of the reasons why they're important. They provide food and shelter for fish, shellfish, sea turtles,
lobsters.
They blunt the impacts of ocean acidification, reduce coastal erosion, keep the water clean.
Yeah.
And coastal development, overfishing, farm runoff, and climate change are threatening them.
Well, you know, they're kind of like garbage collectors. And every time I walk down the street and there's some guy driving a truck and he gets out every 50 feet and dumps the trash or garbage or whatever into his truck, I say thank you for doing it. Really. Really.
Absolutely.
Okay,
well, we got an image coming up again.
Now we have a picture, and this is
an interesting picture.
One of the most impressive pictures I've ever seen. And this is no-till with cover crops on the left and conventional farming on the right. It comes from Inside Climate News. Why don't you read the title instead of staring at the photo, Tom?
After a rough year,
yeah?
Farmers and Congress are talking about climate solutions.
Midwest farmers who have always voted Republican are now going to their congressman and saying, we have to find solutions. And here is something that is interesting. The Midwest floods of 2019 revealed another benefit of sustainable agriculture. Fields farmed with conservation practices.
Picture up while you're talking.
Yeah. Fields farmed with conservation practices recovered faster from flooding. Farmers saw the difference. How could you miss that difference? And now they're taking their new knowledge to Congress. I would not have imagined that you could deep plow a field, leaving the soil all loose, and then no-till a field next to it, leaving the soil, you know, full of roots but tight, and that
that's the one that drains.
And the one that drains is the one that's no-till.
Yeah, it's interesting.
You know, as I think about it, it's probably, I would guess, because those cover crops and possibly the crops that are grown there have root systems that go deeper. And so the water has ways to go deeper underground quickly, where the field on the right has been tilled down to
flooded.
8 to 10 inches or something.
Yeah, and it's hard as rock.
And after that, it's just hard. Yeah. So it won't drain out.
And I don't know what they're growing as a cover crop, but it's probably something of a legume.
Yeah, it could be. You know, alfalfa.
Alfalfa, something like that,
Something
which
like that.
regenerates
the soil.
The soil.
Yeah. This was, you know, the thing that George Washington Carver found when he was working in the South.
Yeah.
The thing about growing peanuts.
Yeah, yeah.
Southern
Which are
agricul-
legumes?
Yeah.
Legumes, I don't know. how
I
you
say
pronounce it.
legumes, but it, you know, legumes is something I hear a lot of people say. He was working in an area where the traditional agriculture consisted of plow those fields, plant that corn, plant that cotton, plant that tobacco until the fields, and
Wouldn't-
fertilize the fields
Wouldn't
until
grow anymore.
you couldn't grow those crops anymore. And then what you do is abandon your plantation and move west.
Yeah, they
And
did
so
exactly that.
People from Georgia would move to Alabama. People from Alabama would move to Mississippi. And he came along and said, wait a minute, you plant peanuts, and the next year those things will grow again because the
And you
peanuts
can stay there. You don't have
and
to
you don't
move.
have to move. And then on top of everything else, the peanuts have got value of their own. And people were saying, what value? Show me the value.
Of peanuts.
So he
Talk to Mr. Planters, huh?
I think I've always thought that he invented peanut butter.
Uh-huh.
You know. Anyway.
Well, let's move the picture back. The
Okay.
fields that were slow to drain and remained waterlogged longer, the ones on the right, have been farmed conventionally.
Yeah.
Tilled, left bare, and unplanted over the winter.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if they could plant a crop that'll bring in a little more income, why are they leaving them bare? You know, it doesn't have to be big income, but it's something.
Yeah.
The fields that drained quickly and were ready for sowing hadn't been tilled in years and had been planted every winter with cover crops, which help control erosion, improve soil health, and trap carbon in the soil. And there you see in a picture of it.
And you drive down that field and you think, the field on the left, you're going to be able to plant this year. The field on the right, it's questionable. That might not drain fast enough for you to get a crop in this year.
Absolutely.
Okay. Still on December 26th, we've got an item from Echo Watch.
Yeah, we do. As fracking companies face bankruptcy, which is happening, U.S. regulators enable firms to duck cleanup costs. Well, isn't that nice?
Isn't that handy? Yeah. Over their heads in debt, U.S. shale oil and gas firms are now moving from a boom in fracking to a boom in bankruptcies, despite anything that Donald Trump might do to help them. This trend could put U.S. taxpayers on the hook for paying to shut them down properly and clean up the drilling sites. Well, it's
One
going
of the
to.
things that's happening is the fracking operations aren't delivering what they expected.
Yeah.
They're running out of oil and gas.
We've done
much quicker than they ever
We've
thought they
talked
would.
about this over
Yes,
and over
we
again.
have.
We had an item last year, not last year. Well, it was last year now. But we had last regular show. We had an item where we were talking about the rate that fracking companies were going broke. Okay, should we go on?
Well, did you read that one?
Did I read it?
I don't know. Duh.
Over their heads in debt, U.S. shale, and yes, I did read this.
Well, federal and state governments have not been holding fracking companies fully liable for the environmental damage and cleanup costs of their drilling activity.
Show me a government that keeps anybody fully liable for environmental damage.
Well, EP Energy, which is what this article's about, plans to continue operating after restructuring and eliminating up to $3 billion in debt.
Yeah.
However, EP has not identified any funds that would be set aside, that they would be setting aside for cleanup.
So the courts are going to say, we know that you owe these people who loaned you money $3 billion, but we're going to let
That's
you off the
okay.
hook
We'll
on
let you
that.
off the hook.
And by the way, you don't have to tell us how you're going to clean the mess up.
Bingo. Well, we got
Okay.
a picture here that's occurring in Texas.
That's right. I like this picture. Friday, December 27th, and this is from Renewables Now.
Renewables account for 100% of the October 2019 capacity additions in the U.S. This is kind of interesting. You got to read those words and think about what they mean.
Yeah, the U.S. put into service 722 megawatts of new power capacity in October 2019, and all of it was renewable. The first monthly report by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, shows this. For January through October, slightly less than 50% of the capacity has been natural gas.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And you know, when this came out, it was the Sunday campaign that was doing this. And
The who campaign?
Sunday campaign.
Tell us about it.
Well, the Sunday campaign just keeps track of these things.
Okay.
And I wrote a note to the guy who runs the Sunday campaign and said, you know, maybe you should review this. And the thing that I told him was the same reports that he was referencing in these things, which are the FERC reports, show that the amount of natural gas proposed for facilities proposed for construction in terms of the number of megawatts that is proposed for construction has been declining very, very rapidly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
yeah.
if it continues at its current rate, there won't be any natural gas plants proposed in 2023.
Well, from the article, in year-on-year terms, natural gas installations halved.
Yeah.
Okay, wind grew by 26%, and solar fell by 23%, which is interesting.
Because of the
it's the tariff, isn't it?
Tariffs.
Yeah. Interesting.
Those tariffs cost the solar industry more jobs than there are in the coal industry.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, we are up to an item from iNews,
and this is
which
Saturday,
I just lost.
December 28th.
Ah, there you go. Thank you very much for that.
And it says, from global warming to plastic pollution, this was the decade when people learned the planet was facing a climate emergency.
A Frenchman is credited with being the first to discover the photovoltaic effect that produces electricity from sunlight. The first solar panel was built in the United States, but when Abu Dhabi decided to build the world's...
I got different stuff here.
Okay, where are you? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading it wrong. Global warming...
this is number 14.
Number 14, global warming to plastic pollution. I'm sorry. We'll get to that one.
We will.
Hold on, we'll get there. This was the decade when science demonstrated climate change is happening beyond any reasonable doubt. Record high temperatures, droughts, floods, and storms are all plainly visible to anybody who looks. And there's no reasonable doubt. There really
no,
isn't.
absolutely not. That's just what this article is saying. In November 2019, 11,000 scientists from around the world published a study warning clearly and unequivocally, it's their words, that planet Earth is facing a climate emergency.
How did the Chinese trick all these people?
Best fraud's ever been perpetrated on the world.
Yeah, right. I can think of better frauds.
Let's move to Antarctica.
Okay, let's do that. This is an item from The Guardian, and we do have a picture. And that's
yeah, we do.
Rather nice picture of a glacier or iceberg.
Well, that's a big glacier.
That happens to be falling apart, but nevertheless, go ahead, Tom.
Submarine to explore why Antarctic glacier is melting so quickly.
Yeah. An international team of scientists at the Thwaites Glacier in Antarctica is preparing to drill through more than half a kilometer of ice. Half a kilometer is, what, about a third of a mile?
Yeah, about that,
yeah.
Yep.
Into the dark waters beneath. They plan to lower down a torpedo-shaped robotic submarine to explore with hopes of finding out why it's melting so fast.
Yeah, this particular glacier, well, I'll mention where it is. It's on the coast of Marie Byrd Land.
Right.
Okay, which is named after Admiral Byrd's wife.
And we all know where that is.
It's a large pie-shaped state, if you call it a state, in southwestern Australia.
How in the world is anything in
southwestern Australia? Southwestern Antarctica.
How do you call something southwest when it's on Antarctica?
Well, I was thinking that same thing too. The
Okay.
Florida-sized glacier is melting rapidly.
Yeah.
Since the 1980s, it has lost an estimated 540 billion tons of ice.
540 billion tons.
And it's melting rapidly. They're trying to figure out why. Scary.
Yeah, it's actually just more of the same thing that's going on in Greenland and other places.
Stuff like that.
Okay, we're up to December 29th with an item from the European Sting. And this is the first time I had read anything from this particular site.
Aha.
And you know, whenever I come across a site that I have not visited or haven't visited recently, even, I have to check to make sure that a person on a different computer can open the link that I put in.
Yes, yes.
So
very rarely, but once in a while, I've been unable to.
The reason it's rare is because I checked them. But you know, one of the things...
Well, they change sometimes.
They change them. I had one go up, and I just happened to click on it before I saved my blog.
Yeah.
Couldn't find it.
It was gone already.
It was already gone. And that was like BBC that had done that. Okay. Got a title?
The future of energy is being shaped in Asia.
Here's where I say the Frenchman is credited with being et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, that was Becquerel, by the way, in 1839.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
He had a unit of measure named after him.
Yes. I don't know what it is, but you're right.
I think it has to do with radioactive power.
I don't know.
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
You are right, though.
When Abu Dhabi, having preceded this with, the Frenchmen invented photovoltaic, the Americans produced the first panel. When Abu Dhabi decided to build the world's largest individual solar power plant, they looked east for help to China and Japan. Why did they look to China and Japan for help?
Well, I got an answer to that.
An explanation.
Asia, more than any other region on the planet, and China, more than any other nation, currently represents the future of solar energy. Okay? And are at the heart of ensuing industry-wide transformation from fossil fuels to renewable and nuclear energy.
Yeah.
They're on the ball. They know what's going on, and they're working on it. And we're not.
We've got a trade war going on against China, and they're eating our lunch.
They do something that we should be doing and aren't doing, and that's called planning.
Planning?
Yeah,
this is a free market. We're supposed to have a free market where anybody can do anything he wants. We don't have to plan.
We don't have to plan.
Of course, in a free market, you don't have anybody keeping track of the environment either.
No.
You can make money on the environment, but who pays for it? Okay, our next item has a very cute picture.
I'll put the
Isn't
picture
that a
up.
cute picture?
That is a spoon-billed sandpiper, which is, by the way, a very rare bird.
There's about 100 of these birds left in the world.
You can just see the spoon bill there.
Yeah.
I thought it looked like a duckling till I looked at it closely.
Yeah, and you look and the front of the bill is wide, but the back of the bill is not. And that bill will get longer.
The bill is actually pretty long. I think it's just the angle that it was photographed from.
Very cute bird, but there's only about 100 of them. They live in central Siberia.
And the article asks a good question. With 1 million species at risk, what do we save?
A decade-long project to save one of the world's most endangered birds has finally found success as 2 chicks hatched. But an estimated 1 million species at risk worldwide and nothing like money and resources to save them all. How do conservationists choose the few they can save? Well, you could say, okay, let's choose the cute species.
So that's exactly what's happening. By the way, it's a neat article. I would recommend people look it up.
But we do have the problem of triage.
Well, I'm just about to say that. Conservationists are competing for limited resources.
Yeah.
Okay? A lovable icon, something people can get behind, can mean conservation projects are able to raise money and plow resources into protecting a habitat.
So
that's part of the story of why rhinos, elephants, and orangutans have very deliberately been made the poster species for conservation.
Right.
We love elephants, you know? We love orangutans.
I'm not sure I want to get near an orangutan. And I petted
I'm talking like
an
in
elephant
pictures.
at a petting zoo when I was a little kid.
Did you?
Yeah. They have very stiff hair.
Do they really?
Yeah, it's very sparse over them, but it's very stiff hair.
So it boils down to money, doesn't it?
It does. And what we're looking at with this little cute guy
Pull him back up.
is a creature who that species, I would guess, probably won't survive climate change. I hope I'm wrong. But
there's very few of them left now.
Yeah, but
then they've had a hard time getting eggs to hatch.
Yeah, and people who look at that can say, okay, that species I can get behind. I'll give these people
that's exactly what the article says.
$100 to help, and that $100 could go to saving a species that
a snail
or an earthworm.
Yeah,
and we've invasive earthworms, and they're destructive as all get out.
Oh,
yeah. They are. What is it? My landlady calls them. They're hyper earthworms. They're big. They're really big, extremely active.
Yeah.
And they eat all the leaves in the forest, leaving castings that are turned into methane by microbes.
I hadn't heard of that one.
Bad news.
Not
They
good.
drive the other earthworms away. Okay, we're up to December 30th.
Well, we got a picture coming up here.
We do.
December 31st. And
Yep.
where is the picture?
Where is the picture? No, do we have a picture?
10 a.m.
We're on item 18, Green New Deal.
Oh, we're on 18?
Yes.
Aha. I skipped one. Monday, December 30th. Green New Deals for the world are green good deals.
Now, I talked about Mark Jacobson.
Yeah.
This is another one of the articles about the same report that he did.
Okay.
The world leaders at the UN Madrid climate talks failed to agree on a path forward. The core of the problem is the belief by some leaders that solving global warming will be expensive and drain economies of their countries.
Well,
However,
it will be expensive, but it's not going to drain
it's not going to drain the economies. It's actually going to, it's going to
pay for itself.
And
what,
it'll
7 years?
make those economies much more prosperous. The new research indicates that the belief that they're going to drain the economies is incorrect.
So that's wrong.
Yep.
And
Okay.
what this article says is solving the problems is much cheaper and creates many more jobs than not solving them.
Yeah, and what is the United States doing? It's bet the piggy bank on obsolete technology continuing to be important. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, we are up to Tuesday, December 31st.
Now we got that picture coming
Now we've
up,
got this horrible picture.
which isn't a very exciting picture.
It's a depressing picture.
Come on, you.
Come on, put it up, Tom. Put it up. Don't double click.
That's 10 a.m., would you believe?
Yeah, in Malakuta,
Malakuta,
Malakuta is
Victoria.
in Victoria.
Australian wildfires forced thousands to flee to the beach.
This is from CNN. Thousands of people have taken refuge from wildfires fires on a beach in southeast Australia as fires swept through the town. About 4,000 residents and visitors. The town usually has about 8,000 visitors and 1,000 residents at this time of year, but many of the visitors had already left. They were vacationing. Beautiful town. These people were forced to evacuate Malakuta, Victoria. Roads had been cut off and there was no way out in or out of town, so they went to the beach. And the beach was where the local emergency people had said, if we get to this point, which they knew could come, they said,
This is where you go.
This is where you go. Go to the beach. So they've been hiding at the beach, hiding from the fires, and that picture shows what the beach looked like. Remember, this is summer, and these people were there to go sunbathing and stuff like that. That's what it looked like at 10
o'clock in the
a.m.
morning.
because of the smoke going overhead. I've seen a lot of other pictures which are not as dark as that, but today, authorities, this happened on the 31st, today is the 2nd of January, so it was 2 days ago. The Australian government is sending a Navy ship down that can
To pull these people off
pull
the beach.
people out, and it's removing that one ship. I think must be a cruiser. Either that or it's some large kind of supply ship. Because
more likely.
They're taking out 800 people.
Yeah,
on
they
each
got to
ship.
have a large.
They have to have a
that
big ship. That's not a destroyer.
This is an interesting article. There's a nice video on it.
Yeah.
About a minute and a half. 57 pictures.
Yes.
I mean, you could just
I
keep
know.
looking at picture after picture.
I saw that, and I thought Tom is going to be spending an entire day on this.
Well, there's good news, I guess. Weather conditions are expected to improve in the next 24 hours. That's now.
Yeah.
Okay, meaning cooler temperatures and lower winds, but will worsen again by the end of the week, bringing dangerous fire conditions, according to CNN.
Yeah, there was an article in the news today saying that the better conditions were coming, and there was another article saying that the Premier of New South Wales was declaring a week-long fire emergency.
Okay.
So you know, things are out of control. They're still out of control. What they really need is a whole bunch of heavy rain, and they're not going to get it probably until March. So
we get the next one, the battery decade.
Before we do, I want to point
Yeah, well, we got
something out.
time.
Yeah. If you think about it, 4,000 people went to the beach, vacationers and local residents.
Yep.
Their children went to the beach.
Yep.
4-year-olds were on that beach under that sky.
Under that, right.
And they did this like a few days after Christmas. Did they take their Christmas presents with them? And the adults, what did they do with their cars? Did they bring their cars to the beach? These
I don't
people are
think
going to
so.
go home, and then they're going to say, where's my car? Well, it got left in Malakuta. Does it exist anymore? Well, probably.
That rotting hook over there
Yeah,
used to be your car.
It's probably only valuable for recycling steel.
Yep, that's about it.
And this is a complete disaster. Imagine being driven by a fire on foot, not in a car, but driven to a beach and having to abandon everything.
And a beach with a sky like that.
A sky like that.
Wow.
Imagine being under that when you're 4 years old or 5 years old or have a heart condition and you're elderly.
Yeah.
And this is and Scott Morrison, the prime minister, went into a town that got hit. And as I said, he grabbed a woman's hand and shook it and said, "How are you?" And she said, "I'd be happier shaking your hand if you were doing something about climate change."
Yep.
Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, we should. We should. We're running out of articles here.
Yeah.
so-
Why don't you put me or us up? And
I can do that.
The next item is from CNBC.
The battery decade.
Oh man.
How energy storage could revolutionize industries in the next 10 years. And it could. Absolutely.
No, Tom, not it could.
It will.
Will.
Absolutely.
It will.
Absolutely.
Over the last 10 years, a surge in lithium-ion battery production drove down prices to a point where, for the first time in history, electric vehicles became commercially viable from a standpoint of both cost and performance. Next comes
Well, they're figuring out how to make them cheaper.
Yeah, next comes utility scale storage. Okay, we've talked about Wright's Law. You remember
Yes.
Wright's Law?
Yep.
Wright's Law says you see that the production of something has doubled, so the number of units out in the field has doubled.
So the price comes down.
The price comes down, and it comes down by a percentage. And you can count on it. Every time the amount out there in the field doubles, the price will go down by that percentage.
Bingo. It balances itself.
Yeah, and now what's happening is the price of batteries in the last 10 years have come down by 85%.
We've only seen the beginning.
Yeah, and
I mean,
10 years from now.
There's little guys working in their
Oh,
garage trying to figure out
absolutely.
new kind of batteries. And some of them are going to hit it. Well, we've talked about some of them, but some of them are going to hit that nail on the head.
Yeah, they are. And 10 years from now, what's the price of batteries going to be? Maybe 15% of what they are now. Just think about that for a minute. Meantime, you've got the price of solar and wind have gone
Coming down.
Enormously. Similar numbers, 60 to 80%. 10 years from now, the price of electricity from renewables and storage is going to be a small fraction of what it is now.
I would expect. I would
Okay.
expect.
Now we're seeing natural gas plants, even combined cycle natural gas plants, being forced out of the market by that combination of solar and wind. What's going
And
to
natural
happen?
gas was forcing everything else out of the
That's
market.
right. What's going to happen when solar and wind and batteries drop 35%? You're going to be at a point where, well, let me put it this way. I could make a prediction based on my considerations of this. My bet is that in 2025, 5 years from now, there will not be a single coal-burning power plant in operation in the United States unless there's some weird kind of local condition that forces one to
Well, the
operate.
problem is, if they're existing, they'll be subsidized.
Well, the only way I could see, I could see if you had a coal mine in Alaska, and the source of energy for a village where that coal mine was a small coal burning power plant, I could see maybe that coal mine could be in existence 5 years from now. But unless you're talking about weird things like that, natural gas plants, I cannot imagine 5 years from now that there will be any natural gas plants being built.
Being built.
Yeah.
They'll still be using the old ones, but they won't be building
10
new
years from now,
Yeah.
I don't think any will
They'll
be
even
used.
be using the old ones. Yeah.
Which means I'm thinking that from the point of view of power production, 10 years from now, we're not going to have any fossil fuels in use in the United States.
I don't think so.
To speak of.
I
And then-
think we're going to see very much distributed generation.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you can't generate electricity on your property, your neighbor probably can.
Yes, that's true.
And you're going to be buying your power from him.
And he will be buying power from you, because what you do is you say, okay, I'll make a deal with you. You have the solar panels, I'll buy the battery, and we'll put our two houses
Something like that,
on
yeah.
a grid.
Absolutely.
On a
It makes
microgrid.
sense.
It makes sense. And that is going to cut the cost of transmission. I think we're just seeing it. And, you know, what will happen to transportation? Basically the same kind of thing.
Well, I got a takeaway from the article, and we got
Okay.
the time, so I'll read it. Batteries hold the key to transitioning away from fossil fuel dependence and are set to play a greater role in the coming decade.
Oh boy,
That's
are
what
they
the article's
ever.
about.
Are they ever.
Solar and wind are playing a greater role already in power generation, but without effective energy storage techniques. Natural gas and coal are needed for times when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't howling.
Yep.
So large-scale storage is instrumental if society is to shift away from a world dependent on fossil fuel.
Now, I'm going to add one more thing to this. The fossil fuels industry has been the one reliable source of income for the so-called, because I called myself conservative Republican for many years, but they have been the one reliable source of income for among businesses for the so-called conservatives in Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
Under the circumstances, I
contributions.
don't think they are going to be able to make political contributions 4 years from now.
Not if they're not making money, they can't.
So I'm figuring this is going to cause a radical shift, not only in electric generation, but also in politics. Okay, we've got one item.
We got a
about
final
2.5
picture
minutes.
coming up here.
Final picture coming up. There it is.
And there it is. And
that is a house built to code.
That's just what it says.
Oh my gosh.
It's kind of a nice house, but
It's a
way
lot
up in the air.
You get some exercising going through the front door.
In Mississippi, the cost of coastal flooding are adding up. Not just in Mississippi, by the way.
Not just in Mississippi. Clean Technica was the source of this. The First Street Foundation research found that between 2005 and 2017, flooding erased nearly $16 billion of real estate appreciation in coastal areas from Maine to Texas. Researchers did not even calculate the losses in Louisiana because of the complexities of the issues in that
And we've
state.
talked about that.
Yeah. And what's happening, there's a bunch of pictures. This is an interesting article because of the pictures. And there's a bunch of pictures showing what are obviously upscale waterfront neighborhoods in which every single building is elevated 25 feet.
It's the only way they can survive. They have to.
And people who have bought those buildings are saying, if I knew how much time I was going to be, you know, stuck in a flood, I would not have bought this property, because they're getting sunny day flooding now.
Yes, they are.
And the result of that is you could have a beautiful house with a beautiful view, but if you're going to want to drive when the new moon is full and the tide is high,
You ain't going to be able to do it.
you're going to have to, at best, drive through salt water. Do you want to replace your Mercedes every year because it's rusting out?
45 years old, haven't done that yet.
Okay.
Well, one of the problems here is flood insurance costs represent a great share of the annual housing budget. We've talked about that. Flood
Yeah.
insurance is getting very expensive if there's a likelihood of it flooding.
Yeah. Okay, we should probably put ourselves up on this so we can say goodbye.
Oh, why not? Why not? I think
And
I can do that.
The sign says, have a perfectly lovely week. I've been experimenting with ways of saying have a good day, and I've come up with a new one every day.
I haven't noticed it.
Well, if you actually go to the blog at the bottom, I think
okay.
today, you know, you, like have an impressively sunny day or whatever, you know. Anyway, from the inconsiderable George Harvey and the amazing Tom Fennell, have a good week. See you next time. Or
See you next
you'll
time.
see us, I guess.
Huh?
We don't see you.
You'll see us. Yep.
to today's Select Board regular meeting of December 17th, 2019. Has the meeting been properly warned, Jan?
Yes, it has.
Got started a little quickly, I apologize. It's okay, I'm taking the fall. And we're going to start with approval of minutes of November 26th and December 3rd in this case. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
All right, and all those in favor of approving the minutes of this November 26th and December 3rd, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And aye, thank you, and that's 4-0. We are missing one today. Well, I've suddenly found myself thrown into chair, so I think the remarks I'm going to say are slightly personal, but I think they're a little personal to almost everybody around us and to our community. We lost a very young man in our community, little Michael, and I got to know this little boy over the summer, and he was a joy, and our hearts go out to his family and our whole community, really. So many people that we know and love here are involved with the family, and we're just pulling for him, and he just didn't make it. But it's holiday season, and this is our last board meeting before a lot of holidays coming up and our bit of a break that we take. So I just ask you all to count your blessings and hug your kids close. Thank you. Thank you. Manager's comments?
Yes. I have an exciting announcement for town government that Stephen Dotson will be the town's first sustainability coordinator. He'll be beginning work on our team on February 3rd. He was one of over 75 applicants for this position. I can state unequivocally that during my time with the town, this was the largest, strongest applicant pool that we had for any of the openings that have come up in the last 5 years. Lots of interest in the position, lots of well-qualified people, and a difficult selection process, which is a great place for us to be. We had lots of help in this, so both Liz McLaughlin and Dave Scholes participated in the process, along with HR Director Sally Nix and Public Works Director Steve Barrett. Sue Fillion, the Planning Services Director, was on the selection committee, and she and I together did the final review of 2 really well-qualified finalists, because Stephen will be working within the Planning Services Department and reporting directly to Sue. He'll also be a member of our management team, working together with the department heads. And also participating in the screening and interviewing process were Oscar Heller, Chair of the Energy Committee and a very active member of the community in promoting the sustainability position when we were considering whether or not to create that. And Elizabeth Bridgewater, the Executive Director for the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. We really appreciated the time that they volunteered to this effort to help us make sure that we had a broad perspective in the selection process. I think a lot of people know Stephen. He's done a lot of work on sustainability issues and social action issues around the area and in his prior career elsewhere. One thing about him is, in addition to being an employee of a few different organizations locally over the years, he has provided lots of services, some leadership services as well as assistance as a contractor and a consultant to a variety of organizations. So I'm going to take a minute, just for those who don't know Stephen, to understand the breadth of what he's done already in our area and why we think that he stood out as being particularly the best person for this job. He's been Director of Communications and Marketing for the Northeast Sustainable Energy Association, Corporate Sustainability Operations Associate for One Report Incorporated, an Associate Director at the Rich Earth Institute. He's been on the Wyndham Regional Commission as a commissioner representing Westminster. He's a board member at the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies leadership team, a member of the leadership team for the Ecovation Hub, was one of the initial co-creators of Hermit Thrush Brewery, and has provided assistance and service to the Brattleboro Savings and Loan, Retreat Farm, Friends of the West River Trail, Resilient Design Institute, and the Strolling of the Heifers Slow Living Summit. He's a person who has been deep into this work in a variety of ways over the years, and will now be leading our town effort around sustainability, both internally and out in the community.
Great.
Congratulations, Stephen Thompson.
Wonderful. Exciting to have such a well-qualified and a local person who's already very familiar with what we're going through. Thank you, Peter. The next item on our agenda is fellow select board member comments and or committee reports. Does anybody have anything they'd like to throw out?
No committee report. I did on the way in notice it's a really beautiful night. And people, and I noticed this afternoon and then again this evening because I had to be out, that people are being remarkably considerate and careful driving in these conditions. So it's a nice reminder that people actually know how to do it.
That's nice. A nice comment. Anyone else?
No, thank you.
And your comment actually makes me think. This is breaking protocol here, but I did see a note from our fire department that they would like everybody, if you are near a fire hydrant, to please clear out around 3 feet around, all the way around. It really does help us out in times like these. And I think I'll just roll right into public participation, and this is the time when we invite members of the public to come up and say their piece. Just try to limit it to 2 minutes. We have a huge audience tonight, but anyone here would like to say anything? This is for anything that's not on tonight's agenda. Just throw it out. Hi, Franz.
Hi, Franz Reichsman, District 2. I'm going to comment on 2 things that are on the agenda because I have to leave. And they are the budget and municipal broadband. And I just want to, speaking strictly for myself here, want to say that, as I said last week, I think, that I would like to see a budget item on municipal broadband go into the fiscal year 2021 budget. I think it's, I know you'll be talking about this some more. I just wanted to register my opinion right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for starting off with an unorthodox comment. Anyone
Continuing
else?
your pattern.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Anyone else with any comments they'd like to say or questions? Jokes? No? Okay. We are moving on because we are not required tonight to do liquor commissioners or water and sewer commissioners. So our first order of business is an unfinished business item where we will discuss consideration of municipal broadband. I believe this is the third time that this has come before us.
Yes. May I give a quick update about
Certainly.
that?
I wasn't sure which way to go.
Yeah, I think that Dave should lead off substantively, but I'd like to just ground the public in the knowledge that this was considered a couple of times previously, earlier in the fall by the select board. The action that the board took on the second evening of consideration was twofold: for the town to monitor and be engaged in the regional effort to create a communications union district, a CUD, for southeastern Vermont, and to write a letter to several state officials who were comprised a committee that was looking into the question of whether municipalities ought to be allowed to use general obligation bonds to fund municipal communications, telecommunications facilities. And we took a strong position, the town did, at select board direction, a strong position in favor of that being allowed, that utilization of general obligation bonding authority being allowed, on the principle that it represents self-governance and that communities ought to decide whether to use general obligation bonds rather than the state deciding whether or not it's okay for communities to use general obligation bonds. Those are the 2 directed actions. We did those 2 things. We are engaged with the regional effort that's getting underway. We wrote the letter, we received a response, and received consideration to the town's opinion in the report that that committee wrote to the legislature, but the committee decided not to recommend general obligation bonding authority. That report was distributed to all of you, and Select Board Member Dave Scholes responded to that distribution by asking for some further consideration this evening. Here we are.
Yeah, it seemed like, the letter from the DPS came, was distributed to us, but we didn't ever talk about it. We just got that information. And so I thought we should talk about it. That seemed like that was the next sort of signpost along the way toward our conversations about how to pursue broadband. And their conclusion was, I think it's fair to say, is to wait and see. And initially, I was thinking, well, that's terrible because we'd have a lot more options if we could do the general obligation bond and just spread it over the whole community. And I kind of thought that, as I often do when I have a thought, I think I'm right. And I'm not quite so sure about that now because I talked to somebody from, I'm going to forget his name, but it'll come back to me, from who's the Norwich representative on the EC Fiber Communication Union District, which is Norwich, Barnard, and a few other towns around there. And he pointed out that he actually supported it. And I said, well, I got nothing more to say to this guy. But his perspective is that it would mean that only towns that had a lot of money would be able to do this, and other towns wouldn't be able to do it, and or it would be much harder. And a lot of people who maybe don't have any use for the service would wind up having to pay for it. And although that's true of a lot of things in the world, you may not use every service that the town provides. You still have to, or for instance, schools, but you certainly get a benefit from it. So, but he talked a lot about the Union District and and the advantages of that. But the primary one is that they started, and this is almost 20 years ago now that they started doing this, and they wound up not getting it. They were ready. No, it was in 2008, and they were ready to go, and they had investors lined up, and then the banks exploded, and Lehman went out of business, and all the investors, that all went away. So they started over, and they found some individuals who would contribute, I think, up to about $90,000, and they did a stretch through town. And then the point of all this is that they took a really diverse approach. They got some users to invest in shorter-term bonds, no-interest bonds that would gradually get paid back for the revenues. They created their own model, and so that made the Communications Union District seem more appealing to me, because my context is the Waste Management District and the merged school district, and the issues that the towns have where interests don't align get really contentious and sometimes just bring things to a halt. And I still want this to move a lot faster. So but I've continued to look around. A couple of the articles, this one came late. I just found out about this on Sunday. That Bristol, New Hampshire, which is a town of a few thousand people, and it's in the article here somewhere, did their own. They got $98,000. The town approved spending $98,000, and they got $132,000 grant, and they did a 3-mile stretch of Main Street, and now they're bit by bit trying to roll it out into the other communities. So that's another model. The Chesterfield, obviously, they can do those bonds, and they did it. And one of the people, Brad Roscoe, I think I'm remembering his name right. He was going to come to the meeting, but unless you're Brad, you're not. He decided not to come because of the weather to talk about Chesterfield. And the other example was the excerpts that I sent in the link, although it's a link on paper, it's not very easy to link to, from Kentucky, where they did wire this very rural county, and in a few years they created 300 jobs, and many of them went to people that were making $5 an hour in an auto parts store or somewhere like that, and were able to get much better jobs, telecommuting. And so the conclusion of all that is that there are a bunch of different ways that we could proceed, And so I wanted to find, I'm sorry Patrick's not here because I suspect he has some maybe you do have information about, you mentioned that we are engaged in the CUD process. Maybe you can talk about some of the progress that is going on there.
Sure.
That would be great. But basically my question is, well, first question is, do we want to proceed? Because there was some resistance, some hesitancy. Liz obviously doesn't, she's shaking her head no. So I need to find that out before I try to get us to determine how we want to do it.
Okay. So, well, I'm going to let you steer a little bit. You threw a question to our town manager.
Yeah.
So.
Sure. So the way I would characterize what's happened so far is there has been preparation to launch the CUD process. A fair amount of it, lots of communication among the parties who intend to participate in it, as well as some coordination among those who are organizing it and bringing in resources to assist. And it will launch all but immediately after the holidays. I don't know the exact date of the meeting in January, but there's a meeting that has been scheduled to be held in January where the group will assemble and begin to identify the steps they're going to take to move forward. They will be receiving advice from the individuals who created, the ones who created EC Fiber will be speaking from their direct experience with the creation of a district similar to what is being envisioned for southeastern Vermont. And there's funding that's been provided by the state that's being provided to the Wyndham Regional Commission to assist in this effort. I don't know the details of that, and I don't know whether or not it's coming with technical assistance from the state. But I do know that there's that they've engaged individuals who had participated in the organization around EC Fiber to bring that experience here.
And the state also funded a position for a person to provide support for exactly what you're talking about.
Right, and that's the part. I don't know whether or not that person is already engaged in providing that support around the state, and whether they are part of what's going to be the launch here, or whether it's just state funding that's going to help in terms of paying for the expertise that's coming in from the EC Fiber folks and perhaps others. But Patrick will be representing the town in that. He unfortunately wasn't able to be here for this evening's meeting, but he certainly will go to that first meeting and be able to provide a further update to us in January about what he learns there and how it's intended to move forward from here.
Before throwing it out to some other comments, I thought I might just ask for a couple clarifications on what you're actually looking for as far as a discussion. When you talk about broadband, and we talked about this twice before in sort of broad terms about high-speed internet, and I think a lot of the time there's a confusion around the term because the term is rather broad, quite literally. Because often when people are speaking of broadband, they're speaking about fiber. And I assume that's kind of what gets you excited.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a good clarification, at least for me. But I'm kind of curious, what, if you want something to be, you're advocating for something to be on our town meeting, what would that look like?
Well, that's what I thought that the way to proceed was to put some money in for a study to explore all the different options. And I don't know if we don't do that, and the CUD looks like it's going to take ages, then it'll be a whole year before we can put anything in the budget again, because that's not even going to start until January.
Right.
So where I am now is wondering whether to pursue that or not. And I think what I'd like to do is talk to Patrick and maybe the people of the district and find out a little bit more about what the prospects are for that. And if there's, I think that money has to be raised for the work. And if it's the initial money from the state is for exploring, but it's not going to get anything done. So I don't know exactly what to ask for. But we'll find out more before we're done with the budget, if possible.
If you recall at the last meeting, I think it was October 15th, we generally had, at least three of us, I believe Brandy was also absent at that meeting as well. So there was only four of us at that meeting as well.
No, Brandy was there. because she had issues with the company that was doing the work in Chesterfield. I remember that really distinctly.
Daniel, were you here?
Oh,
Daniel was
I recall Brandy not being here, but
Okay,
that's
well, it
fine.
might have been another
Yeah, since there were two earlier. So I'm just wondering, see, I remember Liz saying a couple of comments that I agreed with, which were why, if there's so many steps that could be taken in the community and exploring some background on this and gauging our community of whether or not people are really interested in this, pursuing this, however we might pursue it, why wouldn't we do that work first? And you actually volunteered to get the ball rolling, speaking to people, and it seemed...
And having people come in and talk with the snow.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know even, I don't want to call it Franz because he's not a member of this board, but a comment that Franz made was that there wasn't, he personally didn't support going towards the study until there were numbers attached to it. So I guess I'm just wondering, I feel like you are kind of feeling your way a little bit, which is fine, but in order for us to make a decision on actually putting something on the agenda, it would have to be a little more concrete.
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe it should wait for petition if it was something that you really needed to see.
Well, it depends. I think the part that I absolutely agree with is we need to get a broader sense from the community whether they would support it or not. And a petition and a conversation at town meeting would certainly indicate that interest. And that may be the way to pursue. I would like us to talk about it at town meeting. I'm just not sure how to go about that. I'd like to get a consensus from the meeting about how vigorously we should proceed in this direction. I think it's really urgent, and that's the reason that I'm anxious to get things moving.
I have a comment.
Please.
So 3 weeks ago, I'd say, or I don't know exactly how long ago, we voted on a measure, didn't we not?
I don't. Well, you mean? Do you remember we had that sort of menu of options
Right.
to take? We went
Yes.
to 1 and 2, but I don't
Yes.
think we actually took a vote.
Okay.
I think it was consensus.
Well, so we had
3
a
out of 4.
consensus, and that consensus was to go with the CUD, to gain knowledge from them of what they were doing in lieu of spending money on a study, because they were getting state resources, they were getting state personnel, they were discussing this, and frankly, the more rural towns have a greater interest in better service than Brattleboro has. So I am content to stick with the decision or consensus that we made just a short while ago and gained, whatever knowledge we can from that. It's interesting because, Peter talked about that there were 2 steps, and the one step was the CUD and the second step was the letter. So we got an answer to our letter, and I understand that you're eager, Johnny on the spot, to discuss it. But I think we need time for the CUD to learn, and we learn from that process. And we haven't had that time yet because it hasn't really started. So I think it's premature, and I am content with the decision that we made, and I want to let that bear fruit.
Just a couple of responses. One is that the decision included me finding people to come in and talk about the advantages of different systems, so that's what I'm doing. The other thing, I don't think, from the responses that I've seen, and they're small, but the number of responses I've seen, I've heard more people say, well, the rural places don't need it, the downtown needs it because that's where the businesses are concentrated. So I don't think there's a conclusion that the rural communities are more interested in it or not. And we're rural and urban, so it really doesn't matter. The fact that it's been 3 months and so far the CUD is prepared to launch indicates it's going to be a very slow, tedious process, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a better process. And so I'm looking to keep as many different options going as possible. And obviously, you can support what you feel comfortable supporting. I'm still going to do that. I'm still going to promote whatever we can, and I will participate more actively and communicate with Patrick about the CUD. But I have heard nothing about it since it was initially in the paper. And so obviously there's not much to report. But at this point, I don't really have an action that I want us to take until I get a better sense of whether that's going to proceed. It is a really good model. The way EC Fiber rolled it out, it's a really flexible model. And but it may mean that we still have to pay for ours all on our own anyway. So we'll see.
Daniel? I remain fairly agnostic about this. I guess the one thing I want to kind of point out for folks who might be following along at home, like, so some of the communities that we've been compared to here are really small. So Leverett, Massachusetts has a population of, or at least from the 2010 census, had a population of 1,876 people compared to our nearly 13,000. And they had 813 households. We have 5,421. The amount of money that they raised in bonds for that project was $3.6 million for 813 households, of which 667 of them ended up becoming subscribers. And what I don't want us to go too far down a road is to kind of envision this project that is presumably at least a couple of times larger than that. You know, maybe it's in the tens of millions of dollars. And Leverett, Massachusetts was also a place that did not have access to any meaningful broadband of any sort. So there was no competitors there. We've already heard from Patrick's report that where towns have tried to do this where there are competitors, those competitors compete. And that means that they're able to offer deals that they wouldn't typically. And, you know, I'm not saying that I'm in love with our local internet providers as things stand. I would love for a better deal. But if what it meant was I got a better deal and then the town was left holding all this infrastructure without subscribers to actually support it, that's bad for our taxpayers. So those are my concerns about it. I mean, like I say, I'm agnostic. If somebody can show me a way that this is financially viable for a town our size with the number of house sites and with the number of miles, right? Because we're also talking about laying cable. I mean, I guess in like the biggest vision would be laying cable to every single house site in Brattleboro. So how many miles of cable are we talking? It sounds to me like it would be a heck of a lot of money. And we know that we can't use general obligation bonds, so we can't raise money without having to worry whether it will make money, right? We have to raise money through, and you can correct me if I get this wrong. Please do. So revenue bonds means that it has to like be kind of something that is able to make money.
Exactly. It's called a revenue bond because it has to be attached to a specific revenue stream that will pay off the bond.
So that would be subscribers for this service, which we would be competing with.
But it could be for a very long period of time.
Yeah, exactly. It could be for a really long period of time. And in the report from the state, it says here, a 2017 financial assessment conducted by the Center for Technology, Innovation and Competition at the University of Pennsylvania School of Law found that 11 of 20 projects assessed were cash flow negative during the assessment period. 5 projects had an estimated repayment period of 100 years. 2 projects were pegged at over 60 years, and only 2 were slated to break even. And so I don't often find myself in the fiscal conservative role on this board, but I think that, you know, our taxpayers need to be getting their money's worth, and I worry about going too far down a road for like a tens of millions of dollars vision, unless there was something that, you know, and I understand why we would study it, right? Because like we don't know. I'm not an expert in this. I'm taking opinions from folks that know more than I do, and so there's something to be said for a study. But even if a study is $80,000 and it looks like we're going to end up with a project that's $20 million and we really don't know if it's going to work, I don't know if I even want to spend that $80,000. When there are other things in Brattleboro right now that $80,000 would do a lot to help with. So that's where I'm at.
A couple responses and I'm happy to move on.
Oh, sure.
obviously, it's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain something like this on its own. That's one of the things I want to make sure that we find out.
Dave,
I have
could you
no
speak
idea.
up, please?
Sorry?
Speak up, please.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain this kind of a thing, even if we paid it off over 100 years. And that's why the CUD might be a more viable option. And so that's entirely possible. I think the important thing about the competitors competing, at least in the examples that are in place now, Chattanooga, Tennessee is one of them. There's several others, a couple in North Carolina, I think Greenville, a couple other much larger towns than us that have done municipal fiber. And they found that what they did basically is resist and try and keep them from using the poles and try and keep them from having access and not cooperating with the backloading, because that has to go through those kinds of providers. But the deals that they offered were the typical deal that you get from a place like Comcast. Sign up and you give you all of it for $20 this year, and next year it's 180. And so that hasn't changed. That model didn't change, and people are continually paying more than they need to. It's also important that places like Korea and Singapore have the entire nation, and they have lots of rural areas in Korea. The entire nation is wired, and the effect on the economy is really astonishing. There's no question about what happens when you have that degree of broadband. And that's the primary reason I'm looking at this in terms of the potential economic growth.
Yeah, I'm sure that it would have a benefit to our economic development. Whether the benefit would match our outlay and continued like operation of a municipal utility is the big question mark.
Yeah, certainly. And it has to be answered. Just like it be answered sooner rather than later. And again, if the CUD process is moving and has some time, some milestones and some goals and some time frames involved with it, then I'm perfectly content to let that play out. I just don't want to have it take forever. Those initiatives have not had a lot of success when towns are trying to work together with things. So, and the state obviously doesn't always help.
I think before I throw it out, if maybe there's a couple of people that might want to say something, I just want to point out that I think Patrick, because he's not here, he did caution us in putting a lot of hopes in the CUD, just because there was something described such as the donut hole, which is to this effect that the larger populated communities in these areas actually don't see the benefit that the least populated communities.
I have an update on the donut hole.
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, just that I mentioned that to the gentleman from Norwich, and he pointed out that it's not as bad as it seems or as it was described. It's not really it's not, well, you may have some better information just generally, but he said that it's really not accurate to think that a place like Brattleboro wouldn't be served by a CUD.
Maybe you could
It's one of the things that changed my
So I think it's actually more nuanced than would Brattleboro be served or would it not be served, and it's because Brattleboro itself has some land use diversity. So what we have come to understand, and I would say our understanding is still really in the early stages, right? The thing is in the process of launching, and we'll know a lot more a month from now, 2 months from now, about where it seems to be headed. But one of the things that Patrick learned and shared with me is the CUD could have a benefit for Brattleboro, broadly defined, because of the communities that are outside of Brattleboro being adjacent to parts of Brattleboro that are currently not served by the major carriers. And so there still would, in fact, be a donut hole, or in our case, sort of the cavity in a sea.
Amoeba hole.
Well, it would be circled, but the downtown Brattleboro area and the developed residential area immediately around that is well served right now, actually, by competitive providers. And so that's the area where it would be hard for us to present ourselves as a public alternative to that in a way that would compete favorably, because they've got such tremendous resources internationally, so they could afford to undercut us. But that's within the developed part of Brattleboro. And so out in the area of Brattleboro that is currently underserved or unserved, that is adjacent to Dummerston and to Marlborough and to Guilford. There is at least a possibility, I think probably a likelihood, that if a southeastern Vermont CUD gets going, that those parts of Brattleboro could in fact benefit significantly from the regional CUD.
And then we'd be in the happy position of having a reverse HUD situation where we take advantage of the resources and the infrastructure that the surrounding towns have rather than the other way around.
That's interesting. Interesting.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but.
Oh, well.
Yeah, does anybody in the public, do you mind if I throw it out to anyone who might be
Well, I just wanted to mention that Daniel made a slightly different point than David's in saying that the benefit was to very small communities. And so David mentioned maybe we're not big enough. That's not the case. We may be too big.
Relatively
Too big.
To get aid from the state.
Enough, right?
Yeah.
Or of that Goldilocks effect.
Yes.
Or anti-Goldilocks.
Yes.
I mean, I had a couple comments too, but I was just going to throw it out. Anybody who wanted to speak to it who's here tonight, or no? Chris? My only comment was it's still, and I said this at the last meeting, it still feels like a bit of a solution in search of a problem to me. We have, according to Patrick's good report that he gave us a few meetings ago, 95% broadband, which is defined broadly, already in Brattleboro. We do have some outskirts that don't get very good service, and it's something certainly to work on. But we have fiber to this building, and we have fiber to, I know I just confirmed with somebody who helps me with my computers, Patrick Byrne out on Burge Street. There's 200 up, 200 down, which was a nice number that I've heard about being thrown about in fiber, and that's just the beginning. You can get 1,000 up and 1,000 down, and I won't go into all of what that means. But that's fast internet. It's super fast fiber, but it's already available. Now, I don't know the coverage, and that's part of the homework too, I think, to make sure that we have a problem. In my mind, let's make sure we have a real problem that is slowing us down, either from an economic development standpoint or from an equity standpoint, and we're not really sure where we are, I don't think, yet, before we can go forward with solving the problem, in my opinion. The Chesterfield partnership with Consolidated Communications is brand new. So as swimmingly as it seems to be going so far, I've heard some good things. That doesn't mean it's going to go really well. And they're also a model that we can't replicate here at this time, by my understanding, the way that they handled it. So right now, the general obligation bond is off the table. A lot of us are uncomfortable. Daniel, you spoke to the problem with revenue bonds, and at the last meeting I think you mentioned equity and how that really just goes towards serving people who can afford it often, because the town would be forced to make money from the deal. So I just don't quite get the urgency at the moment. I'd love to see evidence that the lack of cohesive municipal broadband is slowing us down somehow, or impacting our economic development, because I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that so far from businesses who need fast internet. Anyway, that's my...
Just one thing I think I can clear up. Again, the gentleman from EC Fiber I mentioned that we have fiber going through town. When Sabinette put it in, they put one of their junctions up at Academy School, and the school gets a little discount because it hosts that site.
I'm sorry, did you say Sabinette?
Did I say Sabinette? I said Sabinette, yeah, when it was Sabinette.
Okay, I get confused. Is that now First Light?
I don't know whether it was sold and changed.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but it was Sabinette
And you said
when they
it's
did
at
that.
Academy School?
Yes.
Is that what, I just didn't hear you.
And Gosh, I'm not talking well. I don't know. It seems like I'm fine. I've got new hearing aids, so maybe I'm
got the
whispering.
heater going as well.
But it
It's
sounds
just-
loud to me. Let me
it's
turn it
noisy
down a
over
little
here.
bit.
It's the fans, probably.
The fiber that we have, it's a point-to-point fiber. It's not as designed to have branches going off. So if someone's having access to it, they are somehow related to that point. It's a different design that they're doing in Norwich and Barnard and in that EC fiber district. You need to hear that.
All right, well then you're not requesting we take an action?
Not yet.
Okay. Unless anyone else has any other comments, I guess we'll move on to new business. And we have, I need to cough. Sorry. We have a financial report to go over.
We do. So the monthly financial report for the first 5 months of the fiscal year, 41.7% of the fiscal year is complete. The prorated rate of expenditure in the general fund is 40.0. We're in good shape there. In fact, good shape across the board in this report, particularly in the parking fund. Of course, the parking fund is a little distorted because our capital expenditures from the parking fund are not in a separate capital fund. They're expended from the annual budget that you approve for the parking fund. So this is a number that will increase in the spring, but still, we've expended only 35.2% of the parking fund allocation in this 41.7% so far of the fiscal year. And the utilities fund, again, using a proration because of the fact that we make a couple of very large payments early in the year for annual interest and sludge removal. The prorated rate of expenditure is 40.5% in the utilities fund against that 41.7% marker. So good shape in all the major areas of operation. We have just shy of $4.2 million in outstanding loans that are being repaid to the town. There are, as there have been for many months now, 2 loans that are overdue but still where payments are being made. 1 loan that's in default and fully reserved. And there's a notation in this month's report, closure, unhappy closure, but not unexpected closure on the cultural intrigue matter, where we knew that there was a default, that the town was not going to receive the remaining funds. We did file a court action attempting to get some leverage there, and the court has ordered that cultural intrigue is free of paying back the debt of $67,837 to the town. And so that has been written off the books. That loan balance has been written off. The program income report shows that there are $492,000 or so available for loans and grants. That's a number, of course, that fluctuates some from month to month. We're always receiving repayments into that fund, and we're occasionally making disbursements from the fund. But we're right now just shy of $500,000 of available funding there. We currently have 40 active grants that the town is implementing and 5 grants that you have authorized us to apply for. We're still in the application process. Have any questions?
Nope.
I just see we're on the other side of the where we're supposed to be at this time, a little surplus in the general fund. Nice to see.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
You mentioned that there was a loan late. How, when loans become late,
Yes.
what's the process that is taken to?
So there's communication ongoing between the finance department and the folks who owe these loans virtually as soon as anybody becomes late. And what we typically find is that somebody might have run into some cash flow issues at the business that was funded through the grant, or through their loan rather, I'm sorry, or that there's some other circumstance where folks just need a little bit of time and then they continue to make some payments while they're behind and then they get back current. That is the normal course of action. There are times when it becomes a more extreme situation like that. There was one that came before this board sometime last year, not in this fiscal year, but in the prior fiscal year, that we did some restructuring. There was a loan that had been a 10-year loan. We were about halfway through the repayment period, and a local person who was really committed to repaying the funds had fallen far enough behind that they weren't going to be able to repay the funds on the original schedule, but made a very large payment, sold a piece of property, made a very large payment against that outstanding balance, and then we restructured the remainder of what was owed to the town for a new 10-year period. So that'll happen from time to time. It's very rare that we actually have somebody who just walks away and where the debt has to be written off. That did happen, unfortunately, in the cultural entry.
Thank you. Sure. I have an observation from the parking fund. I see that parking meter revenue is at 46%, right,
Yes.
ahead of the curve, and parking fines are down at 33%, which might suggest that the new parking meter system is working well, because there are fewer fines than you would have expected and more payments.
Might be the
but
key
it also
word.
could not.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's money in the bank.
Absolutely. And the fund overall is doing well.
Yeah.
We do have some repair costs coming up though, because somebody hit the last one on the west side of Main Street before you get to Elliott, and it's looking like the Tower of Pisa now.
But when we know who that somebody is, we recover.
do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's an insurance claim usually, but yeah.
It wasn't one of our plans.
I don't know the particulars of that instance, but a lot of times when there is damage, particularly street side damage to town infrastructure, we're able to recover those funds.
That's why Cool Hand Luke was in prison, by the way.
Really? And they're running over fast.
That's a valuable piece of culture.
Anytime I can help.
Some cultural interest.
There's
Yes,
a movie
culture.
I'd like to watch.
Failure
again.
to communicate.
That's right. That's what we have here.
Hopefully not too often.
So, thank you, Peter, for the report. Next is we have errors and omissions to the grand list, and we might be hearing from Jennifer.
We will.
Welcome. And would you like to let us know our process, just for the viewing public?
So, I have something written down, so.
Yeah.
If it is discovered an error or omission in the listing of real or personal property after it became the grand list, the approval of the select board is necessary to make a correction. Such errors or omissions of property listings may be corrected on or before December 31st. The grand list was lodged June 26, 2019 with the town clerk. From this date until today, the assessors have identified changes. And if you could please examine the attached spreadsheets from the material you were provided, detailing the errors and omissions to the 2019 grand list, which are being submitted for your review and approval. I'll continue. There were 5 changes to the value of real properties. 2 were the result of BCA hearings. 1 corrected an error in the sale of 2 contiguous parcels. 1 was the result of lister voted exemption. And 1 is an exemption per state statute. There were 4 changes of value of business personal property due to late filings or filings that were corrected after the grand list was lodged in June. There were 3 changes in tax stabilization. 1 participant in the farm tax stabilization program didn't submit the required paperwork, so the property has been removed from the farm tax stabilization list. The other 2 involved a correction in the methodology used to calculate value of tax stabilization applied to the real property and personal property at Commonwealth Dairy. Commonwealth Dairy adjustments warrant a more detailed explanation. While the assessed value of Commonwealth's business personal property has been materially reduced per the outcome of a grievance, the tax value of Commonwealth's real estate and personal property both have increased. This is due to a correction in the methodology of calculating the amount of tax stabilization that Commonwealth is entitled to under its 2011 agreement with the town. The calculations related to that complex set of adjustments is included in the bottom of the schedule of the attached sheet entitled Errors Omission Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization. When the adjustment is made to reflect the increase in Commonwealth's taxable value despite the decrease in Commonwealth's assessed value, the net change in the total taxable value townwide for both real estate and business personal property is an increase in taxable value of $905,705. And I can help answer any questions you might have.
Okay, before we go into further discussion, I'd like to just amplify two pieces of what Jen just described. Select board members who've been involved in this over the years and close observers to town finances will recognize that this is a really unusual moment in what is a really standard, frankly, sort of kind of boring but necessary, statutorily required procedure where we do small corrections each year to the grand list for the reasons that Jen described. What's different this year is the adjustment is much more complicated because of the Commonwealth Ferry situation, and because of that and the particular aspects of that, the grand list is actually increasing. The total taxable value based on this errors and omissions report is increasing by almost $1 million. And what we normally see at this time of year is a decrease because normally in a less complicated errors and omissions report, what we have is the report on adjustments that have been made because of the grievance process. So we lodge a grand list in June, property owners can contest their values, that process goes on through the summer and fall to make whatever adjustments might be made, and most often at this moment in time, we have a less complicated list that ends up with news that we're a little disappointed with. It's not usually a big decline, but it's usually a decline. And instead, this year we have an increase in a much more complicated report. Just wanted to note that for the record.
I must say, I'm confused because of this Commonwealth dairy line. The old value was $16 million and the new value was $5 million changed. So we lost $10 million.
That's the personal property valuation that Jen referred to in the report as the assessed value went down, but the taxable value has actually gone up because the formula by which the amount of the assessment, so they are in a tax stabilization agreement for another 2 more years, this year and next year?
Yes.
And under that tax stabilization agreement, so much of that $16 million was being stabilized, so that reduced their tax obligation, that we're actually seeing this year an adjustment where the value, the assessed value went down, but the proportion of that that's taxable has gone up so significantly that we're going to have an increase in the taxable value.
So it went from the original taxable value of almost $4 million
Yes.
to the total corrected of five.
Over five. Five and a half about.
5.5.
Yes, that's exactly correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Could you say more about business personal property? What is that?
Business personal property.
Yeah.
So we require businesses to send in an asset report of their equipment and any assets that they use to run their business. It can be desks, file cabinets, and the such. We do not require inventory, but we do have a tax on the depreciated value of your equipment. The equipment may be fully depreciated, but however, we assess that at 10% of its original cost. So there's always a value placed on the equipment.
And so if I'm reading this correctly, Commonwealth's business personal property went down, our assessment of that went down quite significantly.
Correct.
But their assessed value for their real estate increased.
So they grieved their value.
I'm trying to not muddy the waters, but I'm trying to just...
It's a very complicated question, and far more complicated than usual. So what happened was they grieved their value, and they won their grievance. So their assessed value was reduced very significantly. But Jen discovered that the amount of whatever that value is, whether it had been the original number or this revised number or something else at the outcome of the grievance process, whatever that number was, that it should be the proportion of it that should be taxed versus the proportion that where the tax is forgiven under the stabilization agreement, that taxable portion should have been far greater. And so there was a dialogue that went on with Commonwealth where the resolution of the matter was that because they won their grievance, the value is changed to that value. But because the town substantiated that the formula that should be applied to that value would require a far greater amount of taxation percentage, they accepted that, and that's where we've landed. And that adjustment, the adjusted methodology will apply again to next year. And after that, they'll be just in the system like everybody else because we will have reached the end of their tax stabilization agreement.
Great. And this is all within the business personal property assessments?
Well, it actually, the Commonwealth matter affected both their business personal property numbers and their real estate numbers. So again, I apologize for the degree to which this is convoluted. It is convoluted. There was appeal of the values. That was one part of this, and there was the adjustment of the methodology that was the other part of this. The two work to different effect on the numbers. So this year it's very complicated and very confusing, but we end up in the good place of almost $1 million of additional value on the books for taxable value, so we'll actually yield some additional revenue to the town. Going forward, the report, both next year, because we won't be making all these different adjustments related to a complicated owner of property, and in years beyond that, because they won't be in tax stabilization any longer, it should be a simpler report again.
I just have a question about some of the language used. Why do we call it business personal property tax? I've always found that confusing.
So I believe the state calls it that in the statutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's...
Because when I see business and personal next to each other, it feels...
Totally agree.
Right. Okay, keep them separate.
Why it's not an equipment tax or something else like that is a good question.
Yeah.
I totally agree with the confusion it creates by being business personal property.
Right, okay. My other question is we always call this the errors and omissions report. Is it really errors, omissions, and adjustments? Because most of the changes tend to come from grievance, right? Or most of the detailed changes.
No, not all. The BCA level.
Board of Civil Authority.
Correct, thank you. Board of Civil Authority level would warrant a change if it was reduced from the decision. Late filings for business personal property, they are adjustments, but there can be an error. An example of one where there was a sale of 2 parcels, each parcel separate parcels. They were contiguous, so in the state's mind, they were taxed on one tax bill, and they were sold off to separate parties. Each parcel had a house. The one house had not been removed from the main parcel, so it's called the parent parcel. So if you have 2 parcels, you have one parcel that's the parent parcel. That was an error on our part. Or it could be looked at as an omission.
Okay.
So.
It's also the terminology, just like how the business personal property tax is terminology that's required under state statutes, so is the errors and omissions report.
It is, and it's.
So other nomenclature might feel more logical or common sense, but the report we have to file, there's a certificate you will sign tonight after you take this action. That is the errors and omissions certificate that's required for the town to submit to the state of Vermont.
Great. So we got to do it. We can't clarify it to our liking.
No.
Necessarily. Well, unless we have anybody else that wants to chime in, I'd be open to taking a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on the reports entitled Errors and Omissions, Schedule 2019 Grand List, and Errors and Omissions, Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization from Town Assessor Jennifer Brunel.
Great, thank you. Liz has made a motion to approve the changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on those two reports aforementioned. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. In the fear of losing our audience to that conversation, I think...
I was interested.
Good. I think I'll go on to item C, which is also confusing and strange. No, it's not. I'm
Less so, I
less
think.
confusing.
Yeah.
The Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust 2016 Six Scattered Site Grant closeout. Right. Public hearing.
Yes, so I would ask that you please open a public hearing.
Yes.
And then I will explain what we're doing here. And Bruce Whitney is here from the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust to speak to some of the details.
Yes, I will now officially open a public hearing.
Thank you. So each time we finish administering a community development block grant project, we are required by the rules of the program to hold a public hearing where you hear the results of the work under that grant, and the public has an opportunity to tell you what they thought about it. The results in this particular case are not just here in Brattleboro, but actually to a broader geographic area that Mr. Whitney will describe here in a moment about the sort of full impact of this. And that's the result of this being one of a series of grants where because the town has maintained a good working relationship with the state, and because the state knows that Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust is a very reliable administrator of these programs, there are other counties now outside of Wyndham and Windsor's usual jurisdiction, certainly outside of Brattleboro, that are beneficiaries of grant funds that come from the state to the town to the agency and are then implemented through the programming for whatever that particular grant is. And Bruce will tell us about this particular grant.
Yes, and I'm Bruce Whitney. I'm the Director of Home Ownership with Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. And because of errors, I gave you an updated report. And really the updates are on the numbers on the second page, the chart. Due to my travel schedule and communication with Patrick, I'd given him historic numbers, but the numbers here are just for this grant period, and that's what we need to report on for this closeout. So you'll see the numbers in the updated report are October 1st, 17 through actually yesterday. We've got the most up-to-date numbers. We thank Brattleboro once again. The town of Brattleboro has sponsored this particular grant since 2014. We've been running this program for about 12 years. In the lingo of the state and CDBG, it's called the Scattered Site Grant because we are working throughout at this point, 5 counties. We did start in the Wyndham and Windsor counties, and in the grant period that started with this period, we are partnering with Down Street Housing and Community Development, which is a sister agency to ours, and they cover the 3 counties of Lamoille, Orange, and Washington counties. So we're doing back office administration for that program. And the services we're providing are home repair loans to income eligible people. We can loan up to $25,000 for necessary health and safety repairs. We do housing counseling advocacy. We work with people who want to buy homes. We provide free one-on-one counseling, and we also provide an 8-hour education course that is in person, and we also have an online version. And those are offered in our location and also up at Mount Ascutney Hospital in Windsor. And then through that service, we're helping people buy homes, and they're leveraging our assistance and our down payment assistance to get mortgages. So on the back side, you'll see the results through these 2 years, almost 2+ years. We've done 40 home repair loans, 6 in Brattleboro, and that's so 15% of the loans have been in Brattleboro, and Brattleboro is a much smaller per capita population-wise. It would be much smaller than 15%. So Brattleboro continues to see an increased effect there. We've counseled 429 people over the period. 116 of those are in Brattleboro, and we helped 173 people buy homes, and 33 of those were in Brattleboro. So with that, we are closing out this grant. Brattleboro also sponsored the next grant, which will start January 1st. We will be spending this particular money through December 31st, and so we have 6 to 8 more home repair projects that we expect to be complete, and 10 in our construction pipeline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just need to throw out there, if people would be interested in getting more info, and how would they do that? If anybody watching is interested in.
Yes, they can go to homemattershere.org. Our main line is, let me see if I can remember, 254-4604. That gets you right to the front office, and you'll be directed to our program coordinator.
Thank you.
Tim?
Questions? Listen.
I just wanted to congratulate you, Bruce, and your organization. And I think the most significant number is this 33 first-time home buyers in Brattleboro. That's great. Thank you.
In a similar vein, I just heard on the radio that Lamoille County is looking at a new low-income housing project, 25-unit project. I assume you're helping with that, and I hope you are. And one of the things that's unique about it is that they raise the income level to, I think it's 125% of poverty. A family could have an income up to $70,000 and still qualify for the housing assistance.
Well, Down Street is still running their own housing development program without assistance from us, other than collegial support. And yeah, that sounds like that money might be the state bond money, and the Snow Block also has, I think, 5 units that are up to 120% AMI. So we are housing people in that middle income right here in Snow Block.
I have a clarification question.
Yeah.
On the sheet you just gave, it lists home ownership assistance, but on the December 3rd letter we've got, it only mentions under the final hearing site grant provided home repair and housing counseling services. I'm wondering why the home ownership assistance wasn't.
I'm not sure why Patrick might have left that out. This is the report I provided him. The housing counseling is the service that helps people buy home ownership. buy homes. So maybe he just didn't maybe see it as a service,
It's
more
on the
as a
next
result.
page.
Yeah, it is in the detailed report. I think it was just an oversight that it wasn't mentioned in that paragraph that summarized what's in the detailed report.
Great. I have a question about the home repair program. How do you guys do outreach for that program? You know, it seems like I work at SEVCA part-time and have a little bit of inside knowledge on this. And you know, there are a lot of homes in this county that they're in need of repair. Are you guys actively looking for projects, or are you at capacity with what just kind of comes to you passively?
We are actively looking for projects. Our outreach includes working with partner agencies such as SEVCA, the Council on Aging. Those two tend to be our biggest referral sources, but we do media advertising from time to time. We are doing Facebook, we are doing Google AdWords. We've done some radio ads here in town through the radio stations, and actually radio is pretty interesting these days in that they're big companies that have lots of different stations. So we found that we got a good bang for the buck in doing some radio that actually was spread around the state. So.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
We're spreading cookies around.
Would you like a cookie? Elizabeth
No,
made
no,
cookies.
thank you. A colleague brought in Christmas cookies today, so I'm
Very nice. Well, the purpose of this obviously is to take any comments from the public, but it looks like, unless Russ has a comment there, or Chris, I don't think we have anybody here to ask any questions. So I can, if everyone's satisfied, I can close out the public hearing portion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again for the work.
Yeah.
Where are we? Okay.
Budget.
All right.
How could you forget?
So.
I'm sorry to leave you with no audience, but I am going to have
Oh, that's quite all
There
right.
are thousands of people watching at home because of the weather.
Get home safe, though.
Yeah. Otherwise, they'd be here.
Oh, they're watching, I'm sure.
I know.
That's good. Our town manager has stepped out, but we are about to enter item D, which is discussion of the FY21 proposed budget. We've had quite a few discussions, and how many meetings in a row? Does anybody remember?
Lots.
This is
Way too many.
Jen, I bet you know.
6.
Yeah,
this is
starting
6.
November 5, then 12, 19, 26, December 3, 10, and 17.
I wasn't counting. That's
1,
8 in a
2,
row.
3, 4, 5, 6. We're on 7 right now.
And if anybody's wondering, that's probably was one of the factors influencing us not to postpone this meeting due to the weather. Because, wow,
Because if
been a
it's
long
Tuesday, we're meeting.
haul. Yeah, exactly. No, but pushing it to
And the
next
next
Tuesday.
2 we won't be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We
If
will
you
not
wanna let
be
the
here.
public.
But I was stalling a little bit for our town manager because I know that he wants to give us a little info on the current status of our budget talks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, so if it's okay with the board, you've had an opportunity to review this, but I'd like to take just a minute. There's quite a number of different pending matters. I think it would be helpful to the public while on a stormy night we no longer have a public here in the room. We certainly hopefully have plenty of people watching at home, and I think it would be helpful to them to know what is pending, and then you can decide at that point. Tell me if there's anything else that ought to have been on this list. But quickly, there were no changes made to the proposed revenues during your initial review through the budget. And again, for the benefit of the public, I'll say we've been through a series of 6 or 7 meetings where the board has looked at every single part of the town's budget, every line item within every component piece of the budget for the general fund for FY21. And along the way, you talked about some things, made very few changes, but identified quite a number of issues that you still wish to address further in January. So there were no changes made to revenues. There were a couple of very minor changes made on the expenditure side based on information that came to you from others. So The Human Services Committee of the Representative Town Meeting recommended an amount of funding that was $4,510 higher than what we had put into the budget, which would have been level funding from last year. And you accepted that for the purposes of including that higher figure in the budget that you intend to recommend for this year's Representative Town Meeting to consider, so that your number will match the Human Services Committee's recommendation. And you also heard a request from the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance for an increase of just $1,629 to the amount of funding for the Community Marketing Initiative that was funded at $42,119 in the current year's budget. That was 10% of the receipts through the rooms and meals tax from the prior year. They asked that instead of that $42,119 being the figure again, that you increase it to make it 10% of the prior year's receipts as a matter of policy going forward. You conceded agreed to that. Thank you. Yeah. You agreed to do that, sort of reserving judgment about future years, but for this year's budget, you intend to increase this number so that it reflects 10% of the prior year's receipts. So we have made that change as well. But beyond that, there's a number of matters that might have a substantially greater impact to the budget as it has been proposed and as you will ultimately recommend it to Representative Town Meeting. And those topics include the potential for a pool house renovation or replacement at Living Memorial Park. Staff has been collecting some additional information that we will bring forward to you for your consideration as to whether to add that to the capital plan. You asked for some additional information regarding the fund balance guideline so that you can look at the 10% standard that we've been applying now for about a decade or so in Brattleboro to see how that relates to best practices and the policies that exist in other towns. When we identified the line item of $10,000 of funding for porta potties and other sanitary actions of the town to maintain public health and provide a place for folks to go to the bathroom in the summer months when there's more people living outdoors in Brattleboro, you responded to that by saying that was fine as far as it went. You thought that there were a couple of aspects of that that required more review. One, that you'd like to see some information about what a more permanent installation might look like. We are prepared to show that to you, although I don't anticipate you're going to want to pursue any of that for this particular budget because there's some very high price tags attached to those, unfortunately. But we will be able to at least provide that information and perhaps talk about what we might pursue in the future.
I have a question on that.
Yes.
Are there grants available for things like that?
We are looking for that as well. We're hopeful, but we haven't found one yet. So if we can find a grant that we could bring to you in January together with the information about the systems we've identified, maybe there's an opportunity to move forward more assertively on this. If not, our expectation is that at least there'll be some initial information. We all can sort of look towards what we might want to achieve going forward, and we'll continue to be looking for a way forward to achieve that. But the least expensive units that we've seen so far are $150,000 to buy the unit, and the cost of getting it shipped here and installed with water and sewer service and so on is on top of that. So it'd be a very substantial investment versus the approximately $10,000 a summer cost of putting out the 3 porta potties. You also, my understanding of your concern that you raised was when you talked about more permanent solutions, I understood you to mean not just more permanent bathrooms in public spaces, but actually other ways in which the town might invest in things that help people not just cope with the situation, but improve their living conditions and ways in which we as a community can better support people who are living in vulnerable conditions in our community. And so there is a very specific piece of this report that addresses Project CARE. You asked for that information very specifically, and we are happy to provide, if you want to take that into a broader conversation, we'll be happy to provide additional information that may support that particular consideration. We've been asked to provide more visual budget information to make the information more accessible to a broader group of people throughout the community, for people to be able to see at a glance, graphically, the most important information about the budget. And what we advised you before and reiterated in this report is we're happy to do that in a sort of relatively more rudimentary way, using tools that already exist for us, basically taking the Excel spreadsheet programs that we use to create the budget and applying the graphical tools that are part of that program, so that we can show you some pie charts and some bar charts and some things that do help make that information pop a little better. But for something that is more sophisticated than that and a bigger step forward, we'll be eager to talk with you more and talk with people in the community who have identified that they have some expertise in that area, and see what we might do in a more significant way forward on that for next year and beyond. The CEVEDS funding, once again, CEVEDS requested $3,000 per resident, or $36,000 worth of funding. You gave some consideration to that and to our report to you from staff that routinely now over the years the town has provided $2,000 per resident instead of $3,000.
Is it 3,000 or 3?
Oh my, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
$3.
I know that the total amount is correct,
They would like
but I just don't want anybody to be thinking.
Yep, no,
we're
I
paying $3
wrote it wrong
each.
and said it wrong. I apologize. $3 per resident, 12,000 residents, $36,000 for the year. Sorry about that. And so the funding we provided has been at $2 per resident, at around $24,000, $25,000 per year. For several years now. You gave some consideration to that, but decided that you wanted to wait and make a decision about it in January when you're making your final budget decisions. In any event, whatever you decide about the amount, staff would continue to recommend that that funding come from program income rather than from general fund funding, because it is economic development related. It's an appropriate expense from that source of funding that comes from the CDBG loans that are made through the federal money, through the state to the town, that comes back into program income and can be reused for economic development purposes and housing purposes. And so we think that's an appropriate expense from that fund, rather than what would be at $25,000 would be about a fifth of a penny on the tax rate. For Project CARE, you asked particularly what if the pay for recovery coaches was, first of all, recovery coaches have been providing their services as volunteers up until now. We did propose to you that there be funding provided, but we proposed it at a rate that would supply $12 per hour funding to the recovery coaches. And you asked us what would it take to make that $15 per hour, and also what would it take to fund transportation services to help the clients get to the appointments for their services. And we've run some numbers on that and would be prepared to add to the budget, if you approve this in January, $16,000 that would pay $12,000 to the recovery coaches and $4,000 to the providers of transportation. That $16,000 is equivalent to 14/100ths of a cent on the property tax rate. You indicated in our finale last week, in the first review, the first time through all the different line items, one of the items we looked at was the general services part of the budget, and in that, that one of the line items there is the salaries for select board members. That has been a source of much consideration at town meeting over recent years. We confirmed that the rate of pay for select board members has not been increased since 2012, and prior to 2012, the last time was 1996. So this has been very static over time, and you showed some interest in considering that. If you want us to bring you any additional information, I'll need to know what it is that would be helpful to you in that consideration.
What other select boards receive throughout the state?
Sure.
I know some of that.
It would be good to know what it was in 96 and what it was in 2012?
Sure.
I know what it was in 2012.
Yeah. Do you remember it?
Yeah, it was 2 and 3. So it was each member getting 2,000 per year, and the chair getting 3. And then in 2012, it was raised to 3 and 5. So that's quite a jump when you look at the.
Yeah, at that moment it was quite a jump. Yeah, sure.
And we'll find out what it was.
Yeah.
Before 1996, if we can. I think we can.
I think on my research back when I was a town meeting rep, we are like well paid, funnily enough, for select boards throughout the state.
Yeah.
I think the discussion at town meeting is if the stipend were higher, more people might be interested.
Yeah, and I'll
We'll
remind
have-
everybody that, that just for a point of order, it is always on as a article. So it invites the discussion we don't have to place it on the article because it has to be on the article to see what the town will pay its select board.
Okay.
So it's all automatically ripe for discussion, which is why it's almost always discussed.
That's what I was going to say.
Sorry, tangent.
You also asked last week, and I should say these are being listed in the order in which you raised them during our first review, which is why this one, which otherwise probably should have been first, has appeared here in the middle of the list. You wish to review the Select Board's annual goals and our progress in pursuing those over the last 9 months for how well they're aligned with the proposed FY21 budget. And so what we'll plan to do is for the January 7th meeting, this is a fairly significant workload for January, and the schedule calls for meeting each of the 4 Tuesdays in January. And so what we'll plan to do at the outset of that to help you decide, make some choices about where you go from there in the further review of these other items, is we'll provide that quarterly update that we do regarding your the progress, I should say. Some of it's yours and some of it's staff working on behalf of the things that you've directed. But our collective progress towards your annual goals will be reported at the January 7th meeting, so you can give that consideration to the relationship between the goals and the budget as you work through the rest of the pending budget items. When we were discussing the savings that the HRA has provided within the town's health insurance program, the health reimbursement arrangement, we talked about the fact that in the early years of that, we protected ourselves with cautious budgeting because we were concerned that the actuarial information we had received about where we would likely end up is, by the very nature of actuarial estimates, an average and an expectation, and there could be a bad year where it could have significantly negatively affected the budget. We now have several years of administering the program under our belts, and while there is always the potential, and there will someday be a bad year, we're seeing really significant consistency from year to year, even though the individual claims vary and the number of claims and the severity of claims varies. As a group, we're large enough that the impact to the HRA portion of our budget has been really consistent, and so we feel comfortable bringing that down, which freed up some money to be available to be either a lower tax rate or invested in other services and programs, depending on your perspective. And so you asked us to confirm for your understanding and for you to be able to independently gauge the level of risk we're taking on here, what portion the funding for the HRA, the proposed funding for the HRA, what proportion of the overall exposure that the town has is represented in that funding. The answer is that the actuaries, based on our current plan design, the actuaries forecast that we should expect to spend 50% of our total exposure. And our total exposure is $415,000. If we did expend that 50%, it would be $207,500. The proposed FY21 budget includes $215,000, so still just slightly above the actuarial estimate, no longer a significant cushion, but sort of a rounding cushion. The $215,000 represents 51.8% of our total exposure. which is 103.6% of the actuarial estimate. There are 3 different organizations that you asked to come in and appear before you so that you could have some interaction with them about their parts of our budget during your January meetings. And so if you continue to want that, if you don't give us different direction tonight, we'll go ahead and work with these 3 to schedule them to come in. And we'll do that for the first 2 evenings. We'll shoot for January 7th and January 14th for these appearances, with the hope and expectation that most of the additional work you're going to do substantively on this is going to be on the 7th and the 14th, so that by the time we get to the 21st, we're narrowed down to just the final issues, where maybe in the 7th and the 14th you've asked for some additional information or that sort of thing, so that by the time we're done on the 21st, you know what you want 100%, and we're able to put before you and the public on the 28th a budget where you're able to just look at it and say, yes, that's our budget. That's the goal of the January evolution of the final stage of this process. And the 3 organizations that you're asking to come in are the Wyndham Regional Commission, the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Committee, and the Southeastern Vermont Transportation, which is the bus service that provides the current and mover services in Brattleboro. You also identified a 4th organization you'd like to hear from, but indicated that you didn't need to hear from them during the budget process. And because January is going to be such a full plate of business, we'd suggest that this occur in the spring, at least after you put your budget to bed, maybe after town meeting. And that's Rescue Inc. We'll invite them to come in sometime in the few months ahead. That's the list, I believe. Let me double check the next page. There is one more, sorry. There is one more item, and it's the cost of the additional storage for the body-worn cameras. There was a concern that was raised because it sounded like a lot of money compared to what people know they can buy storage for personal use. We've confirmed that, yes, that's true. The contractual relationship with Axon, who provides the storage and related services, which retrieval and in some cases actually editing the material so that the proper things are redacted when they're being prepared to go to court and that sort of thing, for the body-worn camera footage that is collected by police officers as they respond to different incidents. In amending the contract with Axon to add additional storage within that, the context of those services that are provided, the cost for 2 additional terabytes is $3,000. The overall contract is on the order of $15,000 to $20,000. I don't remember the exact figure, but we can confirm that again for you if that's important. The question you asked us last week was to confirm that it really is $3,000 for the additional 2 terabytes of storage, and the answer to that is yes. Finally, you identified as articles for which, topics for which you intend to place separate articles on the town meeting warning, separate and apart from just being included in the select board's proposed budget. Would include the CEVEDS funding, the Human Services funding, and the Community Marketing Initiative funding. And so as we prepare the draft warning for your review, which you'll also be looking at on January 21st and January 28th, we'll include those items as separate warning articles.
Now, 2 out of 3 of those is traditional.
That's correct. In fact, I believe Human Services is required by state statute to be a separate item. And CEVEDS has traditionally been a separate item. The Community Marketing Initiative, of course, is new. So, but you indicated last week you'd like that to be presented to town meeting as a separate article.
Well, I think it's complete. Does anyone have something that Peter forgot to add to the list?
I think this is plenty. Actually, I'm not sure what. I don't know that we can become, I can't remember the words you used, Peter, but experts on HRA funding. I think I'm not sure what we can decide or what would be, where we would go even for a conversation about that. Other than
my understanding was that you just wanted to satisfy yourselves when we talked about it generally as being, we had approached it conservatively, and now we've sort of brought that back in, but we believe still to a prudent place, not to a reckless place. I think you wanted to understand what did that mean in numbers. If this is sufficient that that's not an item we need to come back to as we go through the January process, then that'd be great.
Feels to me like we could put a check mark by that one unless Brandy, has a question herself.
Okay.
She could always put it back on. We wouldn't mind, probably. Just trying to lighten the load here. I was also looking at the organization appearances. I felt like one of them was certainly needed, and I will just ask the board, whoever else wanted to have the transportation folks come before us. Do you think it's necessary for the budget discussions?
I think it's necessary for the advancement of our goals, because that was an item on our goals.
Okay. I guess just in the budget crunch is what I was suggesting, that maybe it would be something that we might push like we are doing with rescue.
Right.
Unless it's tied to funding for you in your...
No, I mean, I think that's a good point. Like, out of the conversation we're going to have with the bus folks, do we imagine that we're going to say, hey, wait a second?
Well, they've already been approved for the year or something like that. You negotiated that?
No, it's been a standard amount for quite a few years now of $50,000. If, as part of your communication around the services that are provided, you decided that that feels like too much or too little, that could be adjusted in your recommended budget to the representative town meeting. Or you could approach this as $50,000 is the amount that we've been allocating for this purpose. We've got some things we'd like to accomplish in the way the service is delivered. For now, it's not a budget matter, it's an operational matter. And
I think my
go from
concerns
there.
are more operational, and I would be happy to defer. But one of my goals in the select board roster is to have those operational changes to make bus usage more feasible and more likely.
Yeah, and better understanding as to how we might make that happen.
The presentation that they do is full of information.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth doing. I would rather put it off too and really delve into it. It's
Okay, so there you go.
Do you want to have them in February?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Since it's part of this board's goals for the year
Yes.
to improve that service, we could have them come in February when this board is still the board, and we could have rescue be later in the spring when many of you, maybe all of you, will still be here. But who knows? Just in case you're not, since rescue's operation hasn't been part of our annual goals this year, we'll have that come secondary.
That
Make
works.
sense?
And just while we're asking questions about this, why was the regional commission, why are we asking them to come at this point? To talk about why we give them so much money, was it?
Well, you could say the same thing about the bus company, right? I mean, like, I think that was the impetus in part.
Is Wyndham Regional's allocation it's part of the budget?
Yeah, it is part of the budget. In that case, it's more like rescue in that it's part of a regionally applied formula, and our number comes out of that formula, and they say, here's what you owe.
Yes, it's regionally applied formula, but is it mandated? Or is it more like CEVEDS, where we have some flexibility, because that CEVEDS amount is just a construct?
That's a good question.
I don't know if it is statutorily required or not. I would say the CEVEDS one is explicitly voluntary and is a process that's sort of evolved in recent years. And the Wyndham Regional Commission one has been applied much more like
Religiously,
dues.
yeah.
Whether it actually is statutorily dues or not, I don't know the answer to. I know that it's been for decades applied in the manner that it has been applied, and unlike CEVEDS, where individual communities make a decision from year to year about whether or not to pay their allocated share, it's paid more like the county tax allocation, where the Power at B makes its decision, tells you what your share is, and you pay it.
Well, maybe I just have an inquiry whether that's mandated or voluntary.
Sure. Yeah, I for one, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I recall asking that question the first time I saw it too, and I don't remember. The impression was, well, we just have to, but I don't know. Let's find out.
I mean, I guess like
We'll
the
find
spirit was like, are we getting value for money, right? What does this money represent? How does this benefit the people of Brattleboro?
Well, and particularly,
I mean, those are my big questions.
particularly the per capita number,
Right.
because I feel that these groups that ask for money per capita may not give Brattleboro a commensurate service that outlying towns who pay significantly less might be the focus of their efforts.
Are you thinking with the regional commission that we already have a really good planning department and we don't require the regional commission help as much as other places?
Feeding Liz lines.
I'm thinking about Liz's experience.
No communications district then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me just say that I think that this kind of got mixed in with the whole county tax situation
Yes,
because it
it did.
appeared right next to each other. I, for one, am very happy with the services the Wyndham Regional Commission provides, and I think they do excellent work. Just want to get that out there.
Yeah, no, they're great.
No, my question really
Oh, and I know
is
that
whether
you're-
that formula is statutory.
Sure.
or
So
flexible.
perhaps it's more of a staff response
Sure.
than a
And, you know,
bring them
kind of
before us.
what are we getting for that money?
I'm more interested in the county side. What are we getting for the money?
Yeah, for real.
So how about if we provide that required versus voluntary answer? That's a really clear, is it in the statute or is it not? Or is it in something that got adopted within the region that's a
Yes.
legal document or not? And then if we provide that to you for consideration on January 7th, you could tell us on January 7th whether you want them to visit on either the 14th or the 21st.
Yeah, they
Or later.
also regularly send us a letter saying what they did for us in
Yeah.
the year. And Sue
In the
must
town
have that.
report, there's usually.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
So comparing those things together, I think would be handy for us to do on the 7th.
Okay. They might not be ready.
Well,
without
I
little
think
notice,
we could
but
have whatever
yeah.
the last one was, whatever the last reporting is.
Oh.
No, I think we have a report this year.
Yeah.
So I have like a newbie question. It feels like I've been here a while.
You
still
can
being
get away
newbie.
with it for another few months,
Yeah.
and no more.
So let me just understand the process here. So this was sort of like an overview of the things we're still thinking about.
Correct.
And at our next meeting, January 7th, we'll come back to this list of things and get into it a little bit more, or
So
is this the time to be getting
what we'll try to do, or what we will do to try to be helpful, is divide these into manageable pieces for the next 2 meetings. So approximately half of this load will be on the 7th, and approximately half of this load will be on the 14th, with the intent that it helps you decide what you're satisfied with. You might make some decisions on the 7th and be done with certain things. You might find that there's some things you still want some more information about, so we would go get that for you. But by the time we get to close of business on the 14th, hopefully you're nearly done, right? You're down to just the last few things that you are still grappling with. So that on the 21st, you can be done, make your final decisions. And then on the 28th, what would be before you, and we'll also have, on the 21st, we'll review the draft warning for representative town meeting. So then on the 28th, what happens is you have a short special meeting, you come together, you look at the warning as it may have been revised based on your direction from the week before, and the budget in what is hopefully its final form, and you say, yep, that's our warning and that's our budget. Or you do final tweaking if necessary. But if we don't get to where we're nearly done or substantively done on the 21st, it makes the 28th chaotic. We've got to, on the 28th, in order to meet the statutory requirements for the window of time within which the warning needs to be approved, and then everything needs to be final and ready to go into the town report, we need to have you make your final decisions on the evening of the 28th.
Okay.
This moment in time, I want to be really clear, is not meant to say, here's your list, this is what we're going to do. It's meant to say, here's what I understand your list to be. And if there's something missing or something that needs to be modified in some way, and we've been just doing that, right? You've been clarifying your intent on a couple of things. But if there is something that you think is missing from this that needs to be on the list, now's the time to say so that we're well prepared for our work in January.
Okay.
Now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in at least the past couple of years that I've been on the board, we've had those 4 meetings in January in case there was more that came up. And I'm also kind of wondering if there's a chance we could get it down to 3 meetings. If one of them does become the 28th and we keep the 2 regulars, perhaps that 14th could be eliminated.
So
yeah, it does depend on us. You're correct, but I'm looking for consensus on the board if we think it might be possible. Slightly longer
Peter
meetings.
probably knows best.
I'd like to make an unpleasant or an unwelcome observation. I'd love to say, yeah, that's better. I know you've met every week now for 8 or 9 weeks. I'm going to get a little break these next couple of weeks, and then it's 4 more in a row. I get that that's onerous. This particular list is longer than we often have at this moment in time. Sometimes what we have is more change that has already occurred in the budget and fewer pending items. This year, I think quite appropriately, as you encountered some things where there was some difference of opinion, you said, yeah, let's get through the first review, and then we're going to come back and learn more about those things and resolve those things. And the result of that is, I think you've got a really full plate here, even for 2 meetings. And trying to put it all onto the 7th is ambition. We can do it if that's what you prefer.
We did successfully push one of the presentations off.
You did push one of the presentations off.
Maybe 2.
One of the presentations off.
And we know about the police storage, so we have to do that again. And the HRA.
If it's your pleasure that we have a really full list, this entire list of pending matters on the 7th, and see if we can get through all of it, we'll do that. We'll be happy to provide that. And then, if you don't get through all of it, you roll some of it over to the 14th.
So the 7th is a regular meeting?
7th is a regular meeting.
Other stuff to do beyond the budget?
There will be, as of right now, it's not a heavy agenda, but it's still early yet for the 7th. But it's also going to be a holiday period where there's not likely to be a lot of things generated to go onto that agenda. Right. We could take a shot at getting it all done on the 7th if that's what the board would like to do.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
I wonder if we could also set aside the conversation about the $3 per resident, since the town is going to decide that anyway. The Sebed's $3.
Oh, no.
You need to decide what you're recommending.
Oh, we are, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
On that one?
Okay.
We have to have a number in there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And that's always a fun discussion anyway.
Well, I'm looking at the fund balance in the past has, can take a whole meeting on by itself. There's incredibly a lot of philosophical stuff in there, and a lot of fiscal stuff as well. And Sebed's, again, it's going to be decided by the town, by the representatives. So
I wouldn't give, we do have the power to recommend.
Otherwise, yeah, I'm suggesting that we just leave it as it is. Take their request, or let the town decide.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
You are? That's what you're
Well, let's
suggesting?
not launch into that discussion.
Okay.
Hasn't been warned.
Oh, well, it's actually on our agenda right here.
Well, this is kind of a check-in. I'm not sure we should start debating it.
No, fine.
I think knowing this board, that we need every single one of these meetings.
Yep.
And if some of those meetings we get to go home half an hour earlier than we thought we might, then so be it.
Daniel, I'm concerned that you're going to want more money if we meet this many times.
I couldn't possibly comment. I didn't at all prepare some talking points around that.
It's not on the agenda.
Exactly. But it sort of is. Yeah, I think we
That
need
for
all. I
committee.
think we need all those meetings. Maybe we get done a bit early some nights. I don't know.
Okay.
But I think it would be,
For me, it
unless
all
that
depends
January
on if-
7th meeting has almost nothing else for us to do, and it would be mostly budget.
It doesn't have almost nothing else. It's light.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have almost nothing else. I don't recall right now. I recall one very specific item. I don't recall what the others are, and I believe there's like 3 or 4 substantive matters right now on that agenda.
All right.
As long as all this is okay with Jan, I'm
It's good by me.
What is Jan's pleasure?
Power behind the throne.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Daniel. It would be very heavy to have a January 7 meeting with 2 holidays in between to try to prepare for that and make it the only
And it might
meeting.
snow.
If it
Well,
snows,
we don't
we're
have
having
to
the meeting.
decide
Doesn't
until
make any
January
difference.
7 whether things roll over to the next week.
Yeah.
Nobody
So
knows.
we're gonna divvy these up then. We're not gonna put them all on for the 7th. We're gonna do some on the 7th, some on the 14th. If that's the place you've landed, I'd suggest that the Human Services Committee visit be on the 14th. I think it's important that the goals discussion happen on the 7th. And I also think that if you have a robust discussion of the fund balance guideline, I think David's right that that is something that could take a while. Heads up, foreshadowing to that, I would suggest that if you decide that as a group you think that there's room to maybe do something different, that deciding that in one evening in the midst of all the rest of this is not the best way to change a guideline. That the guideline is long-term planning, best practice. How are we trying to manage town finances as opposed to a decision you're making this year about this year's finances? So I would just urge you to be really cautious. I'm telling you, once we report back to you about that, we're going to give you the information you've asked for. And I have full respect for the fact that you might take it to a place where that guideline gets in play, but I think you should be really careful about changing the guideline in the middle of a budget process in order to free up some cash for that budget process. So with that caveat, that might be an item that takes an hour or 2 to discuss, or it might be an item that takes 5 or 10 minutes.
I vote for the 5 or 10 minutes.
I understand your point, and thank you for making it. That's exactly what I want you to say. The conversation generally strays into, well, if we did 9.5%, we could do a 2-cent tax increase instead of 3.5. That's where the conversation often goes. So, which means that we change it. We don't necessarily change the guideline, but that year we decide we're going to take a chance and make it 9.5. So anyway, I just wanted people should be ready for that to develop, if history is any indicator. The other thing is that as far as using all of these times and talking about all these things, I think it's really important, because we need to know what we're talking about. And a lot of these are complicated. This is first time for 2 people. And it's just, Daniel keeps saying a newbie question, but it's
Oh, no, I'm
actually,
good.
it's
I did my
actually, I'll finish. Okay. It's actually a due diligence question every time. It's something that we need to understand. So,
Yeah,
as much as I'd like to
well,
go home at 6:30 every night, it doesn't work that way.
wasn't advocating for leaving anything off
Oh, I know.
or incomplete discussions. I was advocating for fuller meetings, that's all.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that because it's really important. I don't have as many questions because I already asked them all. Poor John. Every budget I had something new that I didn't understand, and it was another 10 minutes off his life. No wonder he retired.
Okay, let's see, where are we then?
I think we're at the place where you've done some modifying to this. I could go through it if you want, but I don't think that's necessary, especially since it's just the list and not actions on the list. But I can list those things, the things you've modified tonight if you want. Otherwise, I just need to know whether you think anything's missing. You've made that sort of more material decision that you are going to meet on both the 7th and the 14th. So we're going to divvy this up into, probably like a 60-40. Take a bigger bite out of it that first night, but have still a fair amount of business on for the second night. And we'll go from there.
Do Do you have any sense of whether the staff will have a cost estimate for the pool house on the 7th?
Yes.
Okay.
I can tell you, we've
there
actually
are pool people that want to come.
We've got a more solid number now than I knew we had. So what I told you when we discussed that was we'd be bringing you a thumbnail number. We're actually going to have more of an engineer's cost estimate. It's still just that.
An estimate,
it's
yeah.
not any kind of a design, but it's a range of costs and some information around that. We just don't have it packaged for you yet.
Great.
But we definitely will have that for the first meeting.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to call out that often we have, our number 11 is correspondence, and that always includes the department monthly reports. And I just want to say that I always appreciate them. And this time, that's where I got my comment about the fire hydrants. But this time, there's also a little report from BCTV, which is interesting and informational. And a nice reminder that the Recreation and Parks Department has some great things happening for families around the holidays and for last night, we call it here. So
Yeah, they're great.
check it out on brattleboro.org. You can find links to the PDF of their event schedule.
And all the communications that we get are all there on the website.
True. All right. Anyone have a motion to close out the evening?
What time is it? Is there anything else we can talk about?
I move that we adjourn.
All right. Liz has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thanks, BCTV.
Thank you.
Did it. Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Yes. I should have said that.
Oh, that's what I should have talked about. Yeah, there's a
See you next
Shine a
year.
Light series of events to do with Hanukkah.
Good morning, BHS. Today is Monday, January 6th, 2020.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
The Winter Carnival will be coming back February 15th to February 23rd. Shows, sport, competitions, and live entertainment lure people out of their warm nests to defy the cold and fully enjoy themselves. Outdoor activities like ice fishing, skating, sleigh rides, and a parade float. The weather will top it off with fireworks. Indoor events are just as exciting with the Queen's Pageant, Junior Olympic events, pancake breakfast, karaoke, and a variety show.
That pancake breakfast is calling your name, Brandon.
Oh, yes it is.
6 o'clock, call the meeting to order. Minutes for December 4th and 11th.
I'll move that we approve the minutes of December 4th and 11th.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, warrants 13, 13P, ratify 12A, Conservation Commission 4, and Capital Fund 4.
I'll move that we approve warrants 13, 13P, ratify 12A, Conservation Commission number 4, and Capital Fund number 4.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Visitors, Carolyn, you've got something you wanna?
Yes. Well, yes. I'm here to update the select board on the Missing Links Trail project, that after 20 years, things are finally coming together, and that there was slow or no progress for a number of years, and then all of a sudden we have a complete access from Prospect Hill all the way to the Dummerston-Putney Town Line Pier through 9 different properties and 6 families who are cooperating in various ways. It's a combination of trail easements, permissions, and it's necessary to purchase 2 parcels in order to complete that trail. So these 2 parcels are the Evans parcel and the former King parcel, and it's on the unmaintained section, which is a Class 4 road between the end of Hague Road and the end of Evans Road. This section is particularly important because it is a wildlife corridor and is the area between 2 highly developed areas that don't have any full-time houses on it. No permanent residents on these 2 parcels. So you can see the density just by the dots showing the buildings here and then starting here. But through here, these are the 2 parcels that will be purchased. And it links for the wildlife an interior block of forest of 230 acres here and another block of about equal size down here for the wildlife to traverse. There will be a small parking area here for access on the north side of Hague Road on this parcel when the trail is actually built in a couple of years. The budget for this purchase is $200,000, and that includes the purchase of the land, stewardship costs, which is an endowment, the Vermont Land Trust conservation easement, and various associated costs. Of that $200,000, we have 2/3 of that right now. We have a Vermont Housing Conservation Board grant, a private foundation grant, and lots of generous Dummerston residents have contributed. We're in the quiet phase of our fundraising where we're approaching individual people asking for leadership contributions. The schedule for this, we plan on having a public meeting to really talk about this in January or February, and we'll bring people out on the properties to have a look and bushwhack through the woods. There isn't a trail right now through there to see what's being purchased and enjoy the property. So it will provide not only hiker access, but where appropriate, snowmobile access, biking in some areas is appropriate, and in some areas perhaps horses. We'll have to see what the trail actual conditions look like. We expect to have the funds raised and the funding in place by the end of next year, and all the documents that need to be signed and finished by that time. And then next summer, not this coming summer, but the following summer, actual volunteers working on a trail crew to make the trail. Some of the parcels in here, there will be a harvest, and so we will, it'll be a few years before they're harvested, and we can work our way through the trail process. So this is just an update on a project that's been ongoing for about 20 years and is coming together nicely. So from Prospect Hill to the Dummerston Town Line, and then connecting to the Putney Mountain Trail System on north, which then connects with the Pinnacle Hill Association's trail system north. So this started, as I mentioned, with about 20 years ago with Dummerston residents who were interested in connecting Dummerston with the Putney Mountain Trail System and the Black Mountain Trail System, and has continued with various groups of people over that period of time. And so Putney Mountain is the 501c3, so we can make use of their tax exempt status for contributions.
How many acres did you say?
This is 55 acres. It is a relatively small piece, so it's not a massive land conservation, but it's important because of the wildlife corridor connecting forest blocks.
And what was the shift that made the leap forward?
It's a good question, because I think the seeds were planted by the previous Dummerston Trails group 15 or 20 years ago, and that landowners weren't willing to give an easement, and over time, with more conversation, we were able to work through those issues, and also a new group of people who were working on it, a new generation of people.
Great. It's exciting.
All right then, any more questions on that?
No, I don't have any.
So anything else, Carolyn, that you feel like we as the select board should know or say or do, or, you know, what, you know, you're informing us, that's awesome.
It mainly just keeping you in the loop, because a lot of this has come together in just the last few weeks or month, and I just wanted to make sure, rather than calling a special trustees Prospect Hill and having another meeting, I figured I'd come and just update you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate it.
Okay, road foreman's report. We got a signature we need for the certificate of project completion for the gravel pit. So if I could get a motion.
I'll move that we sign the completion of, what is it?
The Grinnell gravel pit.
Oh,
The certificate.
project completion for the gravel pit.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, correspondence for information. Anybody see anything on there they'd like to speak to? Okay, correspondence for discussion and or action, there's nothing under there. New business, winter views deadline is January 14th. Anybody want to?
I thought maybe there was a training I could go to.
Yeah, on how to do the views, right, deadline, winter views.
Well, that's the
No,
one before town meeting, isn't it?
Terry and I had made that deal, and then yeah, it's the one that comes out
Just before town meeting.
just before town meeting,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and we will have submitted the report, which will be in the
Town report.
town report. So is there something that would be of value to write about that, from the select board?
I don't know,
something we want people to know, or?
Can't think of anything off the top of my head. See, you got anything?
I was thinking that you might write, what folks should expect at town meeting. Just going over maybe some of what we expect to be on the warrants.
So, the,
You mean preparing them for town meeting?
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Trying to get more people there,
Well-
something of interest, or?
A little, maybe some of the highlights of what might be the articles that we're going to discuss, maybe the capital budget or
Have
the
you,
budget in general.
sounds like you've done that in the past.
Of course, we could always, put out the word that the towns, well, unless Wayne wants to just do it alone,
Right.
or a new animal control officer.
Yeah.
Would you like to write that article?
Hmm. Let's see. January 14th. Of course, there's nothing to prevent us from having a guest author, say the treasurer or, something like that in an article. How about we do, I think of a number, and whoever.
I'll think of that number and I'll let you guys guess on that. I'll hold it behind my back. So,
I got lots of budget numbers in my head, so that's where I'm at.
I guess we can push it off to the next meeting if
Okay,
nobody
yeah,
wants
I'll
to
think about,
jump on that.
think about it a little more.
Okay. We won't be having a meeting next week for a budget.
Let's see.
I don't know why, but 5th of December. And then we won't be having a meeting on the 1st of January, so somebody'd like to
Yeah, I'd like to move that we authorize Louis to sign the warrants during the holidays.
I'll second it.
discussion about that.
What would be the date that you would be needing to do that?
Well,
It was-
We have our
the
treasurer here,
31st,
so-
the 30th.
The 30th.
30th, I'd come in and sign it.
And you're
Yeah.
available.
I'll have it done for you to sign on the afternoon of the 30th.
Yep.
Wait, that's Monday.
Monday.
Nope, 31st.
31st, yeah.
31st, sorry.
Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah.
Perfect. Yep, you just let me know when and I'll be there. to
Before
do
he
it.
goes out for the evening.
That's what we gotta do. Yeah,
In
yeah, I'll
bars.
be out for the evening, all right. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Any other
Thank you for doing that, Liz.
business? Motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Perfect.
Oh, who's second?
Maya Hasagawa, I'm the vice chair of the Development Review Board, and I'm calling the meeting to order at 7:01. And I have some opening remarks. I don't know if you guys have heard these before or not, but anyway, I have to read them, so here we go. At the DRB, we hear applications for land development in the town of Brattleboro and appeals of zoning administrator decisions. Procedurally, the Development Review Board operates on the record. Broadly, this means we take a clear record of testimony from the applicant and any interested parties, and then issue a written decision with our finding. Applicants and members of the public should be aware that as we are on the record, this is your opportunity to comment on and provide evidence regarding an application. In the event our decision is appealed to the environmental court, the court will not take or consider additional testimony at its hearing, but it will look at the evidence from our hearing, the regulations, and determine if the evidence supports the findings and the decision of this board. Only interested persons that participate in this proceeding may appeal a decision made by the board. So I strongly urge all of you to speak up at this meeting, and I think you're all planning to anyway, so. As we are on the record, we are going to ask that you affirm your testimony will be truthful. So with the applicants and anyone wishing to speak to an application, please affirm the following. I hereby affirm. I hereby affirm.
Raise your hand, all.
Yeah.
I hereby affirm.
You don't have to repeat
repeat.
after me until the end, and then you can just say I do.
Okay.
I hereby affirm that the evidence I give in the case under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Applicants require a majority of the full board to succeed. That's 4 votes out of 7. We don't have quite 7 people, but we do have a quorum. If we do not have a full board present to hear your application, then we will consider a request to continue your application to the next hearing. So if you think things aren't going to go your way or something, you can request that we continue. After taking testimony, the board will close the public hearing and may vote on your application. The board will issue a written decision within 45 days of the close of the hearing. While we may vote on an application, it is the written decision that controls the timeline for appeal. It should be noted that the town of Brattleboro is a party with an interest in land development applications. The town does not have a special status before this board. Documents provided to the board by the town planning department, town attorney, or other town departments will be considered in exactly the same way as information from the applicant and all other interested parties. So, I have a motion to approve the minutes of, what's our last meeting?
November 20th.
November 20th.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Anybody opposed? No? Okay. Everybody was sworn in. So, yeah.
Yeah, we've been properly warned.
You were properly,
Yep.
yeah, I saw it in the paper, actually. So.
Yep.
And
Twice, actually, because this was on last meeting as well.
Here comes.
Pardon my lateness.
Strayed member. So, I'm still gonna appoint you.
Okay.
And okay, does anybody have any conflicts of interest or had any ex parte communications? Okay. So, the first case on the agenda is 2019-156, Timothy Kavanaugh and Diane Leary. Do you want to come and take a seat there? That microphone is only for the television, so you have to speak up so we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can you introduce yourselves and then talk about your project?
Okay, and have you had an, do you, prior to this, do you look at the?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, I just want to, all right, I'm Diane Leary,
I'm Tim Kavanaugh.
and we're married, and we live at 55 Bonneville Road in Brattleboro. On September 23rd of this year, almost 3 months ago, our garage caught on fire, was totally destroyed, and has since been taken down, and we have filled out a form. We'd like to rebuild a garage on the same site that the previous garage was. And can I introduce another person? Mike Kraus is here with us. Mike Kraus is the man we've been working with, the contractor.
Yeah.
He demolished, he took down the previous one, and if we do get permission from the board to rebuild, he will be our contractor, and he's also built a model of.
He bought it with him.
You know, brought it with him if you know.
Just so you can see how it sits over the brook.
Okay. So is the foundation still there?
Yes.
or-
Yes.
So you're gonna use the same foundation?
The same cement, I think it was poured cement
The
foundation.
foundation's poured with panels, probably in the 20s. It's very secure. It's been built all around the rocks. The timbers down below, the fire never touched any of the support timbers. It never touched the boards on top of the support timbers. What it did do is the 2x3s, 3-inch thick timbers on top, the top surface burned, but it saved the ones underneath and the timbers haven't been touched. So the fire was going up, it burned the top surface, but 3 inches thick, it got the top inch and never went any further down. And they have pretty heavy timbers, half logs, all been there for a very long time.
Can I ask a question? In the photos,
Yeah.
would the dark, would that be, what would we be seeing there, the dark?
Can I look at it?
Yeah.
These are the photos I
Right.
assume you've seen them?
Yeah, I took those and.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you see those timbers, I took pictures from underneath.
Oh, okay. And I'm just curious of what the dark surface, is that from, left over from the fire?
Yeah, right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the top of the burned wood.
Oh, okay.
It's the top of the 3-inch thick
Timbers
wood.
are all,
And the driveway also got a little charred.
I wouldn't bother showing me those, but thank you.
Yeah.
If you look at this picture, you can see there's concrete underneath it, and then there's just
Yeah.
that top layer is timbers.
No, I didn't get a chance to drive by your location, so these pictures are very helpful.
Yeah. So essentially, our garage is a covered bridge. It's
I mean,
what
that's
it
the
is, and it's been there, you know, used as a garage since it was built. I was told the 30s, I'm not sure when it was built, but I think it's been there quite some time. And the way it is now, there's basically 2/3 of the garage sit either on the foundation that's there or on the land in front of the brook. And there's only, what we have is roughly about 1/3, maybe a little more than that, that actually sits over the brook, is where Mike's going to show here with
You can
this.
see where it is.
Put it on the table.
Yeah.
With Diane
Sure.
and the television.
You can see where it is by the model here. This much land is garage and pavement.
Okay.
The timbers go right here where they're shown, and then it's their backyard.
Okay.
So the brook profile is right here, exactly what it is, all measured out. So they park cars here and there. There was a barn door here to drive through. They just want to completely do the thing all over again, so they have a garage back.
So the garage is a bridge over the brook.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have heat? Are you gonna have heat
No,
in
it
there?
never
No
was heated
heat.
before.
Okay.
There was electricity, but
Okay.
it's not a heated barn, no.
So you're gonna electrify it, put put
We would like to do that
Yeah.
again because when we bought the house 26 years ago, there was electricity in there for lights, for overhead light inside and overhead light that's shown on the driveway. We had since had 2 electric garage doors installed, and we would probably, if we got permission, we would do that again. We're older now than when we bought the house, so. About 10 years ago, we had those doors electrified.
Is there enough power, is the wires big enough going into it to support?
They were, they ran it, when the fire department came, you know, to shut it off, we had to get an electrician to figure out in our basement which one, but yeah, there's a wire and the wire is still coming up, so whatever an electrician would do now, I'm assuming since the 30s.
It's probably gonna have to be brought up to code.
Yeah,
From the
yeah.
house to the garage. In conduit, 3 feet down, whatever you require, an electrician doing it, making a panel inside the garage.
Okay,
Right,
just-
there was a panel inside the garage, and, yeah.
If you do put electricity back in the garage, you should make provision to put a charging station, just in case, an outlet.
Oh,
Just
I
in
see.
case you ever wanna get an electric car.
Oh,
Or
yeah. Oh,
if you
good
sell
point.
the property.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And the person wants an electric car, the state would require
Okay.
you to have
A charging station?
a charge, or an outlet that's sufficient for charging.
Okay,
Which is, I think listed as what is a ground fault circuit interrupter, protected outlet on a dedicated circuit, and then there's some criteria.
And I
Okay.
believe you need a dedicated 20 amp breaker for that.
Yeah, it says
Okay.
either 120 volt, 20 amp for overnight level 1 chargers, or a 220 volt, 50 amp for level 2 charger.
can I ask a question here? When we get your response to our application, will that
That information will be.
Okay, I'm taking notes, but I can see I'd go home and I will get it 2 days later.
But also, I just figured if
Yeah.
I read you
Yeah.
what is a standard
Okay.
provision, at least you'd be aware that that would be.
And I'm
And
assuming
that's-
to
oh,
use
I
the
thought
cells.
Brian would be here, but that would be based on the
Okay.
Brattleboro zoning.
He's not loud enough?
Well, we don't
just didn't
specifically
hear
have that in our
He's reading.
code,
Okay.
but it's like one of those things that we do recommend, and
Okay.
it is something that the state also
Okay.
recommends as well.
It's a good idea,
Yeah.
as long as you're gonna have an electrician in there, just, because you never know, right?
Right, and at some point, we are thinking of selling the house, and we don't know when that is, but we certainly want to make it, you know, so that somebody would want to buy.
Yeah, or you could be getting an electric car
Right.
yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
We have a Prius now, so who knows, maybe we'll graduate from a Prius too.
And it is the only access to the back of their land, the backyard, and going through the garage, through the back barn door.
Yeah, you gotta get a good running start.
So the house, your living area, the house
Yeah.
is all on one side of this brook?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. There is a deck, a two-tier deck that does go to the back. I mean, we have.
Yeah, we put on when we bought the
Yeah.
house in
Yeah.
'93.
The deck goes over the brook
Yeah,
also.
yeah, and
Yeah.
we got permission to do that,
93.
93.
Okay.
And when Irene came, or other floods,
Mhm.
did you have any problem with the structure?
Not with the garage, we did, there's a, this is the front of the house, over this wall over here, it had, over the years, been kind of loosening up, and Irene kind of
It
losing
collapsed, it collapsed a bit
So,
there.
we had to have somebody from the state come down, look at it, we got permission to have it rebuilt, and we had Jim Herrick from Marlboro came, and he had built a retaining wall for us when we first bought the house, so he came and repaired it, like, the spring after Irene.
So this is the front of the garage. Our house is over here roughly. We have a little path that goes there. And the brook, the deck goes over the brook here, and this goes over the brook over there. So that's the 2 accesses that we have to the backyard, which is partly a wetland too, which is one of the reasons why building back there would not be a good idea.
Could I ask you a general question about Bonneville Road?
Sure.
Yeah.
The brook goes behind your house.
It goes behind our house and then it swings, so this is our house. It goes behind our house under the deck and then it comes around between 2 houses.
And it crosses over to the other side of the road.
Yeah, there's a bridge right there
to the
before.
left, right
Yeah.
to the right of the front of their house.
Yeah. Yeah, but then you go up another couple houses and then it's crossed over to the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
yeah.
two, if you're coming up Bonneville from Western Avenue, there's two bridges that you come to early on,
Yeah.
and our property lies in that little bit of land that's carved out like a seed clamp or something like that.
So that's my understanding, is that this brook crosses
Yeah.
over Bonneville a number of times.
Yes,
in
it
its-
does.
In its route.
Yeah, it snakes,
there's
kind
a-
of snakes that
I
way.
believe there's a property further up Bonneville, if you're traveling up Bonneville, further up that has, I believe their house is off to the left behind a brook, and they actually have a little private bridge to get to
That's
their
just
house.
below them.
Oh, that's below them.
No, there's
No,
that
he's
one, but
talking
there's
about-
also, there is a
Yeah.
property,
Yeah.
you're right, there's,
Yeah.
And there is a property below you.
there's two bridges that, at least for
Yeah.
Brattleboro side of Bonneville. The brook only has two places where it crosses, where it needs a bridge. And that's just like a few hundred yards up the road from where we live and just right next to our property. So as I said, it's sort of like a C shape, and our property kind of saddles that area, that corner where one of the bridges is.
And this brook, of course, then, trying to picture orientation, but closer to the entrance of Bonneville, it actually goes under Western Avenue.
It does.
Yeah.
And then goes on to
Yeah.
join the Whetstone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it feeds into the woods.
I used to play in that brook a lot.
Yeah.
So
Glen Street.
when Irene came, the water rose up very high.
Okay.
But I think it must have been when it flooded downtown. Later on, we were able to see that when it flooded downtown, that the water went down dramatically at about 12:30 that afternoon when Irene hit. And we're actually, where the property is, it's a slow slant. The land goes incline, going down to Western Avenue, not drastic, but enough that we're kind of above the flooding that you get in the Whetstone that we saw further on where the Diamond Stone property was. And
Well, and then where Glen, across from us on the other side of Western Ave is
It's Glen
Glen.
Street.
Yeah.
They were, so because we were on a very slight incline, the water went down like this, and they got much more damage than Bonneville did.
Go ahead.
My only other question is, you say you're gonna put an outdoor light to light up your driveway.
Yeah,
Right now, we try to get at least partially, either fully shielded or partially shielded lights,
okay,
and
okay.
Yes.
and have them pointed no
Down.
more than 45 degrees. Preferably, what you want is a light that lights up the area on the ground that you're shooting for, and not that doesn't point out to the street.
we had a light right here
Yep.
in the garage that burned down that we would use for shoveling snow or something, like when we had to get out or something like that.
But
And that's what we'd probably do, put a light that just lights up that driveway
Okay,
area.
but yeah, it's kind of like you don't really want to see it from the road. They have a good section in the book, in this
Okay.
book, the planning book, that
Land
shows.
Okay.
They have two full-size parking spaces
Yeah,
right here. So
Yeah.
any light that went down, just shine on that, not get Bonneville Road blinded.
that's.
Yeah,
that's good.
it wasn't, the previous light wasn't like that, it was really our driveway, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people
Yeah.
like to just screw in the floodlights
Yeah.
and let it go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
When your driveway parallels the brook for a while, right?
no,
It runs, if it,
no, the driveway is, the brook's here, the driveway's here.
This is probably the
The
best.
brook's
illustration.
right in here, Bonneville Road's right here.
Can you
So-
visualize
So it's
that?
not parallel, it's more like a T to it. So this is the
So-
brook, this is the driveway.
So from the driveway, do you have any runoff into the brook?
No, because, here, if this is the driveway, there's all this land over here and here. No, there isn't it.
So when you,
Is that wetland on the
On the
side?
far side.
The wetland is kind of where the rock wall is, I guess, is where.
I kind of drew a map of this years ago, it's not really the scale, it kind of gives you an idea of how
Yeah,
this is
we
a
have
brook.
it. We have-
Oh, you have that,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
Yeah, but the driveway is not, it's not parallel to the brook.
And this end of the property too is higher than this end. So the brook is actually running a little bit down down from us.
It runs down grade under the garage.
Yeah,
And you actually go uphill from the garage, it's quite a, you see it coming down quite a bit.
Cause I was thinking that runoff from, I
The
don't
road?
know, oil spill or
It's not,
grease
it's
or
not any, the
anything
driveway
that
really
goes-
isn't near the brook. There's all kinds of land on either sides and there's a perennial.
There's no drain hole in the middle of the.
No, but it doesn't,
On the opposite side of Bonneville Road, here's Bonneville Road, on this side, there's a trench for water to run on that side.
yeah.
Okay.
So as
Yeah.
they're plowing, whatever they do, it runs off that way.
Yeah.
They're making sure it doesn't go into the brook.
yeah. Yeah, there's a, which I think the town maintains that trench across from
Yeah.
this property. There's a house up in the hill, but the town comes in the summer and cuts down goes along with that, whatever that thing is that
It
cuts
would
down.
probably be, not a culvert.
Do you want to answer?
It's not quite a culvert, but it's,
Swale.
well, it's,
Or just-
Swale, is that what it is?
Swale.
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 Can you just elaborate on the
Ditch.
stormwater management?
One of them.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your
The
question.
stormwater, it's kind of vague in here.
What's the question number?
I.
Okay. So what is it that you would want, how
I'm
can we
just curious
elaborate?
where is it being run off to?
What,
Based
you
on
mean when it was like
Roof into
that?
the brook.
Is it just going off the roof right into
Well,
the brook? Yeah?
right
Yeah,
now,
yeah,
Okay.
there's no garage.
Would anyways, if it was
Yeah.
raining on it. would
Yeah, I
run
don't
into
know
the
what you're
brook,
asking,
too.
because we don't have any garage now, so.
I mean, the design can do.
the design for,
Well,
yeah.
it
the-
falls
this-
off in here, it falls off here, we have a roof rake, so we have used the roof rake to pull it away from the brook and put it either in the back of the land or in the front and the side.
But rain just, like when it rains,
Yeah.
it just.
Yeah.
Goes right.
It would be very much like the Creamery Bridge,
Mhm.
which basically rain falls down on that bridge and it goes down into the brook. So same with snow, that slides off.
Okay. Thank you.
I think you summed it up by saying your garage is a covered bridge.
It is,
You
yeah,
just,
really.
you can't drive all the way through.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not used for a covered bridge, but that's essentially what it is.
Must have been a charming feature when you bought the house.
I know, a lot of our neighbors were very upset.
We're not liking not having it, protecting our car from the snow, it's new for us to have to go out and dig out in a way, not digging out, but digging the car out, so it was a very nice asset to the, it was also good for storing, garden implements.
Interesting
Yeah,
piece,
right.
What would be the general size? I think this illustration showed us.
20 by
It's a 20 by 22. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's,
The
Same size.
platform
Yeah.
itself is framed for 24 by almost 24.
Okay.
That's what the foundation is on both sides.
Okay.
The timbers didn't go all the way to the edge of it,
Uh-huh.
so they have like 6 inches they can gain on either side,
Okay.
just to make it
Yeah.
follow the footprint, but just use the foundation that's there,
Yeah.
rather than coming back 6 inches. They left the timbers on the outside like a space, I don't know why they did that, but
Okay.
whoever built this in 1930, Bonneville Road was probably, we spoke about this, Western Avenue was probably dirt. So-
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
sure it was.
Anybody have any other questions?
Just one kind of curious, is what caused the fire?
They did, the police, the
didn't
fire
ever know?
department, we weren't, in the 26 years that we've been there, we weren't really doing anything different. I mean, we had paints and solvents in our basement, but, we had gas cans and things that you put in garage, and they weren't able to determine.
The place where it started too had dry stuff, like we have a charcoal dry barbecue pit, and we had charcoal down there that was, unused. We had, newspaper there, which was flammable, that was unused, but it was nothing,
And
there
the
was no
electricity.
oil or anything like
The
that.
electricity was shut off because we weren't using that bay. We used to have 2 cars, we were down to 1 car, so that bay, we actually were starting to store things, so we didn't need to be opening the garage door, so the electricity was off, so, on that side too, so.
Yeah.
So the fire department, their final report was undetermined.
Anything
They managed to rescue the car out of the burning garage.
Well,
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah. Well, this side was on fire, the car was over here, so we got it out in time. A couple of things.
Anybody like to make a motion?
I was starting to. I move we approve it with no additional conditions.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Where's the
Abstentions?
mouse?
You're good.
Okay.
So, do we understand you approve us rebuilding this? Okay.
I just wanna say personally, I love the model.
Yeah.
Because it makes it very
Mike's-
clear.
It's the
Mike's
best
is
one
I
we
do
ever
this, I do a lot of timber framing,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I do this for,
Yeah.
I have built models which I'll sell or when you
Yeah,
see a
yeah.
model, full model of it, because when you do a blueprint,
Yeah.
I do that also, but people are like, I don't get it. When they see the model, they go, oh, I absolutely get it now.
Well, I think it gets very clear
Yeah.
what it is we're approving.
When we
Yeah,
first,
you could have
when we
weddings
first
there.
lived there was an old man who used to go for a walk. I haven't seen him in probably 20 years, but in the summer he'd stop and he'd look at me and he'd say, I never saw the like of it, a garage over the brook. And he said it every time, he just was, anyway. So you've approved it, but do we have to wait for the 45 days to?
Until you get it.
Until you get a written.
Okay.
Okay.
So you have up to
And-
45 days, but you won't necessarily take 45 days? to-
I'm not sure how long it takes, usually a week or so,
Okay.
but we have Christmas next
Yeah,
week.
yeah.
Yeah,
so,
we understand that.
But I will sign it as soon as
Okay,
either Andrew or Brian types it up.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
So then, do we use this as the permit that we put on it when, or,
I believe so, yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Do,
You'll get notification from
okay,
our
all
department.
right, okay.
Yeah,
Good.
with
That's the
with
notice that
directions.
that's the notice we would put up on the
Yep.
site, okay.
And
All right.
anything else that we need to know will be in that package that we received.
Yep.
as-
You
Yeah,
got
it'll
it.
have,
Stuff like that.
it'll
Yep.
have the information about the charging, and it'll have information about,
Mhm.
The design of the light.
the
Okay.
light.
Okay,
All right,
yes.
that will be helpful because,
All of that will
yeah,
be in.
that
the-
would have definitely changed since the 30s, so.
In the conditions.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Any other business?
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Thanks.
I second
All in
it.
favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Opposed?
That's right there.
We did a good job. We had one thing to decide, and we did it.
Okay, so I'm calling the meeting of the planning commission to order, and at 18:04, 6:04. Announcements. I don't care. Oh, I did. So the town has hired a sustainability coordinator. It's Stephen Dotson. He has lived in the area for a little bit, a couple of years. He's been doing a lot of work as a consultant and contractor with various organizations in town. He will be starting February 3rd. We're super excited. It was really, really strong field of over 75 really qualified applicants. So yeah, there were a couple steps in the process. On the hiring committee was the town manager, myself, Steve Barrett, who's director of public works, Liz McLaughlin and David Scholes from the select board, Oscar Heller, who is chair of the energy committee, and Elizabeth Bridgewater from Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust. So I feel really good about the decision, and we're really excited for Stephen to start. He's got a broad range of skills and perspectives on sustainability. So there's community building aspects, there's the energy, there's agriculture and transportation. So we're very excited.
What was he working on just before this or presently, if anything?
He'd been, I'm not sure if I have it exactly right, but he'd been associate director at Rich Earth Institute. He's been consulting with Brattleboro Savings and Loan on their B Corp status, maintaining their B Corp status. He's worked at One Report, which they pulled together, I think, a bunch of sustainability metrics for businesses to help them. He's volunteered. He's a Wyndham Regional Commissioner. He's been working on a sibling project where, like, this area would partner up with a community in Sweden, exchange ideas.
What ideas we could get from there?
Yeah.
It's likely.
Not sure how many we
can
translate
implement
over there.
Yeah. I maybe have an announcement. This is a while ago that we got a follow-up, some of us got a follow-up letter from the, specifically James Levinson from the signpost idea. That was one of the applicants. And I guess he was just writing to try to see if there's anything else we could do. I wrote an email back saying I'd bring it up at the next meeting, but the Better Block Challenge is over, and sorry, didn't work out for them. And that, you know, we'll be reminded of you, and maybe something will come again in the future.
One of the things that recently has come up that I think maybe we should send their way is the Town Arts Fund.
Oh.
That might be a source of funding that they could look towards. Those applications, I think, are due January 10th, so
okay. Town Arts Fund.
That might be good.
I'll send that email, I guess, too.
Okay. You can look it up and you'll find
Okay.
a link to the application.
Okay.
I'm not sure who would be designing their sign, but if they could incorporate the artist into it. I think those are for grants up to 5,000.
Okay. Well, could be a billboard. Oh, it's not allowed in Vermont. Put it right over in Hinsdale.
Other announcements?
A stepsister community.
Public comments.
I am the public.
You are the public. Would you like to comment?
Hello. That's my comments.
Okay, approval of the minutes. Did everybody get a chance to read the minutes? Any questions? Comments? I guess, do I need to make a motion to approve them before we can have comments?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
All right, is there a second? So comments, additions, corrections, changes.
They look good to me.
You have to insert the date or a time. Insert time here, it says.
Oh. I will.
those in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved. All right, there's a shift in our agenda. We're gonna do the neighborhood development area designation in advance of the downtown design plan because Andrew has to go.
All right. Yeah, so thanks for being flexible. I have to fill in for Brian for development review board tonight, which is at 7. You don't mind if I don't want to.
You want me to sit?
Yeah. Thank you. All right, so I guess before I came in to the town, Sue and Brian, I guess it was just you and Brian at the time were thinking about getting something called the neighborhood development area designation, which is another state kind of designation program, kind of like how we have our downtown that's designated, and also West Brattleboro Village. This is another kind of designation. So kind of the background, there's 159 state designations throughout the state of Vermont, ranging from village centers to growth centers. There's kind of the core designations, which is village center, downtown, or new town center, and then the neighborhood development area is an add-on to that. So kind of a quick overview. Basically similar to downtown in terms of the benefits you get. It kind of really reduces the time and cost of state permitting in those areas that are within an easy walking distance of another state designation like our designated downtown. And then areas also that are compact and have services. Municipalities or developers, so private or public entities, may use the designation to encourage the creation of new homes in development-ready locations. And then basically the designation has to go to existing municipalities that have existing designations like us. So this is kind of like the meat of why we want to get an NDA, is the benefits that come with it. Starting with qualified mixed income projects. So mixed income means not just affordable, it's all sorts of income. Are exempt from Act 250 regulations, which is huge. That's a lot of money developments can save. I mean, thousands, tens of thousands of dollars.
How's that?
Say again?
I think you're probably going to answer this question separately.
All right. In our wastewater reviews are capped at $50. That's another cost that's saved. Municipalities receive priority consideration for state grants, so other opportunities to really expand and create housing. And then for properties that do have an existing Act 250 permit, there's no permit or amendment that's required. And then for a mixed income project, again, that meets underlying permit conditions to our regulations in place. There's exceptions from land gain tax. And then Act 250 projects not qualifying for exemption do receive a 50% discount. So for example, Red Clover Commons 2, which will be going in a few years, they would receive, if they did not apply yet for Act 250, they would receive a 50% discount, which would save them, I think, like $12,000 or something. And then a local conditional use decision that a housing project meets the character of the area criteria, it cannot be appealed by like a neighbor, for example. If it met administrative review by Brian, DRB. Yep. So yeah, that's kind of so very similar to downtown designation benefits. It really creates opportunities for new housing. I know we aren't growing right now, but if we have something like this in place, it really, we're being proactive. So if growth does come eventually, we have the programs in place to address it.
Can you explain what land gains tax is?
I'll do my best job. I'm not sure, Sue, if you know. Can I get back to you?
She can answer. Sure.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm just wondering.
Randy, do you know? I figured you probably would know.
If you have a property transaction, and I think there may be a number of years that go along with it as well, and I don't know the deal with the number of years, and you sell, it's to stop people from turning properties over quickly. So I think if you hold it less than a certain number of years and you make a profit when you resell, you have to pay taxes on the amount of your profit.
Like capital gains.
Yeah,
Like a capital
it's like capital gains tax, but I can't tell you what the year numbers are that go along with it, but that's the idea.
Great, thank you.
Stop that horrible real estate investment in Vermont.
I'm curious how it can be exempt from Act 250.
Well, it's for areas that are, that the state feels, or that we also feel should have new housing development, or should be developed in a more compact neighborhood development pattern, which
Well, there is, I mean, we should be careful with that, because
Yeah.
you'll see, there is a criteria. It's supposed
Yeah.
to be within a half a mile
Yeah.
walking distance
And I was
of
gonna
the
get to that.
designated downtown.
Yeah.
So, because it adds on
Yeah.
to the downtown designation. It's not something that you can even do on the village.
No, you can.
You can't,
Yeah, it's just a different buffer.
different buffer?
Yeah,
Quarter
different.
mile.
Yeah, quarter mile.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we might
So-
need to revisit that.
Yes, so it's really for areas that are, you know, within walking distance of the services, again, so trying to create more walkability, and, you know, like, when I get to the application process, there's a whole, like, a complete streets framework that, you know, they want towns to follow.
And the wastewater review is can you explain why that is a benefit?
So it's another fee that, like, you know, developers, you know, how, you know, soft costs and hard costs, it's a soft cost. And it's just another, you know, obviously, you know, they go through us, and then they, you know, they have 250, and then they have to go through A&R for wastewater, which is just, all developments have to do it, and that could also add up. So it's just, you know, $50 is pretty cheap.
Yeah, $50 is pretty cheap, but that doesn't mean they're cutting corners in terms of their reviews or
Yeah,
dealing
no.
with their wastewater.
No, it's
They still
actually
have to
getting
go.
rid of duplicative review.
Oh, it is. Oh, well, that's good. Okay.
Or the review happens, but you only have to pay 50
Yes.
instead of whatever the normal.
Right,
Whatever
well,
the
the
normal
review
fee
happens,
is.
but it's, capping the fee at 50 instead of hundreds or something.
So, I mean, for many people, when they see it, like, you know, don't have to pay for Act 250, that's a pretty good thing. I mean, not saying it's bad, I mean, I think Act 250 does have its benefits, but it could be expensive. So.
For example, just to give you an idea of Act 250 fees, when Red Clover Common 1 was built, that was about $22,000 in Act 250 fees. Fees,
Mm-hmm.
yes, to get their state land use permit.
And that's
just to get
an
the
add-on.
permitting to be able to do anything after that.
And that's an
That's
add-on.
1% of the value of the development or something mostly? Or?
I don't recall how they calculate that. Do you know how Act 250 fee is?
I think it actually
I
might be.
think it is a.
I think it is,
I think
yeah.
so,
So, you know, you have, so they go through us, they pay our fees, and we also, you know, could be up to 10,000 or more sometimes, and then they go to Act 250, and then, so, yeah. And,
Do you want us, are you expecting action, or are you just informing?
So we want to apply for this designation and submit in February because we see it as a kind of a no-brainer. We think our land use regulations are where they need to be, and we can meet all the requirements. We are asking for an extension of the half-mile radius around the designated downtown. And we'll show you on the map, and we can justify why. So we just think that it's a pretty, it's kind of a no-brainer if it can give anybody who might want to develop in this area, you know, some relief from Act 250 or just other state permitting fees. Then it didn't seem like, it just seemed like a low cost, because there's kind of no cost for us to do this.
yep. And it encourages housing too. And so, going to the map, this is our proposed NDA, and as you can see, that's the half-mile buffer. And some reasons why we're extending to kind of the canal, north of Canal Street, or just before exit 1, is because, as you can see, almost half of the buffer is in New Hampshire, and there's the Connecticut River. And then we also have a lot of natural constraints, like steep slopes, especially in this area right here. And we already have a lot of existing, really developed neighborhoods. So, most of it obviously is in the half-mile buffer, but then we're looking at, like, you know, Josh, where you live, John Generous Street, and then there's fairgrounds, and then where a lot of the services are existing, and then obviously there's the hospital as well that's right there. And that's what I think I have. Yeah.
So you can see, I mean, it's really built for maybe redevelopment of these areas or
Yep.
infill, particularly,
Yeah.
you know, in the Price Market 32 area, or, you know, who knows, outlet center. I mean, who we don't really know. It's not like there's a lot of large vacant parcels to be developed there, but it's really just preparing in case there was to be.
You know, if they wanted, let's just say that one of that, you know, the plaza with the Price Locker was transformed into like a mixed-use development in years to come or something. dairy, yeah. And, another thing is too, like this area is also serviced by water, which is important. And I have some additional maps I'll show you that show the facilities are located. Any questions regarding the proposed NDA changes or?
Do they do extensions, like physical mileage extensions or whatever? Are we trying to do like a half-mile radius or bring it up to 3/4 mile?
No, there isn't really any specifics. It just, there is,
criteria we need to address.
basically the area that we're going to extend should be consistent with the statewide planning goals.
But I mean, you're allowed to just like extend it?
If we can, if certain conditions are met.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Does the extension represent a logical extension of existing development, for example? So, yes, we can.
Is there a consideration for the village of West Brattleboro?
Well,
No, there has
There
not
hasn't
been,
been, but-
and I think we definitely do want to consider that. I'm gonna confess that was off the radar, that you could extend it on a village center, because when we met with the state, that was not the discussion that we had. So that's my fault. The one thing that you should know is the floodplain cannot be included in it. So it doesn't necessarily help out Melrose Terrace right now,
But it would
could
help
help out.
Chalet.
It could help out Delm Chalet for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
And eventually it could help out the Melrose Terrace
When it's
properties
out.
when the map has been revised.
And is it connected in any way to village center designation?
It does, in that the area has to be contiguous to a state designation, so village center or downtown. So we could not go and put this up on Putney Road with a link to the
Village center
downtown.
designation or
Or
a
downtown designation that it attaches to.
Yep.
Gotcha.
So essentially, the benefit is tax breaks, permit breaks.
Permit breaks, a
Yep.
little bit of the.
Yep.
And
And
a
then,
little bit
and,
of the tax.
and then more consideration, more priorities for grant opportunities as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It does not extend like the historic tax credits
Mhm.
or any of those at this time.
Okay.
So it would make sense in terms of West Brattleboro to first, if possible, we were talking about broadening the village center designation first, and then doing this.
Well, we were talking about extending the village zoning district, not the village center designation.
We were talking about both originally, as I remember it.
recall the village center designation. That's
Because
a
of
different
tax
process.
credits.
Okay.
Right, which is a different
Yeah.
process, but.
A different process.
Right, but that would be then
Yeah.
after the zoning change, which it hasn't changed yet.
Not yet.
So once the zoning change and then talked about.
Yeah, that is an option. We could.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
We could look for an
And then
extension of the
then
village.
this, like the order, okay.
What are the potential negatives, if any?
I don't see any.
I mean, I don't see any myself right now. I mean, there's only like a couple towns, mostly in Chittenden County, that have done it. I mean, we really would be the first in southern Vermont to do this. But obviously, we see more of these kind of designations in those areas because they are seeing some growth.
Can you give us an example of one that's gotten it and then done the development so we could actually
Well, I know
see how it
Winooski
looked?
has a designation. In terms, developments have happened after.
Yeah.
Not exactly, but I can look into it.
Yeah, I don't.
Now, since
I don't
I've
know where you're
made
at.
some connections in that area, so I can contact some people and see what I can get.
I mean, it would be cool to see.
Yeah, no, of
if
course.
somebody had
I
done
think,
something really interesting with it.
The only other thing I would say, so one example would be Putney. So we're going for this neighborhood development area boundary, where we're going for a whole area. You can do a site-specific designation. And so Putney Landing, which is the affordable housing complex off of Exit 4 that Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust did, they went and did a site-specific there, I think, for the reduction of the fees, Act 250 and the wastewater. So that's an example. I mean, it's not necessarily going to, it didn't spur that development, but it helped make that project more financially feasible by knocking down those fees. So that was the one example that they gave us, I think, and I'm thinking, you know, as we talk, like, if there was to be a development sooner rather than later out in West Brattleboro attached to the village center, we could go for a site-specific
Oh, okay.
designation, and then I think it's kind of a temporary thing. I didn't get the impression that well, maybe it stays with it, but you can, if you know you've got a housing project going in, you could seek that site-specific.
So, I do know the Champlain Housing Trust uses it a lot in Chittenden County.
Yeah.
So there are a bunch of.
I think it is the housing trusts that are primarily
using
because of the fees.
Yeah, yeah, and so they're doing it for individual sites when they do a project.
Gotcha.
Isn't it, aren't a lot of things in a town like Brattleboro exempt from Act 250 already because our planning? Because
it depends. Well, we do have zoning and subdivision regulations, but when you're talking about a project that like the Housing Trust or the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships are gonna do, they're creating a certain number of units, which does trigger Act 250. So Red Clover Commons had more than the number of units that are required, so they do need an Act 250.
It's not, acreage is not the only.
It's not the only.
So then, would we want to do something, or would anyone want to do something like this on a smaller scale within Brattleboro? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because in effect, if this long-term and if more places in the state do this, all the areas outside of the zones will have their fees increased to kind of subsidize the areas within. And that's all right if we value this, smart growth and dense growth. And if we were to do something like this, but since those other areas are like the rest of the state, it's like kind of all just a benefit for us as an individual town without much drawback. But if we were to do something like this within our town,
are you talking about with
town policy?
A town policy?
Yeah, then the rural people would be like, oh, our fees are going up to subsidize the reduced fees in the town, but that's not what we're doing. I'm just saying it makes me think.
Is that would that happen? I mean, is the state saying, oh well, we're taking so much of a loss on these neighborhood designation projects that now we're going to charge more on our fees for other.
Well, I don't know that they view it that way. I mean, I think they're trying to spur development, and so I think they view if they can,
Yeah, I also
increase the housing. I mean, we'd have to ask them in that manner, but I didn't get the impression that they're looking to raise fees somewhere else to help subsidize development that might be happening in these areas. I think they're trying to spur development.
But it's really actually a question worth asking, because if an unintended consequence is that rural development becomes more expensive.
Well, I also think they're trying to put the housing where it should be, in more of the urban areas. I don't think they're trying to, in any way, the program isn't intended to raise prices for rural areas, at least from what I've read, but we can look into that further. I mean, I think it is a valid question.
I mean, I guess it depends on if the state budget says we're gonna get so much money out of Act 250, and if they come in shy, then they raise their fees.
I don't know that that's ever been done before, do you know? I mean,
I would say that they have a long ways to go before this becomes a problem.
Yeah.
I can
Exactly.
I mean, you have that problem with current use because it's that popular of a statewide program, but these neighborhood development areas have not taken off, and actually, in most areas, there are good reasons why they're not going to, and so, because they don't have the infrastructure, they don't have water and sewer.
Oh, okay.
So, I don't think they're going to burn through their coffers very quickly.
So the point is to induce development in developed areas.
Yes, it's really meant for the areas that are ready for it, or have the infrastructure.
So then, do you need us to approve you doing this?
Well, yeah. So I guess to give you a little timeline, so this is kind of a task list of what I've been doing for the application. Making great progress. I mean, if we want to aim for February, I mean, I should really be done with this by the end of the month. We basically met with them already. We got a confirmed letter from Wyndham Regional. All these are just different components. I'm going to show you some of the maps I've been working on, but yeah, we're moving along pretty smoothly.
We don't need a formal vote. I mean, it could be nice to have a vote. We were gonna take this to the select board just to kind of keep them apprised as to what we're doing, but it's not like a requirement of the application or anything like that. It's more of, this is a planning tool, so we thought we'd bring it before the planning commission and also let the select board know what's going on.
Okay.
But if you wanted to take a vote in support, that is nice too.
So there's some mapping requirements just for the application, and these are in progress. One of them is to map some of the natural resources. So endangered rare species. I still got to figure out what species exactly are in this area, wetlands, and then of course the flood zones. And there's some still in the area. I mean, as you can see, Brattleboro has a lot of natural constraints. So no matter what, we're gonna hit something. But and then these are the slopes that are greater than 25%. Yeah. So a lot of this area, I mean, even though it's kind of in that designation, is part of the retreat and the retreat trails. So we wouldn't really be developing there anywhere. It's just within that boundary. And then this is the facilities map. So we got sewer lines. It's hard to see. I'm sorry. There's sewer infrastructure, transit lines, public facilities like the hospital. School, trails, and then I'm working on a map with someone from Public Works with planned facilities because that is also another map. And then the next one, areas that are appropriate for residential development, which is basically just, I just showed the residential zones that are in that area, like residential neighborhood, neighborhood center, and then the mixed-use center, and then the density that's allowed in those zones, because that's another component of the application, is that we have to meet a certain density that's already in our regulations, and we surpass it, so we're good there. We do have an historic district that's in, that would be within the NDA, which is like Clark Street, and then
important homes.
Yep, and then the proximity, obviously, to our downtown designation. Still working on these. Other than that, any other questions?
Can you go back?
Sure.
What's this? Why is that out? Why is that not
Oh, because this is the designation, the downtown. It's technically not part of the NDA. Yep.
Can you go back one more map?
You got it.
Page? The brown, what is that? Endangered species?
So endangered/rare species live or been found in this area.
My house is.
I'm not sure exactly what it is. I got to get in touch with
I might have
Fish and Wildlife or
I might have some.
It's in your backyard.
Yeah, me too.
It could be birds or insects.
It can be invertebrates. It can be
invertebrates.
Rare flowers or plants.
Yes. Flora or fauna.
Well, I just learned about the kettle pond.
Yes.
Yes.
The kettle pond is probably
right there in the middle. Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Where is that? Pond.
Oh yeah.
It's,
but it's not
it's
been
near
treated well
Woods.
at all.
Is that from a glacier? A glacier's pressure or something? Or
How do you
We
define
talked
a
about
kettle
this in our
pond?
the conservation commission.
But apparently
It's
there's all
naturally
sorts of runoff from the high school and
parking
DPW and
lot,
all that.
yeah.
And it's all just
And Canal Street. And
Yeah.
I
Wilson's
just went to a
Woods.
meeting where they were
Highlighted by
going
the
to try
state
and
as a
bring
very
it back.
high priority area for remediation and
Right.
stormwater.
So you're right there.
Yeah.
You know where it is.
Yeah, I had a duck that flew in there one time and I had to go get her out of there. That's how I discovered it.
Did you feel salty afterwards? I guess it's
I didn't get
pretty,
in it, no, I
pretty
like,
highly.
coaxed her back.
Yeah, it's not in good shape.
It's not in good shape.
Bet you got it.
Yeah, so that's it. That's what we've been working on, and yeah, we see it as a positive for the town, but obviously, we really appreciate your feedback.
I see it as a positive.
Yeah, like obviously I always worry about like the fallout or the aftermath,
Mhm.
like the negatives that we didn't foresee,
Mhm.
like 5 years down the road, like ooh, is it something we can reconsider in the future if there is?
Well, I'll tell you this:
Take
you
it
do
back.
have to go for every 5 to 8 years. It has to be renewed.
Okay.
So,
Yep.
I guess during that time we could reconsider.
Yep.
It does have to renew.
Yep, just like any other designation does. Yep.
yeah, it looks just like benefits to me.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
when and if development pressure comes,
Yep.
we'll be
Right.
more attractive
Well, and
for
isn't
it.
it, I mean, we would like more housing.
Yeah, I
So
mean, we still
even
have
if
a
we
housing
don't-
problem in town,
Right.
so.
Yeah.
This seems like part of that.
Because it is an emphasis on housing.
Yep, and it's an emphasis not just on like affordable, but all kinds of housing.
Cool.
Yep.
Great.
That's it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Terrific. Brandy? Okay. Next.
Do you have your report, Brandy?
Hmm?
Do you have your report?
I have my business.
Can you just use?
What you got?
I have an
HDMI?
Yeah, can you use
plug
this?
it in?
Oh,
Yep.
there's one in each hallway.
Need water.
Can I?
Oh, do you need
Yep,
water,
I'm
Josh?
gonna-
Yeah, we
Am
have
I
a,
taking a sheet, you see? Or, no.
we have a water thing in there, but there's a water fountain right on.
There's cups.
Thank you.
There are cups right here. I'll get it. Yeah. You don't want to go in there.
Doesn't look that scary.
So you all got the email with the results?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, you gotta look at it, great, thank you, that's what we're gonna talk about too, so. Fantastic.
Yeah, really interesting. So interesting. Are they gonna be available online?
What?
These?
Survey results? Yeah, and actually, they're getting integrated into the story map
Okay.
as well.
Which we're gonna look at.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just thinking for if anybody ever watches these television shows, that they might actually.
I can
wanna
put this
then-
document up.
Yeah.
As soon as I go later. We can get up tomorrow.
Are we waiting for?
There he is.
I'm trying to think, I don't know that I did put this on the project website. I've still got the videos to put links up to and this, so.
Yeah,
It's on
but
my
we
to-do
can,
list.
I can get it on ours as well.
Okay, so tonight's agenda is to look at the survey results and then look at the structure of the product that we're working on, the story map, give you a sense of what I'm envisioning and an opportunity to provide some feedback while it's still in sort of the progress of being developed. And I have a few specific things that I want you guys to give me some feedback on as well in terms of what some of the priorities and focus things we should put more time into versus less time. So we can talk about that. But so the survey ended up getting a really good amount of response. So you ended up with 564 responses to the public space survey. It gave you some bit of a demographic breakdown. The one odd thing, and I think it's relevant to looking at the rest of the survey results, and this has actually never happened to me before with a survey. The respondents to the survey were predominantly female, so the ratio is not anywhere near 50-50 of respondents. So that's where we are. You can see the breakdown. So,
wow, yeah.
Yeah.
So the no response, so 20% we don't know.
20% we don't know. I mean, if you assume that that's all male, it still isn't a 50-50 sort of
Right.
breakdown. I mean,
Right.
and it's assumably no response is not entirely 100% men. So I don't know what this what more to draw from this, but it's the first time this has ever occurred in my surveying career here. So there we are.
I thought it was a high number of respondents from Brattleboro as well, at 69%.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to see that.
Yep.
It's not like it was
Yeah.
primarily people from out of town.
No, I mean, we did hear from some folks, and obviously a couple of when we were distributing the survey during some of the events and stuff, I think we were getting a little more traffic from people who were out and about, but yeah, primarily from people in Brattleboro and then, nearby. So, one of the question was to ask people for 3 words to describe downtown Brattleboro. This ends up reflecting the range of what I heard. I did do some combining of very similar terms to try to give a sense of the weight of the concept, basically the basically same ideas. So there might have been both, you know, beautiful and pretty, and there were more beautifuls and there were a few pretties. I included the pretties with beautiful, that type of thing. So you can get some sense. The larger the typeface, the more people use that term. So, you know, you're seeing a mix here of positive and negative perceptions. I don't think it's that surprising what people are concerned about in downtown. So.
What's that? What do you
Creative, the word creative is small.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. There was not a lot of. I
think
artsy. I think I combined. There was a few people who used the word creative, and I think I ultimately combined that one into the artsy grouping because it was just 2 or 3, and there was a lot more people who used the
word artsy.
The word artsy. Interesting. Yeah. So yeah.
So the big ones are lively, friendly, unsafe, and beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Huh. So the specific question was what words describe that?
Yeah, I asked. Yes, you know, list 3 words that you would use to describe downtown Brattleboro. Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And we do know that some youth took the survey because they said it was boring.
Oh, yes.
Documentation. I don't know. I didn't go back and fact check that. I just made that up. But it did get boring in there. Equal to fun, though. So
did any of was there a follow up that would help people or help us to understand like inaccessible? What was
we do have the open-ended questions that follow. And one of the things that you definitely see in the open-ended questions is accessibility coming up, that people have difficulty getting around Brattleboro, either because of mobility issues or because they have small children and they feel that it's challenging given the parking situation and the traffic situation to get them safely from one point A to point B. So those types of accessibility things is what I think people were using. Okay. So then we got into the series of questions about how frequently people come downtown and why they come downtown. So that was definitely, we heard from people who are here quite a bit, so daily or weekly in downtown. Those are primarily the folks who responded and did give that a bit of a breakdown on age and gender categories as well. And then why are people coming downtown? This lines up pretty well with what you got from the parking survey, which asked sort of a similar question. You know, they're coming downtown for food, to go out, for shopping, for events. And we did not hear from any people who are living downtown. I think we tried hard to reach them, and I don't know that we actually managed to hear from a lot of people who are living downtown. And not for a lot, and people are not coming downtown for sort of recreational reasons, you know, to go, you know, going for a walk, going to a park, that type of thing. Those are down at the bottom as well. I can give you the printed copy. It's not if you want. So asking people, we had the list of the of these 7 spaces. So the Wells Fountain courthouse space, the municipal library space, plenty the Church Street Park, the Whetstone Pathway, Plaza Park, and down on Depot Street, and asked people, you know, which of these places offer these elements, so places to sit and rest, places to meet and talk, things to see, places for activity and play. You know, those are some of the items of what makes for good public space. So we're basically asking, do you think that these have those components of good public space? And, you know, they're not particularly high here on these percentages. Pliny Park probably does the best out of this grouping in terms of offering some of those elements. And as we go along and look at the follow-up slides, and we start asking, you know, when people more about each place, each park specifically, there's a lot of people that just even aren't familiar with them. They don't go to them at all, or don't know of them, or, you know, have reasons why they don't go to them. So I think that's interesting as well. And then, so that question around what do public spaces offer you was followed up by an open-ended question that said, is there anything else these spaces offer you? And people could just write in a response. I did tag all those responses based on the themes that were in them. So you can see these were some of the most common. I put the positive ones up here at the top around green space. That was really high. People really want to see green spaces downtown, and preferred those. That came out in the photo preference survey as well. You know, people, the flowers downtown got mentioned, events and activities, that kind of thing. But a vast, you know, a much larger percentage of the comments focused on the problems in these spaces right now. And I mean, you can see that the first one there of drugs, drinking, addiction, sort of grouping of comments, more people, that was the comment, that's the category that got the most comments. And is obviously a large concern. And many people, you know, said that they were concerned about this as a problem, and then said that there were also positive things. You know, so it's not like people were entirely negative, but there was a fairly substantial level of concern with these issues and problems in the public spaces.
What was the date of the survey?
We opened the survey up in September, and it ran through the end of October-ish. So it was open and available for 7 weeks or so, I think.
What stood out to you on this the most, and the negative comments?
I think the breadth of that being the top concern that people have, and it comes up even more in the sort of general comment question that comes in at the very end.
Yeah,
but,
I saw that. Yeah.
You know, I think even the people who see a lot of positive in downtown, they were still expressing concerns as well. So I think the kind of ubiquity of that starting to come up in the comments is something. So, and I tried to here and in the other sections, tried to pull some of the comments and include them directly so you can get a chance to read them. I know you can't read them on the screen here, but and I tried to give you a sense of the range of the types of comments that were there, so you can get a sense of what was heard. At some point, I'm going to export out all the comments in their entirety and get them over to Sue, and if you want to read the whole tome, you can. So then we started running through the individual public spaces, those 7 spaces, and asking about them. And I've got these in order based on the how many people are actually going to these places. So the Whetstone Pathway ends up being the one that people frequent the most. Obviously being a thoroughfare that people are moving through. And the table at the top shows, you know, how frequently people are in the, or on the whetstone pathway. So, you know, at least once a week, 21%, once a month, 19%. So even this, which is the busiest and most popular one for the bunch, is not still in the survey. A place, there's, you know, a third of people don't go there at all who responded to the survey. And, you know, remember that these are, you know, vast majority Brattleboro residents. So they're here in downtown quite frequently. So then, after asking that question, we asked about, and it was an open-ended question, about what people would like to see done to improve that space. And in this instance, on the Whetstone Pathway, the concerns around homelessness, loitering, and the drinking, drugs, addiction type of concerns, panhandling, those were clearly very high, and were, so the one thing I think is interesting, if you run through that whole list at the top, so feeling unsafe or uncomfortable, and comments around policing as well, that was mentioned in at least 60% of the written comments to this question. So once again, people may have mentioned some positive things and mentioned one of these issues as well.
So the question is, what should be done to improve the Whetstone Pathway, and the answer is homelessness. I don't get that.
Well, the response was talked about homelessness as an issue, so they wanted to see something done to address the homelessness issue that they see on the Whetstone Pathway. Or,
so do something about the homeless people on the Whetstone Pathway, so the way we're supposed to read this 23%.
The 23% of the people who answered said something about homelessness.
Addressing it.
They did, some of them, most of them said we don't want to see evidence of homelessness on the Whetstone Pathway, but not everyone. Some people made comments around wanting to provide more services to the homeless people who are on the Whetstone Pathway.
Okay.
But
okay, so it's more nuanced than
it is. It's more nuanced. It's, you know, when you have 500.
Right, yeah.
And we have 230 actual written comments on this, so I am trying to give you some sense of what topics were mentioned. And I will say that in the category around, say, homelessness, and also the one around policing, I would say too, there is comments sort of on both sides of the issue. So that, you know, like I said,
one said more police, one said fewer.
Yes.
Or police are doing a nice job being respectful
of people, or, you know, we need more policing, or, you know, we don't want people to be arrested for, you know, being in public spaces, that kind of thing. So you do see both sides of that on the policing. I would say both with the homelessness and the policing, more of the comments were of the variety of we want more policing, or we want, you know, not to see homeless people in our public space, than they were on the other side of, you know, we want to see less police activity, or we want, you know, more done for the homeless who are in our public spaces. But there was representation from both of those points of view. Yeah. And then in terms of what sort of actual specific things you really could do to make an improvement, you know, cleaning up, trash removal, that type of thing was the top item here, and then programming. So more events and activities and music happening. And many people did tie that idea of programming and activities with the comments around there being people loitering or inhabiting the space. That, you know, they wanted to see more activity so that there would be less of a predominance of people, the homeless, in camping type of use, which is basically how many people saw the Whetstone Pathway this summer. So the second most frequented location was Pliny Park. And I think, you know, you can see the numbers fall off quite a bit here, actually, already. That an even smaller percentage of survey takers actually ever spend any time at Plenty Park. So we're basically down under a third being there, I would say, on any sort of regular basis. The issue here that got the most traction in the comments was having more programming. So that was either music, people wanted to see events and activities, that type of thing happening there, paying people to perform. And you can see the same negative issues that came up in relation to the whetstone appear here, but the numbers are not as high for that. As we get over to the municipal center area.
Yikes. Wow.
A lot of people
think they were there for it, though.
Yeah, I mean,
There's a steep hill.
There's a hill. There's there was some attempt at putting out a picnic table or two, but
there is some stuff at the top, but it's
yes.
you know.
And there is the little garden by the library, but no one can figure out how to get into it, and whether it's even whether you're allowed to. So actually, there was some interesting comments around. We didn't think that was a place where you were allowed to be, essentially. So. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have assumed that they don't want anyone hanging out there.
Sometimes you do see
Yeah, I do. I'm not gonna see.
people,
I want to see people hanging out there, but I would assume.
Yeah, it's
not like a place
actually
to hang
a
out.
large amount of land, which is kind of
And it's
interesting to
green.
think about in terms of.
Yeah, and it's green, right.
it's green, and shaded, but it is obviously quite sloped. It's a really serious slope. But yes, people definitely would like to see there be more seating. That was the big promotion there, and then just a more landscaped sort of appearance, aesthetically enhancing sort of that entrance into town. Same thing with the Depot Riverfront Park area. Again, a lot of people not even realizing that that's a public space that you can be in at all. And then accessibility and getting to this location, access came up in the comments here, and that was around the difficulty as a pedestrian of actually getting there. The need to cross through the intersection, to be on the other side of the road, to cross over, to deal with the railroad tracks, to get down there. So.
Wait, are you addressing the third one, access to the river?
Access to the river.
I think that means for recreational
No,
canoeing or
yeah, that
kayaking.
means for recreational. Access is the last one, down at the bottom,
I
6,
see.
yeah. The access to the river, people would like to be able to get to the river, and that's something we're going to have to address in the in the story map. Some of the environmental concerns there, because
Well, apparently BMAC might be doing it with their new development.
It's a different location.
I know.
There's some
Yeah.
contamination issues.
yeah.
Right.
So when people say they
In-
want
in the
access
river.
to the river, they actually would like to be able to get into the water, to put a kayak in, or a small boat, or be out, and that's a bit of a challenge in this location. And I think that's something that there isn't any sort of, those people who do know that it's a town piece of property can't figure out why that hasn't already been done. Because
And the
it
reason
seems like,
is that there's pollution there?
yeah.
There was coal tar found in the river back in the 80s, and they don't want it disturbed. And so it's a steep slope, so you would have to put some sort of pier into it,
And that would disturb it?
so that would disturb the coal tar on the riverbank or something.
Yeah, so it would be a major,
I'd have to pull the records and stuff, if there is, plus it's the state of New Hampshire.
yeah, there's that problem too. As soon as you get into the water, you're in New Hampshire too. So.
The high water mark.
So Plaza Park, once again, very hard to get to, and not, you know, a place that people are frequenting at all. And again, this is an area that people are concerned about how it is being used. The loitering issue and the homeless issues came up, and the drug issues there as well. And I didn't put up the individual sheets for the other two, which are the Church Street and the Wells Fountain, because no one goes to those. And they had such low numbers that, you know, people, they're both very small little locations, and people don't really think of them as being a park space.
Oh, yeah, right, of course. Unless you're protesting, you're probably not there.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Although I have to say, the one here is really nice.
The little fountain.
Yeah, fountain park. Yeah.
There's actually a fair amount of space back there behind that.
Is,
as
and
you go
it's
up to
shaded,
the-
so like the
shaded.
trees are a little bit of a buffer to the street noise. It's actually.
It's true, I had never been there before until that walk around that we did.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, this is nice. It's supposed to have one.
Yeah.
So we also asked if there were other places that people spend time in. A lot of people just talked about being on the sidewalks and their experience with that. In the parking lots as well, some people commented on parking lots, the space behind River Garden. A lot of people couldn't figure out why it is we didn't include the commons, and I think one of the recommendations I've got for looking at the story map is that we actually do include that as sort of a northern terminus. While it is outside your designated downtown and downtown zoning districts and stuff, it is sort of the logical endpoint to any kind of pathway system or something like that that would flow through downtown. Confused a lot of people by not including it in the survey.
Yeah.
So those were some of the comments, and then the bottom one, 12% of people basically said they don't spend time in public spaces because there are concerns about safety or feeling uncomfortable in them.
The library's so low. Yeah, people spend a lot of time there. Yeah. I'm surprised the library only got, what was it, 9%? Seems like a very utilized space.
This was an open-ended question,
Yeah,
though, so it wasn't like it was
Oh,
prompted.
it wasn't
Yeah.
prompted, I got you.
Yeah, and
They
I
had
think
to
people
think
were,
of it.
I mean, people were probably got the idea that we were looking at outdoor type spaces to some
Right.
extent as well. I mean, people did provide some, you know, some people reference a specific business that they go to, or, you know, like, these are the sort of the destination points. I think you might want to think about those as for people coming downtown for a specific reason. And then we ended with the broad, you know, question of anything else, basically, that people wanted to talk about. And so, in terms of the commentary, this is the thing that I think that probably did surprise me the most in the survey was the level to which, I mean, 27% of those 300 and some responses, in some ways, indicated that the person felt unsafe or uncomfortable downtown. And that's a serious number and a serious issue. Whether there really is that level of public safety concern or not, it hardly matters. If there's that perception that exists, and you know, the comments are pretty rough about what it is that people are, you know, believe is happening and think is, you know, likely, you know, they're likely to face if they are going to go downtown. And you know, people saying that they've changed their habits and don't, you know, go downtown to go to the movies, or don't bring their bring young children with them when they go downtown, or you know, that they only park in a few locations that they feel are okay and won't go into any of the other areas to park. You know, so it's clearly, you know, a major. It's really affecting people's behavior and Yeah, yeah, so I mean, other topics that came up, you know, parking, always still a popular downtown concern, did come up as well. The concern about noise and trucks, downtown. Bike lanes, bike parking came up. A lot of the amenity stuff that we're looking at. Restrooms, food vendors. There's always a small percentage of people that think that a pedestrian mall would be the best thing ever.
Church Street.
Yes, we just need Church Street.
Midtown Mall just had their event
Yeah.
on Saturday or something, and you know, it's a
Well,
small space, but I think that'd be so in this climate where there's, I don't know if I wrote that. I may have been one of the contributors.
To
But,
the pedestrian mall?
yeah, I mean the climate's kind of uncomfortable more of the year than not, and so a kind of quasi outdoor indoor space.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it has
like the
potential.
idea of turning Harmony Lawn into a
Right.
park.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's nice.
That's kind of what my takeaway from all this is. It's kind of sad. The response from people, but it's understandable. And my realization now, I didn't even realize this before, that how we have almost no public space, like in reality, that's accessible, that you can actually get to safely. We've got nothing. You know, like public space is hugely important to the vibrancy of a town, right? So what does it take, and you don't have to answer this, but what does it take to rip up Harmony parking lot and turn it into a park, the entire thing?
Well, we're
What
going
will
to
that take?
we're going to talk about that through the story map. The thing to think about, and we'll talk a bit about it when
we don't need to, I don't need an
yeah.
answer because I know what it's
Yeah.
going to take, and it's
Okay.
basically impossible.
Well, we're gonna
But
we're gonna look at that question is going to come up, and it's going to be addressed in the story map, and we'll talk about that.
Okay.
You could take one. You could do one of them. You could get rid of one of the parking lots and turn it into a park. I think.
And
The
it
one
should
on
be-
Flat Street is
It
a
is,
little bit
but you
easier.
can't do it to more than one and have enough parking.
Yeah.
So there's some choices to be made. So
Like
that's the
growing
thing
up-
that we need to talk about.
Growing up in Brattleboro, we used to hang out in Harmony parking lot, and then like the most unfathomable amount of hours spent in Harmony parking lot, and I'm not proud of it. But something that bums me out more than anything is that people don't hang out there anymore. You know, and it's a beautiful spot. If we got rid of all the parking, you know, we offered like eatery areas to some of the businesses that are eateries. And then if there's all green area with a fountain and then like a stage for performance or for protests or whatever, you know, it would not be as sad and minimal as Pliny Park is, say. So it's like Harmony is like such an awesome opportunity, especially when we can't realistically access the river. You know, what else can we do? So it's like, that's, to me, it seems easy.
So
But
I would say that in response to your initial thing that there aren't any spaces, you actually do have spaces. There are access issues to the spaces, and there's sort of configuration and use issue, but it's the land. There is opportunity. You actually, as a municipality, have a lot of land downtown. It's how it's used and what it's used for is the question, really. So I would push back against that you don't have public space. I think you do. It's just
Yeah.
whether it's usable or good public space, I think,
Exactly.
is the question.
And when people are thinking about it, like what I take away from all this, the work that you put into this, like one of my takeaways is like a lot of people aren't even aware of like what the public spaces are. So like that's an indicator that like, okay, is there public space downtown? Like the big thing that they talk about is sidewalks. You know, like I hang out on a sidewalk. Like that's sad. You know, like the green space. You know, like we need green space, and like the amount of time that I've observed Brattleboro and been in Brattleboro, like the Harmony parking lot is a beautiful space for that. You know, and it's like it only makes sense to me. So.
So
I'm gonna push back a little bit, but I hear you.
So
You'll see some ideas.
So there are some, yes, there are going to be ideas. And then I did include a range, again, of the comments for you to get a sampling in the sense of what, you know, what you would see if you read the full rundown of all of them. So, you know, and I think it is a range. There are, and I think that a lot of people have a very nuanced and maybe somewhat conflicted opinions about downtown, about how things have changed. People brought up the, you know, good times in the 80s in Harmony parking lot in the survey.
I'm talking about the 90s.
You were in the 90s. People, at least apparently good times were occurring in the 80s
The 70s
too.
were the best.
Utopia.
You know, so yeah, so that came up, and then, you know, in addition to the comments that are really, you know, descriptive of fear. So it is a mixed bag on the survey comments.
You know, even, it's funny, like Harmony parking lot and hanging out there, you know, being a young person, older people would say, I don't want to go down there because, you know, there's so many teenagers hanging out, I feel uncomfortable. So it's just, you know, there's always two sides to the coin. I never felt that way.
Exactly.
But nevertheless.
Yeah. The biggest indicator to a healthy community is young people hanging out. You know,
Yeah.
especially like children
Face to
being
face,
outside
yeah.
and playing in the street, like riding bicycles and throwing balls and stuff, or teenagers standing in circles kicking hacky sacks. That's like what shows a healthy, vibrant community.
Vibrancy, yeah.
And where's that happening? You know, like, I don't see that anymore, and it's like, that's a bummer. You know, like, we should do something. We should offer a space to people where they can go to do those things.
But, you know, also, there's been such a change with stranger danger and parents unwilling to give their children freedom to be with peers and so on, and, you know, which is a big reason that teenagers, I just learned this recently, a big reason teenagers are on their devices so much is their parents aren't, you know, aren't comfortable, or as a society, we're not comfortable with enough face-to-face for teens, which is so important, you know.
But if we offer it to them, you know, if we give them a place that's safe, you know, then...
It's still parents in a lot of
Right, parents would still have to be convinced
cases.
that...
As a planning commission, though, like, what is realistic? You know, I feel like a park in Harmony, like, so it's funny because it says Harmony parking lot, and it'd be such a simple thing to say just Harmony Park. You know, get rid of the lot. That
Yeah.
lot.
Okay, so I think that brings us to the end of the survey results. There's also the photo preference survey, and we had that up, and you'll see those in the story map and all of those. So we showed, I continued that on after the charrettes. We had that up at the charrette. I didn't include the results from the charrette in the ones that are in the story map because they were highly influenced by one 8-year-old girl. Who went around and put sticky dots on a lot of things in a rather uncontrolled manner. In any event, we've continued it on to the online survey using a good portion of the same images that we used that we had up during the charrette, and so we were able to get some feedback as to what people's preferences might be in bike and pedestrian amenities and art and things like that, downtown lighting. Actually, I guess I don't think I did the lighting one online. The lighting pictures were really hard to deal with because, you know, in order to show lighting, it has to be dark, and this actually doesn't photograph very well, so that was a bit of a challenge. But so let's move into the story map here. I'm going to need to get this up and get this online. So this is what the story map product would look like. It's basically an online format. It's interactive. It's meant to be responsive, so you can look at this on your phone and you'll get a slightly different version of it, but it works very well on a phone. Works, you know, so it's that kind of web content system thing that responds to the way the device and the size of the screen that you've got. We can put in maps and video and links to other web content, audio, all that kind of stuff. So there can be a lot of interactive features, and in many ways it's sort of like a web-based presentation format. So
Is it online right now? Like
it is actually online right now and live. It doesn't have a nice little address it's easy to get to or not.
Whatever is up there.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's that
I
thing
can't
up
see it.
there. I've published it so that I can actually show it here, and I will probably unpublish it later because I'm still working on it, and I don't necessarily need to have Google indexing it yet. But I can turn it on so that we can look at it here tonight. So as a forward to this, while this provides a lot of interesting content and ways to use content, it also is not got a lot of options. It doesn't give you a lot of options for what it looks like in the end. So there's literally 4 templates, and you don't get any choice on the fonts, and you don't get any choice on the stuff. So being a designer like I am, this is a real, I'm really stressed about this in some ways, but in other ways it's, you have to make this work with the limited palette and styles and what you can do. And there's a ton you can do, but just as a warning, there are some things that just you can't do. So this would open with a little introduction. This is sort of the introduction that we've been using for the project as a whole here, about what the purpose of the downtown design plan is. And then this is the table of contents. So we're going to walk through it. I've started to do some of the background bits and a little bit of the strategy bit, so you can get some sense of what the content might look like, but a lot of this isn't filled in yet. So there's a slide or two that give a background on what good public space is. There's a little bit of a setting the context for downtown Brattleboro in terms of its physical setting. There's the history of the downtown and how it came to be in its current condition and what that is. So, and then we walk through the public spaces, the parks and parking lots and streets, and sort of do an existing conditions kind of summary of those. A lot of that is done. And then we'll have some slides on the planning process that was undertaken, so the Benner Block Challenge, the charrette. That'll be mostly the videos and images that we have from those events. So that for those of you, I don't know, have they seen had the links, seen the links to the videos yet? The excellent videos done by Brattleboro Community Television.
I'm not sure if I did the Benner Block one. I think I had sent that out, but
okay.
I haven't seen it. No? Okay.
So there's a nice short video that really documents that activity. But it's really good. So that kind of content will be in there, and then we'll step through this public space strategies, and this will be very similar to the format of the presentation I did at the wrap-up for the charrette, where we'll talk through the path idea and sort of what's along the way of the path, and then come back down Main Street and talk about improvements along the Main Street corridor and the pieces that are along Main Street. So it's sort of, we'll catch that, and then there's a few additional things at the end around programming and rail trail and things like that that will come in at the end. A next steps piece is some sort of a project idea list type of piece, and then the various credits that we're going to need to put into for the content that we've got in here. So that's sort of the outline of what you can expect to see. So this is the public space. If you saw the handouts from the charrette, this is essentially that language. I managed to find, I think this is probably a photo that Stephanie took from the Elliott Street Block Party this summer. Talking, a bit more about what is good public space. This is actually, we'll show just, we won't watch the whole thing because it goes for like 7 minutes. But this is just a video, a montage of photos of public spaces that the Project for Public Spaces has done. So it's photos from around the world of interesting public spaces. So it carries on like this. In the middle somewhere, I think, is the most important run. There's a good 6 photos or so that focus on ice cream as being incredibly important. There's just photo after photo of people eating ice cream in public spaces, so that's good. There's photos in here of the importance of water in public space, of seating, of art, the types of things that people do in public spaces, how they interact. So it's just an interesting visual piece here. that. So that's the sort of thing you can do, is that we can drop in video pieces like that, which that's something that the Project for Public Spaces has put up on YouTube and is available. And then this is the little one down here is actually a kind of similar piece, but it actually is more of a document around William H. White, something like Holly White, who is really the planner and researcher and mind behind the whole science of what makes good public space. So I know you guys have looked at Bryant Park, that he was a major contributor to the design work and the philosophy behind Bryant Park. And he also wrote a book, Urban Life, The Social Life of Small Urban Spaces, which this has some clips, takes. You can pop this up. This is the sort of thing you can do with this. You can pop this up, and it's images and sort of what it is we're looking for in good public space. There he is. So the movable chair, which is the Bryant Park idea, right? That kind of thing. So these are for people who want to, explore the ideas a little bit more. They can go in and get a little more depth through these pieces that are in it. And then we come into the setting the stage for downtown Brattleboro, doing some physical setting on the location. And once again, these map pieces, people can, I haven't added much to this one. Right now it just has a pin that says Brattleboro's here, but I may actually add some additional content to that. But you can see that you can zoom maps up to the screen, pop them back, drop them in and around the text.
So that one's really dark.
That one's dark.
Is that just your?
No, it is a dark background on that map. I actually might change that map out. It's a little template that they've got if you want to basically do a pin on a map type of map, and it's got the dark canvas background that Esri uses. So that's what it is. Yeah. It's a little better here on my screen than it is projecting it with the light on it. And as you zoom in, it does get more of the streets. You're not seeing the streets up there. They're not making it through the projector. And of course, we're in like East Wallingford, Vermont at this point, and there aren't very many streets. So, but yeah, that one is a dark color base. But the idea would be to give some sense of location. I actually think this is probably not the right map. I'll probably do a different one because it doesn't really have roads as highlighted as much as I want them to be. So I'm still working on it. Still working on it, but concept is there. So the Public Works drone has taken a lot of really nice photos of downtown Brattleboro, and so I've now got a wealth of excellent imagery to work from, which is great. So we're sort of getting a sense of downtown sitting into the landscape here that I think is pretty interesting. So, there'll be more to be added in here, a little bit more. So terrain, water resources. We'll talk a bit about the history and what brought people to locate here in the first place, water power. This is the first of the bigger maps that I've got dropped in here. And so this is the 1885 Sanborn map, and you can actually zoom in.
Wow.
And
that's
see.
very helpful.
Look at Harmony Park.
So this is it. There was some buildings here, but there was a bit of a park as well in 1885. This is actually downtown Brattleboro by 1885 is largely what's there now. I mean, it's 80% the same, type of thing. But this spot where Harmony is actually one of the spots that has probably changed the most over time. There's been parking lot there. There's been green space there. There's been buildings of different sorts there over time. So it's kind of an interesting study. But you can zoom in, you can pull around, and do that sort of thing. So that's that map, and you can drop in some historic photos. Right now, these do not click and open. I'm hoping that that's one of the things that they're going to make happen pretty soon. You can actually force it if you want to get in here, but it's still pretty small, so. Now it's probably gonna fall, oh yeah, it's gonna jump me all the way back to the beginning, so I won't do that again. Okay. So, talk a little bit about the transportation network, and how that developed.
Is that one of the drone pictures?
That is one of the drone
These
pictures.
photos are amazing. I try and
love
find good
that.
photos of Brattleboro, and I have, you
Yeah.
know, they're so limited
Well,
out there.
I was
These are
I
the
was really
best.
excited to get
This
these
is awesome.
from the drone.
I
So
love that.
I told him
Goodness.
that everything was perfect except there wasn't any traffic congestion resulting from this train.
Oh yeah,
yet.
where are all the cars?
There's one car waiting.
There's only one car waiting.
Like, what
Right.
day was this?
This is
Actually,
not,
right behind them, there's a whole line.
this is not an
Yeah,
accurate
but there's
depiction.
nothing the other way. coming
No,
out.
there's nothing.
True.
It hasn't backed up yet, but
It's a great
but yeah, it is a
picture.
great shot of
Early
the-
spring.
And actually, this map over here is very interesting too. So this is actually a map from 1848, and this line right here, north for some reason is facing to the right, but this is the railroad, right? And this is the bridge, right here. The railroad. This is the year the railroad got this far. It hadn't gone any further yet. So there's no. You can see it doesn't continue to the north. It's just kind of interesting to think that the railroad, it was right there, and that was as far as it went.
Huh,
Yeah.
wait.
So where did it?
So interesting. So
That's
it just
They were in the process of building
it.
it.
Came to Brattleboro and stopped.
Yeah, it did the next chunk, you know,
Oh,
they
they
were
turned
building.
Isn't that the,
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
isn't that the north?
no, this is to the south.
Yeah, that's,
Oh, okay,
that's like
okay.
Depot Street.
Oh,
Yeah,
there it is, okay.
yeah.
I just
So,
got
yeah,
myself.
you have to kind of tilt your brain, and I think
Yeah.
it's a hand-drawn map from 1848. It's not exactly cartographically
Okay.
perfect, but
Then
you
I
can
see
see
it.
that the basic street grid is exactly the same, and was pretty much there, without too much change to this day, so. So we'll do a little bit of that, talk a little bit about infrastructure, and I haven't got any text in there, but the good photo of digging up the street, digging up the infrastructure. I believe some of it was from the 1800s in this hole. Yeah. Josh, they found some 1880s pipe.
Yeah.
That was what
I
broke.
did know
1880s
that.
what?
It was 1880s pipe that broke.
Oh. It lasted a
I
long
recall
time.
that.
Yeah, that's
We
good.
got our
That's
money's
pretty
worth on
good
that
pipe,
one.
I gotta say.
So that's one sort of style of how the story map goes. So you sort of see it kind of going down through it vertically, flowing down through, and then you can have little pull-out sort of presentations. So these go horizontally where we might talk. So this would be some of the survey results can get put in here. And I'm just going to do some little summary about what's going on from a business perspective, housing perspective, some of the major institutions downtown, and then the planning and zoning. This would be a place to put your zoning map, the downtown, the designated downtown lines, that kind of thing can go in here. And once again, this is, you know, it's a live map that we can add more layers to and zoom around. I just don't have them in here yet. And so that's sort of the slideshow component. And then we're down to the part where we're walking through the inventory of the public spaces. So these have, a couple of these have maps that go along with them here on the side. So you can actually click on a point on the map, so Pliny Park, and there's some description of it, there's a photo going on, so people can get in there and learn more about the spaces.
Randy, have you seen any story map presentations with like a how-to? You know, how intuitive is it?
I think that might, up at the table of contents, that might actually be necessary.
Yeah.
They do, you might notice that there is, like, up at the top there was that little arrow. I don't think it is quite enough to sort of explain to people, to look for the arrows that sort of tell you which way you can navigate through it.
Yeah.
But, like here, I did say you can click on the circles.
No, that's good though.
Yeah,
I think that's
yeah.
important because
Yeah. So that
there's a lot of stuff in here that you could miss.
Yeah.
I like the historical elements a lot, like the old photos and stuff.
Yeah, well, there's
and
going to be
maps.
more. Yeah, we'll have more of that as we go along. There's some really good ones. So then, just this is a place where I put some of the infographics from the survey report here, and some of the comments that we've gotten. So this is some of the areas where I don't really have any design control, and that sort of irritates me. So this is there's the paragraph text and there's the quote text, and that's just the way it is.
And the quote text
is bigger, and then that's really irritating me, but it's the way it is. So.
It's like a full quote. Yeah, a full quote says.
Yeah. It's just like, okay. But it's what it does. So we saw these, and obviously this is just a written discussion of what we just looked at. So this is actually one of the photo preference results pages. So these were the parks and play spaces one that we asked people which they'd like to see. So people expressed interest in the pocket parks, the greenways, performance areas. You know, there's the hard surface plaza one, I think, and the playground, which people on taking the survey, I think, didn't have a lot of perhaps people with young children who were looking for playgrounds necessarily taking the survey. And here on the side, this is a place to put in some of what's going on, other components of what's going on in downtown Brattleboro. So this is some of the looking at the alley along the transportation center and the block party that happened there earlier this year. So that might expand actually a bit as we go along.
Do you think people had an idea of the differentiation between a pocket park and a parklet? Or might they be?
I don't know that people did. I think they responded to what they saw in the image. And the pocket park showed it was bigger and it had more green in it. And the
So
parklet
it was responding to the image. Okay.
I think it was more the image than the words necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah. So similarly, walk through the parking lots. So if we we'll click on our favorite, Harmony. So I used the information and incorporated the information from your parking study into here. So if people click on a parking lot, they can actually learn some information about that parking lot, like how many spaces there are, how much use it was getting, and those were the counts that were taken in 2017. So we can see what the occupancy of these parking lots is. And then these are some charts and graphs based off the data in the parking plan as well. And there's a link. If you were to click on the link, you would go to the document that's on your website of the parking plan.
Is the Preston lot on that previous map?
It is.
It is, okay.
Yep.
Oh, there it is. I
Yep.
see it.
There it is, right there.
Okay, I'm just kind of curious.
Walking through parking. Sort of the difference, and really the message that comes out of this, and looking at both the survey results and the stuff from the parking study, which had a survey and their analysis, it's fairly, it's similar. People's sense that there isn't parking is that what parking there are access issues with. So it's really more about the pedestrian experience once you've parked the car than it is about the parking itself. So
what do you mean?
Interesting.
What do you mean by that? Like parking your car and then having to walk to the store?
Walking is not the problem. People, the distance isn't the problem. It's the walk. It's the experience of the walk. Is the sidewalk? You know, are there condition issues that make the sidewalk difficult to walk on? You know, some places it's the steepness issues that are problematic for people, narrowness of the sidewalk, the traffic, you know, needing to cross streets and some people not liking to do that, busy traffic.
So you don't mean just parking your car and getting out of the parking lot safely?
No, it's the experience you have as a pedestrian, after you've parked the car, that's influencing people's thoughts about parking downtown.
Yeah. It could be lighting.
Lighting,
It
sense
could
of
be
safety
space, yes.
on the street. So in the parking survey that was done, so when asked like why people parked where they did, why they chose to park, their reason, distance wasn't the reason. It was whether the type of parking facility and their sense of safety, which were the driving decisions. And that's what, in looking at the written comments, you get a lot of sense of, several people mentioned in the parking lots, they prefer to park on the street because of the meters are easier to deal with than the kiosks. So for a lot of people, I mean, if you think that, you have either a mobility challenge or you have a couple of kids in tow, having to get out of your vehicle in one of these parking lots, go to the meter kiosk, get your ticket, take it back to the car, and then go to your destination, this could be viewed as a hassle, or something, or worse, something that is not really doable for you.
Park Smarter app is great.
Yeah.
Yes.
It really
I mean, there is a difference between when the parking
Yeah.
study was done and now we do.
Well, those came up in the comments now too, so I don't know how widespread the app is becoming,
I
but
don't know if that many people know about it.
yeah.
First time I heard about it.
Me too. Oh, it's fabulous. You can add time.
You can do it
remotely.
for here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it figures out where you are and you kind of confirm that's where I am, and it works for
Write it
the.
down, but it's not well known.
You need to
Park
be more
Smarter?
advertising.
Yep,
Park
Smarter.
Yeah.
And you don't have to print out a little ticket?
No,
You just put in your license plate
and the
number?
meter people know that that's your car.
Use
From,
it, so I don't know.
oh, wow, I use it a lot.
Yeah.
I'm
Prudence
gonna
can tell
download
us.
the app right now.
Although I have to
But
Well,
how
I
do
don't
you
use it
know?
because I'm usually walking from here and then every time I am parking downtown, I'm like, oh, I should have had the app, and I'm not gonna download it while I'm not on Wi-Fi, so I just need to do it.
So, so we go through the parking and basically making the argument around and providing the data around how much parking is actually available and how much is used, which is an important basis for then the discussion of strategies that will come. Looking at the streets and sidewalks piece, I have a debate about whether to use this photo or not. It's a great photo of Main Street, but it's a funeral procession. Do people know if it's a funeral procession? I'm trying to get an opinion.
Some people might.
I would not. Wait, where's the?
Well, the thing,
There's a public works
Yeah,
vehicle in it, so
it's the funeral
some
procession
people
for the
might.
public.
Yeah.
Works
Somebody
guy.
from Public Works.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
but
that a
it's a really great shot of
problem?
Main Street.
It's not.
I mean, it's a funeral's real. Or does it feel disrespectful? That'd be the only thing, but
I don't know.
I don't think it feels.
nothing wrong with it being a funeral.
yeah.
It's got the truck.
I mean, I can see some people might be noticing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it's.
What I noticed is that massive truck right there that
Yeah.
shouldn't be there. That's what I noticed.
Well, we're coming up to a discussion of that.
Right. That's not typical.
Yeah. So one of the things that, so just as a point of reference, there's 23 acres of land in the in the street rights of way in downtown. So overall on the size of downtown, this is a lot of the actual square footage that we're talking about. And then I think it's sort of interesting to run down the list of what it is you're doing with that space. There's a lot of competing demands on space. So in the survey you see the idea that basically the sidewalks are cramped or crowded or congested, and just that feeling of inadequate space. And I'm actually going to change out this cross-section a little bit. I've now gotten more precise measurements thanks to better imagery.
Yeah, they're much closer together.
Which,
right?
actually, I'm going to have a drawing that comes up, but it does range. The curb to curb width ranges, it actually goes down further than 50, more of it's 42. But it does actually reach a point where it's 70 feet wide from curb to curb. But it's not consistent at all through the length of Main Street. And the sidewalk widths do vary from 5 to 10 feet as well along the way.
From what, Sarah?
5 to 10.
5 to 10.
Wow, that is not very wide now.
So this section goes through basically is, it's data, it's background information about traffic flow and how much, where vehicles are turning, what amount of traffic there is. Traffic counts in downtown Brattleboro haven't been done that frequently and consistently, so it's a bit hard. If you look at this infographic, there's one, the High Main Street intersection was done in 2018. You've got a 2013, a 2009, and a 2008, and those are the most frequent counts at those intersections. The continuous counter that probably gives you the best data is, which this is a chart from, is the one that's on the West River Bridge, the north London. So, but overall traffic is actually down over time. Yeah. And the line goes down. So there are less vehicles traveling downtown on Main Street than there were 20 years ago.
2,000 or so?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge difference, but it's less. So that chart's going from 14,000
Plus or
to
minus.
18,000.
Yeah.
And that's on I-91?
No, this is on downtown Main Street.
West River Bridge?
It's at the West River Bridge, just at the north end, so. This is this one's counted continuously. I mean, there will be, obviously, you've got, the numbers will be slightly different in the heart of downtown because you've got, more local traffic. But the overall trend, I think, in traffic would be fairly reflective of this. And an interesting point is that while you do see that little peak right here in this chart, that's when they were building the bridge on 91.
Oh,
so if you
lots of
actually
people,
think about it, it's that. Really.
So what year beginning year?
Wow.
Sorry.
It goes from 1998 to 2018.
And it's down that substantially.
It's down
About 2,000.
2,000, a little more. 2,000, 2,500 vehicles.
That's kind of striking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything to account for that?
Yeah, the economy.
I would contribute it to being like reputation. Like everyone's, no, don't go downtown.
No, I think
don't go
that's
downtown.
a I think that if you went on almost any segment of Route 5 in Vermont, the overall trend would be the same. The economy of Vermont has been slowly declining for a long time. So this is just reflective of economic trends.
That's crazy because it feels like there's more traffic.
It may feel like there's more traffic.
It moves so slowly.
But there's
maybe it's because it moves so slowly because they put in that traffic light at Dysfunction Junction.
Goddamn
Maybe
roundabouts.
everyone's vehicles are bigger.
Yeah,
They have cars.
yeah, I guess we could add another chart, another line to the graph about the size of vehicles. So we also get down to talking about the truck traffic. So 6% of the vehicles coming through downtown are larger trucks. And the count that was done in 2018 at Main and High gives a pretty good assessment of when that truck traffic, how much truck traffic there is and when it occurs. So there was about 750 trucks through that intersection on the days that they counted. So they counted on 2 days between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. In June of 2018. Am I need to spin along? So it's about 750 trucks came through during that 12-hour period, but there's a peak, and there's a lot more. There's more truck traffic in the morning. There's more trucks going north, and the peak was about 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning, and there was 101 trucks going through that intersection in that 1 hour. So it's not an even flow through the day.
These aren't necessarily just 18-wheelers, though.
No, it's
they
large.
could be smaller. They could be box
trucks or
and things like that. Yeah.
Still a lot of trucks.
Commercial.
Yeah, commercial, larger, wider
That is a
axle.
lot of trucks.
So obviously, we heard a lot of concern about the truck traffic, and so I actually put some language in here as sort of background so people understand what is happening and why trucks are coming through. It's the weight limits question, and the feasibility of creating a truck route, is not it's not really a viable option. You'd have to take out a neighborhood somewhere in Brattleboro to make it happen. There's just nowhere to bring another route through that you're not impacting someone. So I think if there was an obvious truck route, probably would have been built. That option would have been explored because clearly the truck issue has been there for a long time. And then trying to point towards improving flow, essentially downtown, as the one thing the municipality can do to help address the problem, because clearly the braking and starting of the trucks as they come up the hill, particularly for the thing that can go down as well and hit the traffic lights, is a lot to do with the noise generation. Because when the vehicles are moving at a consistent speed, they actually make a lot less noise than when they're starting and stopping. So here we have a photo from 1941 showing this car congestion issue, not a new one. So, talking a bit about the intersections, a nice classic 70s photo of Malfunction Junction.
Oh, no.
Huh?
Not very many cars.
There aren't many cars right now. There's also no lights, no lines, no crosswalks.
When did the lights go in there at Malfunction Junction?
Relatively recently.
Yeah, a couple years ago, they redid it.
Yeah. Was it when they redid the?
I feel like they've been there since I got to town, which was early 2000s. So
Yeah.
maybe some point in the 90s.
Well, no, there was
They
a,
were here when I got to town in '97.
there used to be a flashing
Late
yellow
90s,
and flashing red, and then they
Could
put
be
all
early
the lights in.
2000s.
Yeah.
I think it's
Did
when
it
they
line up
redid.
with
They were in
the co-op
03 and it
project
was,
or the repainting? Well, the repainting project.
no, it was before the co-op project.
Okay. Yeah.
I think they did that in anticipation for the co-op, if I remember
Yeah.
correctly. It wasn't that long, it was like 5 years ago.
No.
Like really recently. There used to be a flashing
It was
light
not
there.
5 years ago.
6 years?
They were here, I think, by 03.
When was the co-op built?
The new one?
Yeah.
2012?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2012.
Okay, so yeah, then, yeah.
So the plans the V-Trans plans that I finally have gotten a hold of, they drew those in the early 2000s, and they have the signalized stuff on them. So that actually might be when they put the signals in.
Yeah, it might be early.
So I think the actual drawing dates of those are like 2002 or 2003. Yeah. So then we start talking about bike pedestrian facilities, and I'm really hoping I am going to be able to get these photos to zoom up, because this is a great photo from 1907 of the street. So this is actually right at the bridge, the Whetstone Bridge, looking north, and the trolley tracks are in place. There's a horse and cart, there's pedestrians, there's a couple people on a bicycle, and there's a dog running amok. All in the photo, so it's a fun photo.
Complete streets.
It's a very complete street. And this is one of the survey, the photo survey people asked what bike, facilities and amenities they'd like to see. Basically, people would like to bike where there aren't cars. So the options that showed the bike separated from the vehicle traffic were the highest rated there. So we're talking a bit about bicycling, pulling in some of the stuff that was done in 2010 from the Marlboro College project, which had very similar results in terms of what people wanted to see down by the river. And then cars have been there for a long time. So this is a 1920s postcard. So the trolley tracks are still in place. So it's from they pulled them up in 28, I learned. Or 1923. So somewhere in that range. So this is an early 20s postcard showing the street, you know, I think probably configured pretty much I bet you width-wise, it's pretty much same curb to curb as it is today. Those cars were actually pretty small. If you're like parking a bunch of minis along the street like that. So the other thing we can do, the Brattleboro Historical Society has a bunch of historic podcasts. So this one tells the story of the trolley.
This podcast of local
So you can actually play that.
brought to you by Brattleboro Samples. Might attract electricity.
Yeah, we're not going to listen to the whole thing. But needless to say, there was a lot of controversy about the trolley. The trolley finally got built and was only there for 28 years. So.
What was the controversy? Again,
The,
I'll have to
well,
listen
it
to
was
the
it was.
thing,
You
I'll-
listen to the podcast. It was they used the threat of it being dangerous as the reason to oppose it. But I don't know what caused someone to want to oppose it in the first place. But, I think it was one of those things where they felt the state was telling them that they had to do something. And, there was a usurped local control that really got people agitated.
Huh.
So, and then we've got what pedestrian facilities and amenities people would like to see. And again, the green space sidewalk cafes. People really, a lot of these were quite popular. Art and music, more seating, lighting, food carts. I like these ideas. Some comments from people who took the survey, some more photos showing the sidewalks, that kind of thing. So that gets us through basically the inventory of what's here and what the issues are, and some facts and information to help inform the recommendations that follow. Like I said, this is going to do the background on the
I'll send you the
planning
video.
process. You can watch the video. You're not going to run very well. It starts with me.
I don't want
to see that.
Oh, you don't want to see Sue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just play the first minute.
Eisler did a great job. No.
There you are.
Really?
You're filmed like monthly or more. Sue. People can be watching you on YouTube constantly.
For almost 20 years now.
I know. They can go back through the archives and see.
We had a show
evolve.
in Merrimack, a weekly show.
Yeah, so there's more stuff that's going to get dropped in here, but that'll basically just be a summary of that. So then we finally actually come to the strategies, the public space strategies. So the first one will be to walk through the path, starting with the Bridge Street area, and then moving north, and ending. I'd like to end at the Common there, so that we sort of do that whole stretch. I don't have any of this content in here, but you saw some of that from the presentation at the wrap-up presentation for the charrette. So that material will get put in here. This will flow, then I said we'll come back down Main Street. And so this goes to being one of the side moving presentations here. And I've got a couple pieces of this done, so I want to actually sort of show you what the pieces could look like, and this is where we can start to have a bit of a conversation around what areas you would like to see focused on, and what sort of level of detail might be of interest and that kind of thing, so we can help prioritize the flow of the final work here. So this is the one for the library, looking at their front area and the side garden. I knew we had to do this one because Paul, the landscape architect I was working with, promised Star, and I don't think. Paul's wife is a librarian as well, so I think when a librarian comes around and tells him to do something, he's on it.
Well,
He's
it
been
also
trained.
was part of the Better Block.
It was also
challenge,
Better
so I
Block
think
challenge,
it's-
but he really, she pulled him aside, and she really got him to promise to work on this, so. Okay.
Nice storm.
Yeah. No, I laughed at him. I told him that he was really accustomed to taking orders from a librarian. So, images, and then sort of coming up with what the recommendations were that came out of that, which was to level the front, provide outdoor seating, improve the access to the side garden, and provide a sign, a different sign that really is more visible from the street. So this is a sketch of what that could look like. And so this is sort of the format that we're thinking of for more of these sites. So there'll be some photos, some text, and in some cases some drawings like this, sort of envisioning what could be done with the space.
It would be great to have seating out there.
Yeah.
A place to have lunch and people watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, this section of the street is actually at a very weird angle in like 3 dimensions. Weird angle. It's going in different directions laterally and such, but there still is, those planters around the trees are actually very large. If you actually go out there and measure like what the size of those planters are, if you were to rearrange that and get the grade more leveled out, the planter, you could get sort of rid of the planter box component, and then there would be a lot more floor space, shall we say, to work with around them. So
I like how that wall naturally creates seating.
Yeah, so you could do that kind of an edge treatment, and it would tie in a lot more, I think, to the architecture of the building as well. And then, the shrub that's here, it's just gotta go. It's overgrown. It's overstayed its welcome.
There's a lot of like tension. There's a lot of friction trying to get to the library.
Yeah.
It's unnecessary. The planters are part of that.
Yeah, it's a shrub that's outstayed its welcome.
And that shrub.
Yeah.
Those trees can't go anywhere.
Brandy
The
has
trees.
it in for that shrub.
No. Yeah, I do. I'm just. It's too big. The trees, no, I mean the trees are there. They're remarkably healthy given where they are. I'm sure that they're actually too close to the building to be technically accurate about the whole thing, but no one's going to take those down at this point. So. So, other things we might look at here would be the Harris parking lot area and the area around the rec center. I think these are just going to be short little pieces. I know, I haven't fixed it yet.
I think I've told you that before.
I know, I just haven't done anything with it yet. I still have the word programming spelled wrong in here too. I haven't fixed that yet either. So, Plenty Park piece is somewhat done here. So this would be, I think we could do something probably a little bit more detailed than this for Harmony, I think was my sense of what the priority is. And you've got some plans for Preston already that we could show. And then talk about how to balance out the parking versus green space in these parks. So, so I'm sort of seeing these set up as a little background on the space, kind of an assessment about how it functions. So this is, a place to drop in the information that we got from the survey, in terms of how the place is used, what people wanted to see done. Recommendations would be to open this up. This has actually got a fairly big footprint in reality, but most of the space isn't usable. It's because of the design, you actually are not getting much advantage out of the actual amount of area there was a time when there was a gas station there, right? It's not a small site, so.
And the seating doesn't encourage interaction because it's all, everybody's just.
Yeah.
I think the bus shelter is just so oversized too,
and it blocks the sidewalk. So one thing that I think some of these, I've got up here is sort of like, I don't know that I like this format, but basically an inspiration wall where you think about some of the things, the ideas that could be incorporated into the space.
It's ideal for movable chairs.
Yeah, movable chairs, something that would bring more light in to the space, providing, some sort of cover, canopy, the art, that type of thing.
And I'll tell you, the youth I worked with at high school, they loved the Art that Glows idea.
Yeah, I
Every
was
single
gonna
one
say,
of them.
the art
They
that glows,
really
well,
wanted to
I
see that
really like the
downtown.
pavement that glows.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's-
Anything that was like had color or light, they
Yeah.
really enjoyed.
Yeah.
And so if you were to take those ideas and sort of open that up, the space up, and you could actually move the existing design in this direction, I think, by with a little bit of work of eliminating the walls and fences and the bus shelter, which is, no, I mean, even if it was, you could almost even turn the existing structure
And be
90
against-
degrees,
right,
yeah.
and put it against the wall, it would, it would still be more
You
open.
could provide the shelter, or you could do it a different way with a different type of shelter.
Yeah, with a different, this is, the more sort of urban plexiglass
Yeah.
awning type thing, but, it's obviously the natural thing is that people would want to cut through this space, and because there's just the two designated entrances in or out, it isn't really a space that you can cut through and move through, and so that, I think when we go back to the do you spend any time here question, you have, you're not going to just wander through Plenty Park necessarily. You go in there if you
go in there.
You're going in there, right?
Yeah.
There's a destination for a reason.
And then you're static in there. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's like nothing to do except sit.
Around the edge.
Around the edge, waiting for something to happen in front of you that never happens, right? Something in the middle is supposed to happen.
Yeah.
There's
So-
interest in having half of that covered bus station be covered bike parking.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some need for
Bike
bike
parking,
parking
yeah,
out
I mean,
there,
and,
around
I
there.
mean, I think that having a covered space is a great idea. The question is whether it needs to be oriented along the sidewalk like that and creating a barrier.
Right.
I mean, because the sidewalk feels very cramped here too, right? And you feel very close to the traffic, and it is just, it's not open, and it doesn't feel expansive. And I think that's actually a theme with a lot of the public spaces that you do have in downtown Brattleboro. You actually go around and look at them more carefully, see how many of them have fences, how many of them have walls or hedges. There's a lot of effort to defining edge and creating a barrier. And I think that was a reaction to there's a lot of traffic on the street. And so what we need to do is create a barrier. But in some ways, that further intensifies, first of all, the feeling of how much traffic there is when you're on the sidewalk. Because you can't get away from it. There's you don't have any sense that there's space adjacent anymore. This sort of visual sense. And then, yeah, you don't have those opportunities to take an alternate path, I guess. You're kind of stuck on that side. So, yeah, so that's the sort of thing that I envision we might do. The Harmony lot idea, which during the charrette we looked at turning at least one of the bays, the double bays, into park space. And then during the walking tour, the idea of, yes, what you came up with, which was...
I didn't come up with it.
Yeah, I mean, there should be no...
It just makes sense.
There should be no cars here at all.
Yeah.
Questions came up, but there is
Part
some
of the lot is
complications.
private,
Yeah, so
and
it's not all public. So
got a
there's going to
right-of-way.
always have to be access and a certain amount, and there's a drive-through bank.
Yeah, no, I
piece in there.
recognize that.
Yeah. So there's some.
Can't we take it from them? What is that called when the government
Eminent
comes in?
domain.
Yeah, eminent domain.
I don't think we're going to take that.
But it just makes so much sense, you know, and it would be so helpful
So,
to the community.
I know why you want to take that.
Why? Because it's an awesome space.
Yeah, it's an awesome space.
Yeah. So moving forward through here. Let's see. Well, I'm almost done with this section. Sorry. So this has got the question here about bike lanes. So obviously bike lanes came up. Yeah, that's one of the ones I need to get permission to for.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
a
because that
reformer.
really
That's a reformer
demonstrates the
picture. Yeah.
hideousness of trying to bike in town.
So I think the question of bike lanes is one that has to be answered. So this goes through what the requirements are from an engineering and safety point of view about what amount of space you need for them. You need at least 5 feet. It really should be 6, but you could legally get away with 5. But even at 5, you can't get them in down here by Flat Street. There is not enough room. The only option would really be to take down the latches I don't think. I don't think.
Oh, let's do that.
Eminent domain.
No.
I don't
Give
think
me
that's on the
entertainment.
agenda. So there's actually just physically not enough room. The buildings are not far enough apart to have enough room for the traffic.
But
that
if the
needs
art
to be there.
museum is building,
Yeah, but it isn't just that building. It's the other one too, and it's the really lovely historic one with the pitched roof that everyone loves.
oh, that's such a pretty building.
Yeah, see, that's a pretty building. Yeah, so that whole little piece in there is constrained. And then, like I said, that the widths vary. So this part that's blue in here, this between Elliott and High, this is the wide piece. There's a lot of room there. If you were, particularly if you get rid of the parking
On one side.
one side, two sides, narrow down the lanes. There's a lot of room that could be theoretically pulled out of here. This gets very wide. The buildings are 75 feet apart at their widest point there. So there's a lot of room. But then this narrows up. So most of the rest of it is right around 42 to maybe 48-ish feet. So that means you can if you got rid of the parking, you could put in the bike lanes, but you're not going to get wider sidewalks. So it's an either or choice, really.
Who are you going to upset in that choice?
Well, it's really what makes the most sense in terms of benefits and use of the space, and to think about that. And because, I mean, in my mind, if you can't get the bike lanes all the way through, then I think their effectiveness is significantly reduced. And it would require also eliminating basically all the on-street parking. You would be able to get a little bit of on-street parking in this block with, so there could be some, probably, some drop-off and accessible handicap spaces, but it pretty much means no parking as well to do it. So I think that points to the importance of the path as being the obvious better option to actual designated bike lanes on Main Street.
And I think too that in an ideal world it would be great to have some sort of big bike lanes on Main Street, but where's the bigger benefit? And I think having a wider sidewalk where you could have more of the street, like cafes or more room for that kind of stuff, because there's still the topographical challenges of downtown. There's still the truck traffic that might make it feel unsafe for people to bike.
Yeah.
So it's probably still going to be the skilled,
serious bikers. It's never going to be, even with designated bike lanes, it's not going to be a place that you're going to bike as a casual or recreational bicyclist.
Is there a way of sharing the lane with, being more aware as a driver?
I mean, you can sign it and designate, do the things for it. And I mean, I think that's the people who are biking now. I mean, I think as much as you can get on your bike and act like you're a vehicle.
I observe people all the time on Putney Road driving their cars in the bike lane.
Yeah.
Like as it's a passing lane or whatever, and it's just like,
wow.
Yeah, it gives me like no hope for bike lanes in that. Because people are just gonna get hurt, and it's because drivers don't share the road with bicyclists, and they don't know how. They're not educated anymore or something. I'm not sure what happened.
There's a way to create barriers and so it's not just paint. Because cyclists don't feel safe when it's just paint.
I mean, I could see someone thinking and going and trying to go over and hitting a biker.
That's exactly
and that.
It's going to get better on Putney
happens all
Road
the time.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
They will have an off street.
So the other
that's detached.
The other implication of adding the bike lanes, it requires reconfiguration of the travel lanes. And right now, the way the travel lanes are set up, there's space for cars to line up at the intersections, right? Stacking room. So when the light turns, how many cars can you basically get parked at a red light in that block? And while you can definitely narrow the lanes, doing that, because of how it does that thing where there's you think of the two straight up and down north-south lanes, and then there's that lane that's for turning. And essentially at one intersection it's a left-hand turn one way, and then you get down to the other. But that transitions over the course of the block. So it's sort of like it makes this diagonal, and where it makes that diagonal, it's making extra space. So the lanes it's like it's not really like there's 3 lanes, except at the actual ends, right, at each end of the block. In the middle, there's like this extra half space, but it's enough that you can stack cars up, right, at the intersection. And if you narrow the lanes down, that's possible, but then you're going to put less cars in them when the light turns red. So that could actually be part of a congestion problem in downtown Brattleboro too. So these are like the factors that you have to weigh back and forth against, you know, how much space to give to the cars, whether to give space to bicycles, whether to give space to pedestrians, you know, and how much. So it's a fairly complicated set of factors that influence that. You know, we can say this is how much space there is, and then it's really a question of allocating that space. And so I'm hoping that we can sort of make that sort of choice thing clear in this story map format, that you really you know, you have to balance off and weigh and prioritize, because it's not you get 100% of everything. And that will be the same with the park question. You know, how much green space can we add into these parking lots? How much pedestrian walkway area can we add into the parking lots while still keeping enough parking spaces? And if you want to eliminate, you know, an entire parking lot, say Preston to make a park or Harmony to make a park, then, you know, what does that mean in terms of the overall supply? Or you want to get rid of 1 or 2 lanes of parking on Main Street, you know. So it's a supply question too. So I think we're going to have a lot of ideas in here for improvements, but they're not all achievable altogether, right? It's choices. So moving through that, and then a little brief thing will be one for Elliott Street, one for Flat Street, some discussion of the intersection. We've got some thoughts on that from Mr. Rett, the rail trail, this whole discussion of parking, weighing off the choices, that would go here. And then programming without the extra M. And the next step's in the credit. So that's the story map. So those are the kind of things that we can do with it. I think it's a fairly engaging and interesting way to present the downtown plan. So the real question is, we've got a certain amount of time and a certain amount of budget left, and we want to focus those those hours and dollars on the things that are the most important to you all. So I think my sense is that Harmony is on that list.
What were you?
Well, there's a question of whether to do more around this building, around the municipal building area. That was one of the areas we could look at in more detail. The question of looking at High Grove in more detail from a stormwater perspective, that's the one place that Amy thought there was some reasonable opportunity to put in some green stormwater infrastructure.
So that's the parking lot up at the, huh. Well, that would be nice, because I think that space has some more potential.
And you had asked about the Depot Riverfront property too, about what level of detail we were going to go into for that piece.
I think a lot of people, what they wanted to see there was, they wanted to see more than just that one picnic table. They wanted to see, you know, like the youth talked about a concert kind of venue.
I think
access to the water.
I like the idea of, first of all, my thoughts on Harmony is that there is some work that's been done. So I'm not sure, I don't, and I know it's not full park, but there's been ideas in the past for full parks there. So to me, there's been some work done. I'm not sure that it needs to go further, because it'll show up in here. I'm imagining the stuff in the Shrub. High Grove lot, I think that seems pretty exciting if there's a stormwater opportunity there.
Yeah, that seemed to be the most likely candidate for any sort of stormwater. As soon as you got much lower than that, Amy thinks that you have infiltration and potential pollution problems, that you don't actually want to infiltrate water. So green stormwater infrastructure is actually not that great of an idea for most of downtown.
Oh, wow.
The municipal center, while I would love to see some stuff done, I think the town's agreement to kind of look at housing here with Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust, it could be useful to have something that's kind of dealing with the front lawn or even the parking lot. But I'm not sure. I guess I'd probably want to ask around to see if that would be useful. Depot Street and the riverfront, I mean, I do think with the new bridge and Bridge Street changing and the, future bike ped bridge, I think that a lot of people have been talking about that as kind of this trails hub. And so I would I think seeing something that's a more programmed space or a more active space than just what's there now would be beneficial.
It would be nice also if this is gonna be public, to have just all the constraints articulated, and not that people would necessarily read it, but
yeah,
the explanation as to why you can't access the river from that side. Clear.
As much as I'm a lover of outdoor recreation and stuff like that, I'd love a little extra emphasis on any proposed change or improvement that can have benefits year-round. So widening sidewalks and things. People walk on those just as much December through March and April. But people are definitely biking less during our bad 6 months of the year. People are definitely lounging on the lawns and picnic tables less half of the year. So improvements that benefits year-round. I feel like in our climate compared to Florida, an extra push.
Along that, I don't know if anyone put in there too, where to have lunch in public in the winter.
Yeah, River Garden.
Maybe that's the only place.
Yeah.
But it might be kind of interesting. And also I saw a lot of programming, thoughts on programming, and even with Piney Park, what would programming look like there? Like an activated space somehow. Be interesting to see that. And also down on the river, if there was a stage and there's a concert going on, that would look like.
I feel like Harmony could offer basically all of that except for access to the river. Our access to the river is almost non-existent anyhow, or not really possible, it seems. I feel like Harmony has so much potential and so much.
Whatever happened to the Harmony Park that was being created?
There, that green space got paved over.
Well, no, there was still the green space on the
Was
behind
there
the
maybe a
house.
stage and
There
other
was going to be a
films
stage and stuff. I don't know if they were not successful fundraising. I don't really know.
Because they went to the sort of ribbon cutting of that, and then
Was that a Rick's House initiative?
It was.
Okay.
They were going to partner with DBA, but I'm not really sure. It wasn't a town initiative.
Well,
I think the impact of the Hinsdale Bridge change and the pedestrian bike bridge is big, and you addressed that some at the summary meeting in terms of the impact of the flow on Main Street, but I do think that.
And so that's actually
It's
probably.
the change, there's gonna be money,
That's actually probably something we should have further follow-up conversation on. I'm not really that up on where the project is, what the town's current positions and level of engagement and such in that.
On the Hinsdale Bridge.
On the
Okay.
bridge,
Yeah, we
yeah.
should.
So we should just do a.
That's my question, is that seems all fine and dandy, but who's going to be paying to maintain it? Are we going to still have access to that bridge?
That's the intent.
Yeah, but it's not 100%.
Well, the bridges are staying.
Yeah, but are we going to be able to utilize them?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah. Definitely?
The question of who's gonna pay is still
Is
very
that
much
still-
up in the air, yeah.
Because
But
last
there-
I knew, my understanding was that we weren't sure if we're going to be able to access them because.
It's pretty definite, there's gonna
Yeah,
be
it's
a
pretty definite.
Yeah.
There's-
pedestrian.
Okay, good.
There's a group a committee that's really trying to make that sure that it does happen, that bridge is not forgotten.
Yep.
Yeah, so whatever planning work has been, whatever, I just need an update so we know where that is.
last meeting that some of us talked about, now it, on the surface, seems like it's adding another request from you or requirement, but like a single page or poster that's just like shows,
Yep.
it won't show it in detail, but just catches people and just wows everyone with all the proposals.
So I didn't go into, so the story map is obviously the primary product, but my intention is to have a short executive summary that would pull from some of the text. I mean, I don't really see that this is it's just readapting what's the content that we've got, really. So that you will have a paper thing that you can distribute, and then that at the bottom here, when we have the project list piece, I would envision that would also be part of that printed version. And then you have requested sort of a poster map type thing, and I think that's, basically I'm going to use the template that I used for the charrette mapping, so that exists. And then the illustrations and graphics that are going into here can be used on that, and sort of highlight the ideas that way. So it's doable, and I think that it will complement this quite well.
Great.
So, I don't think you got a straight answer.
No, we have a lot of priorities. So if I was to get an architect and a landscape architect to work on like one more thing, what's the one more thing? I guess is the core of the question. Like, what area is the most important?
Hensdale Bridge, if it's actually going to be like accessible to the public ones.
Bridge Street Depot Street area?
Well, if we take the bikes off of Main Street, or we take the idea of bikes safely off Main Street, then where do they go?
Well, that's the path idea, which I don't have that stuff in here yet, but
that's
we do
already
have
sketched out.
we do have that stuff sketched out, and it's basically the series of improvements through the parking lots, and then some roadway improvements and sidewalk improvements to connect them. So it's using your existing spaces, but making a designated pathway that goes through them.
Okay.
And the big problem is getting from Flat to Elliott, right?
Yes, you end up at the transportation center and the stairs or the elevators if it works, and basically using the transportation center as the.
Oh, I guess you could drive through the transportation center.
Yeah.
Probably not very safe.
Yeah, maybe try.
Could be, I guess, depending on the time of day. I don't know a lot of cars in there.
Well, I think there's still going to be users of on-street bicycling. It's just, it's going to be more of the share the road kind of thing, rather than a dedicated bike lane.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you'd have the choice to try to make the steep hill and go up and around too, but we're getting. I think there's ways to make using the stairs with your bicycle a bit easier there. If the stairs were changed on the transportation center, which is sort of one of the things we talked about, the charrette, was opportunities to make the stairway a bit more of a little less of a facility just for the users of the transportation center, and a bit more of a
like a public passageway. Oh, that's an interesting idea.
Yeah, there's like almost enough room over there to do like a big spiral going down for bicycles.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
It's an expensive thing.
Yeah, we looked at a lot of fun
skateboarders,
I'll
options.
go bomb it with my
Funicular, and there's the really. Did I show during the charrette the really cool, like, I think they were Danish, I think. The street with the little track that you got on with your bike, and it pulled. It's like this little track in the road. And you get alongside it with your bike, and you push on this little pedal on the track, and it pops up, and then it pushes you up. You sit on your bike, you've got your foot down on this pedal that's on the track, and it pushes you and your bike up the hill.
Whoa. Whoa.
Where is this?
I think it was you have to YouTube this. I'll have to find this. It's like
you did not show that.
I didn't show it.
It scares me of like being on a hoverboard.
I don't
and
see
trying
it
to get
working
off
in the
when I
snow.
almost, like, a broken arm.
Yeah.
Oh, it reminds me of like what is that called? Like the magic carpet at a ski resort?
Yeah.
Kids get
Oh,
on
yeah.
that.
Yeah. It was like, it was one of those things that looked like it was you're gonna be spending forever trying to fix it. It's gonna be broken all the time. It looked like it had such maintenance issues, but they were very happy people going up and down. Going up this thing. It didn't go very fast, so, you know, worst case scenario, you just put your feet down and you would be fine, you know, but, yeah, it was interesting.
So, have we given you what you want? What more can we give you?
So, well, what I'm hearing is that the work we've got perhaps done on Harmony, stuff we've got on Preston will probably be fine. We're going to throw more design time at the project. We should be looking down Bridge, Depot, intersection area. Does that seem like a consensus of the group?
Yeah, how, is there gonna be any effect on the BMAC project on your design, or is that all entirely not connected to that?
The BMAC project?
The museum.
The museum project. We had a conversation with Danny during the Charette time period. We have an understanding of what it is that they are looking at.
They've gone public.
Yes, yeah. And I think it lines up fine with what we were looking at on Bridge Street. And, yeah, so I don't see there being an issue. It would be nice if they moved the building back and give you 10 more feet of sidewalk, but.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why
can we
not?
ask them to do
Reasonable
that?
request. It is still conceptual.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's, the building is sitting
Why
sort
don't
of
you
in a
put in
separate-
your design that they do that?
Yeah.
Well, we can suggest
I like
that.
that idea. Is that going to help with the bike lane then? Except for we still
it
have
wouldn't solve the problem.
Yeah, because we still have
It
that
wouldn't
building.
continue the problem, you know, as much. It would give you a little more sidewalk room there. It's actually really interesting because it's so, it changes so much right there. You're like super tight right in front of the lattice, and then that bridge is incredibly wide over the Weston, and that crosswalk is ridiculous. It's like,
yeah, it's a huge.
it's like 80 feet across that crosswalk.
Yeah.
It's crazy wide, how wide it is. So there's a lot of opportunity to improve the pedestrian experience on the bridge, or bicyclist experience on the bridge. But it just crunches right in where the buildings come in. They're just, and obviously have for a very long time been that close to each other. So there you go. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, Brandy.
So I think you probably will plan to see me maybe again in February, just in
Okay.
terms of timeline. That's the hope.
So, it's 8:26.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
I'm back.
How do we feel about going on for another 20 minutes?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good too.
Everybody good? How about another 10 minutes?
I think we have Erin here, so we should
Yeah,
at
no,
least
we
hear
definitely,
from
we
Erin.
definitely wanna do the.
I think the
West
rest,
Coast part.
you know, we have a meeting in about 2, 3 weeks,
Right,
so we can move some of that other stuff.
okay.
I mean,
Okay.
so if we do.
So if we just do
Erin
West
and H.
Brattleboro,
Yeah.
and then H, which
Yeah.
is not gonna take too long at all, and then adjourn, is that good
Yes.
for everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Erin, why don't you just explain?
I mean, you wanna give a little context of what
Yeah.
we're talking about first, and then I'll kind of.
Sure, so, this is the big picture planning efforts, and we just wanted to bring you guys all up to date with what we've been doing in West Brattleboro. Erin and I originally have been on the West Brattleboro Association for a long period of time. And we have been talking for a while about trying to find a third place or a community space for the village of West Brattleboro. That's been going on for years and years and years. And then post-Irene, Melrose Terrace, we've talked about that before, a lot of those buildings are designated, 11 of them have designated to come down. They're gonna redesign that space, the bank space. They're actually gonna dig out the brook from when it was filled in, when the buildings were built. So it's gonna become less of a flood zone. It's not entirely free of flood zone, but there's some designation that's gonna shift. And last year, 2 years ago, Chris Hart came to the WBA saying she had a plan for what to do with the remaining buildings in Melrose Terrace. So this past year, Erin started a project to focus community attention on that space with the idea of it potentially becoming a third place for the village of West Brattleboro. So that's what it's working with me.
Right, and we're looking at it also as, I mean, when we were looking at third places, which we were incredibly unsuccessful at finding over the course of about 5 years, what we've really been focusing on is economic development for West Brattleboro and like how to create a there. We've watched business after business close or business after business try to sell their property and been not successful in selling very large buildings. The Mattress Company, American Traders,
now Chelsea
Royal. I mean, there's a bunch. I mean, Dallin Chalet is arguably like also in a place that needs to have a new vision. So this project, it's called Waterways, is like I said, a community engagement project around this particular plot of land at Melrose Terrace. So the grant that we got was through the Community Engagement Lab, and I'm a teaching artist, and they were really focusing on how teaching artists can gather the community and engage them in creative placemaking effectively. And so that's in June. We're going to have a series of 3 events that does exactly that. The other focus they had in this grant, and certainly a focus for us as well, is that Melrose Terrace is a great example of how the climate is affecting people living along the waterway. And the whetstone is really arguably like the vital spine of West Brattleboro. But it is also quite dangerous. And so part of what we're doing is bringing the community in relationship to the waterway and understanding better about how it's moving and how it will move, and how we could be good stewards of that waterway. We've been talking to other organizations, Connecticut River Conservancy, the Vermont River Conservancy, more recently, I'm going to mess it up, at the Watershed Division of Marie
Caduto.
Yep.
Yes. Right, so I just went to that, and how the water quality. We're working with Bonneville Environmental Education Center. We're bringing in the Academy School and engaging all ages around like how do we really shepherd this particular piece of land and this particular part of the whetstone, bring it back to health, and also because there's going to be land there that won't be built on, and there'll be buildings that will rise up out of the floodway once all this work is done along that stretch. How do we use this space as public space going forward? So that's kind of the long vision.
And the buildings that are going to remain there potentially could be used for some kind of income generating. That it's not quite clear how, but the idea is ultimately to get this into an actual productive community space where that would be a location that would then attract people to revitalize the town, the village, more of the
And its location next to the village center is really key. And there's also other conversations about how to get kids from like Tri-Park on their bike to downtown. Like that's kind of a longer vision, and how is this a stopping point on that? And instead of having them on Route 9, which is just crazy, to have them back there. So just starting to look at all the chunks. I walked the whetstone with Kathy Erfer, and it was really interesting to kind of see how people are using the whetstone in different areas, where you could see where there were swimming holes, where there were fishing holes, and this, but also seeing how there are some really flat areas that could accommodate a lot of walking and biking. So, yeah, it's kind of a big thing that we're really kind of sinking our heels into in June.
Do you have any set dates yet, or?
Right now, yeah, I mean, we have to check with a couple of our partners to make sure, but right now we're looking at June 7th, 14th, and 21st. They're all Sundays.
Okay.
The first one will be around historical storytelling, and from the perspective of Abenaki elders in the community, also some of the elders that lived right there in Melrose Terrace and loved it. So hearing stories, and stories from people that grew up along the Whetstone in West Brattleboro, and their relationship to the waterway. And then we'll also draw out stories from the other people that come and document those. The second event is more environmental. We'll have people from the Vermont River Conservancy and Connecticut River Conservancy, as well as Bonnieville Environmental Education Center. And the idea right now is that there'll be different kind of walking tours around there with educational components. They'll have a schedule, and then it's also then going to result in working with 2 ceramic artists that are local, and that information that education people get will then be able to take a tile and be able to choose some aspect of the waterway there, that area, and draw how they envision the health coming back to that area. And then those tiles can be used in at Beak, maybe at Academy School, so there's a way of like visually connecting people to this site. Because one of the ideas Chris Hart had, and something we left out, is that the idea right now is that that Brattleboro Housing Partnerships might create another organization, like a nonprofit, that would then hold this land once it's purchased back by $1, with $1 back from FEMA. And so she's really looking at, it's HUD,
HUD.
Sorry.
FEMA's paying for the
Right.
regeneration, but HUD owns
HUD owns the building, so.
Okay, right. So how those buildings, the remaining buildings can be used, and maybe they can be used as classrooms as well, so that they have on-site education, tying in other educational things. And then the third event is more movement-based and immediate experiencing, and then we'll also get the artwork that's taken from the first 2 events, and they'll come to that event as well, and so it'll be our culminating event. And in that event is where we'll start to plant seeds of the community voicing what they'd love to see there, but after having lots of experience. So that's where we are now.
Sounds fantastic. Thank you.
Cool. Excited. There it is.
Great. I
Is
feel like
there
you guys
any-
are really, sorry.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, is there anything that we can do to help at this point, or just kind of stay tuned and?
We're looking for really beautiful maps. And actually, we'd love to work with a map maker, but someone maybe that does hand-drawn maps, not electronic. Because we're really thinking about this, the visual campaign of this, so that, you know, I always feel like you have to go back to the hand, and that gets people to realize, oh, I'm included.
Yeah.
There's something that if it's digital, too digital, there's a remoteness. So hand-drawn maps would be really beautiful.
Did you ever see the Whetstone Brook flyer? I don't know that it's a hand-drawn map, but she tapes at BCTV. M. Richards did a lot of art on it. Let me get you one before you leave. I don't know if it's a hand-drawn map, but she did a lot of artwork around it.
Cool. I'd love to see that.
So I'll get you one, but
We
I'll
all-
ask around to see if I can find.
That would be great.
We also want to get the word out so that people will come, because the more people who come, the better.
Absolutely. And we'll also be doing a lot of outreach in the communities like Westgate and Tri Park and some of the other communities in West Brattleboro, we're gonna be doing outreach.
Mhm.
So it would be fantastic to have, and we're gonna set it up so there's sort of a list where you can sign up to be part of the outreach, and we'll do outreach events. Because it's the only way we're really gonna get everyone to feel like they're involved and invited. So, so that's where we're gonna love to have others come with us on those events. Yeah, like yourselves, it'd be great. Because people will have questions. It'll be an experience, it won't be a meeting. But then we'll have time afterwards, like a Q&A. Yeah. Any other questions?
It sounds like that village area needs some enthusiastic, enlivening creativity, so whatever we can help, let us know.
No, I'm really excited about it. I feel like you folks have like really thought about everything. You know, I feel like you're like approaching it at all the different angles and like thinking about everybody. I really dig that. I'm super excited to see, you know, it come to fruition.
Cool.
So.
And we'll have more to share with you. As soon as we firm up those dates, we'll have, and we want to work on a flyer right away and a beautiful poster. I mean, something like someone would want that poster to frame that poster and they would keep it forever. That's the level
Do you know,
of a poster.
Do you know Bryony Cribbs? Bryony, she's from like Dummerston, Putney area. You should check out her art. She's not a map drawer, but she's good enough to be able to do something. I don't want to take away from you.
No, that's
she also
great.
does. She does like a lot of like botanicals and then like nature stuff.
Perfect.
Also, she does like a lot of like. It's very similar to like a Audubon Society art.
Oh,
She's like better than Audubon though. She's mind blowing.
Okay.
Yeah, so check her. Bryony. I don't know how you spell that.
And how do you spell her last name?
I think it's Cribbs. Bryony.
Right.
I want to check it out.
Oh, she's so good. She's one of my. Oh yeah, Briony.
Briony.
Morrow Morrow dash Cribbs Cribbs.
Okay. Great.
Her art is mind blowing, and it's like I think it's like what you guys are describing. I'm like,
okay,
she's the one.
Because and we're also envisioning like the layers, the overlays of the different outcomes that are, because it's about the environment. It's also about like the people that live along the whetstone, or generally that's the cheapest land, so that when there are events, those are the people that actually need the most help. And so, you know, there's a lot about social equity, there's about economic development, there's creating a there. Anyway, so I want to be able to have the map also show those things. And show the different populations and show the different kinds of engagement. Great, thanks for that. If any other artists come to mind, it'd be great to work with someone local. Yeah. Alrighty, anything else?
Did you want to talk about weather?
Oh, yeah, so, until such time as it's not gonna snow anymore, I thought it would be a good idea for us to set aside the Wednesday following the first Monday of every month, so that we know if it's snowing on Monday, that we will just meet that Wednesday. Does everybody feel like they are willing and able to do that? So it's it won't always necessarily be the first Wednesday, because it could be that
second, yeah.
It could be the second.
Just the Wednesday following that
So
first
it's the Wednesday
Monday.
following the first
Yeah.
Monday. So
Yep.
if you would just clear your schedules until May.
So next meeting's the 6th.
Or take a look and make sure, if you've got a conflict, just let us know.
Yeah,
So we can.
so that this way we don't have to do what we did to do this time, which is sort of run around and pull everybody and all that. We just know that if we cancel the meeting for Monday, it will happen on that Wednesday.
So like the 2 days after or whatever.
Right.
That was easy.
Right. Is that good?
Yeah, I'm gonna miss a number of meetings in a row, the Monday meeting, so if it snows, I'll be here. And I don't know if there's any, if you ever need a vote or something, if I can participate by phone.
You can.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Okay.
We'll let you know if we need a quorum.
Great.
All right, cool. So, anything else?
No?
All right.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Yes.
Oh, yes,
Holidays.
happy holidays.
Holidays.
See you in
And
the
I need a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Interesting meeting.
I apologize
Yeah.
for
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, additions to the agenda tonight. Have any? No. Good. I have no remarks. Open public comments regarding agenda items only, please. And our auditors are not here yet, so we will skip them. Approval of regular meeting minutes and budget meeting minutes, please, from December 3rd and 4th.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the minutes of December 3rd and 4th as printed. Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the meeting minutes from December 3rd and 4th as printed. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? I'm gonna get you right where you sit down. Come right up and come talk to us.
Listen, man, I've been in the car for 3.5 hours, boy.
Walk slow.
Absolutely. Where you guys want me?
Right here.
Can we steal another chair?
Oh,
stop.
There's 2 chairs. Come on up.
Yeah, Cindy's gonna join us, all right?
Perfect.
Please. Tired. It's been a long year.
Yes, it has. Okay. We don't. Getting us all on camera.
Good evening.
How are we doing?
Doing good.
So you have the floor. Talk to us.
I'm Ron Smith, principal with R.H.R. Smith and Company. I just spent the past 4 hours driving in a blizzard over here, so if I'm a little off my game, I apologize, but certainly here to talk and close out 2018 and talk about 2019. I apologize it's taken me so long to get here. Let me tell you this, I had a death in my family this summer on the 4th of July, and I know Cindy's had a long year, so here we are, and certainly actually we're prepared to talk about 2019 as well. So we sent Cindy a draft today, so she hasn't had time to review it. We'll hit the highlights and certainly give her a chance to respond over the course of time and review. But I think we can hit some of the highlights of that and go back and start where we, this fiscal year, start at the beginning of the year, 6/30/18 and come right up to today. Sure. And tell you where you're at financially and certainly go over any questions you guys may have.
Perfect.
So going back to June 30, 18, I'm going to start with your general fund. Your general fund had about $700,000 of surplus, of which I think $330,000 was unassigned. And then we had the rest of it, which is about $360,000, $370,000 assigned for a multitude of purposes, that was certainly either committed or obligated, whether it be at town meeting or through the board, through your statutory rights. Based on a general fund budget of about $2 million, we like to see your surplus at 30, 60 to 90 days of that. And that's what our industry benchmarks say. So where are you at with that $330,000? Probably somewhere right around 45, maybe 50 days on June 30, 2018. And we actually see that going up a little bit for 2019, up to around $400,000, just based on Cindy's review and whether or not we got all the carry forwards and restrictions in the right place. We actually see that going up in 2019 to the unassigned, the unrestricted, to about $400,000. And I think the restricted is going to stay right about there too, where it was on June 30, 2018. And Cindy just hasn't had the time to go over that, but
She just got it today.
yeah, she just got it today. We wanted to make sure we put it in her hands, but we're pretty confident, that the number she gave us, we made little to no adjustments on, as far as the transfers go. So I think more importantly, it's just going to be a function of where the restrictions are with the balances forward, at the end of the year. I think probably the thing that stands out the most, is with this town, is the fact that the money that it's obligated to capital improvements and infrastructure. And on June 30, 2018, you have a emergency capital reserve account with about $1.6 million into it. You have a capital reserve account with about $1.5 million into it. You have another capital account with about $400,000 into it, and I think you have a culvert account with $57,000, in it on 18. So you had about $3.6 million on 2018 in these various reserve accounts, and I think that separates you, well, from a lot of your neighboring municipalities, because obviously you had the foresight to put some of that money away, for those intended purposes. In 2019, you use some of it, and the expectations are it's going to go down to about $3.3 million, where we see it on June 30, 2019. Your emergency reserve dropped about 100. I believe your capital reserve dropped about 90. I actually think the culvert might have gone up in 2019, but your other capital reserve account went down. They all went down cumulatively about $300,000. But I still think that you get the A, for average and score for certainly having that money put away into that capital reserve account. A lot of municipalities of your size don't have that. So obviously at some point in time in need, at some point in time in the past, while you had the ability to do it, I think you did a lot of right things. And clearly that money is statutorily set. There's a statute that clearly governs what you can use that money for, in the future. And I think what that is. And my advice would probably be is to make sure that your plan, make sure that your future needs, and make sure that the stars align with that $3.3 million, because I'll tell you, I am sure when your largest taxpayer was here, that was probably a reason why you were able to move some of that money into that capital reserve. They're not here anymore, and certainly it's going to be hard to do that. So I think that, what I would probably recommend is maybe what your needs were once upon a time ago. Make sure that there's still needs today. And if you need to deobligate that or reassign, that money to other capital needs, or different capital needs, do that, while you still can and certainly have that money. You've got about $1.6 million sitting in trust in 2018 and 2019. A lot of that's in capital reserve accounts. Again, you've got a lot of capital reserve accounts. I think that there's like $300,000, sitting in the capital reserve accounts and the special revenues, that you have. You've got some road money that's sitting over there. You've got a bunch of special projects that are sitting over there. You've got about, I think, $250,000 in cemeteries, in 2018 and 2019, sitting in those permanent funds. So you got a lot of funds, you got a lot of, you're a busy town, and you've got a lot of funds, that there are purposes, for, whether it be an ordinance, a special town meeting, or an outside intervention looking in saying we want that money, put away, for us, or for that day. You've got quite a bit of money put away for all those special purposes too. So I would argue your special purposes are actually healthier than the town of Vernon's general fund that you vote on every March, itself. But the fact that you've got all that money put away for those calculated reasons, I think really, depicts the whole financial picture of the town, which I really think puts you in a great financial condition, certainly for this town. So I give your, because there's always room for improvement, I give you probably a financial score, a B+, for sure. I think that you've done a lot of good things while you had the ability to do good things. I think there's some challenging times ahead of you now, with your tax base. I think you've got almost close to $200,000 in a reappraisal fund that will probably be, certainly discussed and talked about now, as you try to go through some revaluation with your tax base. So you've done some right things, to put some money away for that day, when...
We just did a townwide reappraisal.
You did, is it this year?
Oh, they just finished it.
Yeah, so obviously, that, the intentions of that money, clearly, has been met, and probably certainly necessary, to go back and see where your tax base is and what the values, of your grand list is, certainly for the municipality. So, yeah, but on June 30th, I think a large part of that money was still there, to spend for the reappraisal. I know it was in 18, I actually thought it was in 19 too.
Yeah, we spent quite a bit of it.
Well, I can tell you exactly how much you spent, so if you guys all want to know.
19.
19. So again, the grade is I'd say is a B+. I think while you had the money, you certainly were able to put some of that away for the reasons, such as a reappraisal and that you had right now. What's that?
176.
176 on, so it's 176 on June 30, 2019. And it sounds like you've gone through quite a bit of that.
Yeah.
As of today. So without going through 70 pages, there's the standard of the town, for sure. And yeah, I think that Cindy does a great job with the books, where the fact that when she gives us the information, we're able to deliver it back the same way it looks, and that quite doesn't always. We do, Sam and I and our company, we've got 30 professionals. We do 350 governments in the states of Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. And let me tell you, your books are very clean, on how they're given us, and you can just tell the great pride, that goes into that work, and certainly and it doesn't always roll that way, when you're doing these audits, for sure. I think we probably do about 150 municipalities, probably somewhere close to 150 school systems, and then a rest, including state government itself. And it just doesn't. The way that when you come in and do an audit, there's never an expectation that what you're going to be given is just clean. And your books are clean. They're very clean. So certainly I'll make that statement right now. I think one of the things that we had talked about, with points, and one of the things, topics of interest, is how you guys move pieces of paper. The library, I think was one of those issues and talking points, and clearly as far as following some kind of statutory protocol like the town does, my recollection with the library is that some of these bills that are being paid over at the library are actually getting approved after the fact. The checks are getting dispersed, yet not going, to the trustees, until after the checks have already been dispersed. I'm sure that's not a best practice and something that you probably definitely want to take care of. And there's a lot of statutory precedent when it comes to libraries and the Board of Trustees and autonomy. No matter what the statute says, there needs to be some control before those funds are dispersed, not after. And I think we saw clear instances in both years of that, and again, we discourage that practice for sure. So we're not saying anything's wrong with the disbursements, we're just saying the process and the protocol. Clearly, as you go through here at the town, you have a warrant that you approve at a public meeting, and then those funds are dispersed. It's actually, in the library's case, opposite. While those funds have been dispersed, then approved after the fact. And again, we don't consider that a best practice. So that'd probably be one of the bigger talking points that we had, I think, during the course of the year. Other than that, just minor things as far as what other municipalities do and conversations we've had in Cindy and getting into Vernon and how you guys do it here. I think she does a great job with your books. Absolutely. So.
Chris, questions? Jeff?
I don't. I wish I did to make your long travel a little
Hey,
more
listen, no worries.
worthwhile.
We're going back to Brattleboro, have some fun, then we're working our way up to White River tomorrow. So
All right, I'm not going to hold you up there.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming, though.
Listen, glad we could. So, and I again apologize for taking me to. It's been a bad year for me, a very long, heartening year. Let me tell you. So.
There's New Year's coming.
What's that?
There's New Year's coming.
It can't get here soon enough. I can tell you that. So today was a little bit more of a slap in the face on the way over. So.
I'm the library director.
Gotcha.
And I read that note, so I guess we have to work that out. I mean, the board only meets once a month.
Yeah.
And that's why that happens.
So
Because
a lot of times there's provisions, with Gene. So a lot of times there's provisions, that where statutorily what you guys can do is designate a member of the board until you convene, together. To sign, that warrant, I'll use the same word that that government uses. So many times for schools and municipalities, you're given some statutory immunity provided you have a policy, and usually it's ratified annually, where you say, hey, we're going to pick a member of our Board of Trustees, and we know we can't convene 5 together, but we can circulate and get 1 there to sign this off, and we're going to have a policy or procedure that allows us to do that. That's much better than what you have right now. It's probably the best way I can say that. And that would be one thing, certainly, that's a very common practice in the world of government, that you could use.
Okay.
So.
And then it's all
But
only...
and I'm just trying to walk you through the logic. You're doing and you can't make this up. I'll give you a real life situation. You're doing a renovation project to your library. Heck, you're building a new library, okay? And, you know, and your out goes, you know, a $200,000 disbursement to the contractor. Lo and behold, to the satisfaction of your clerk to the works, that the work wasn't done and performed satisfactorily.
Right.
You know, this is a real situation. I'm actually giving you an example. You know, and that contractor has got and cashed his check, and the trustees say, don't pay him. I talked to the clerk of the works, and we're having problem with the quality of his work.
Right.
Too late for that $200,000. It's been delivered in cash. I didn't see it. It never got signed. There's an instance, you know, right there on that, and just take that and just apply that to any vendor, you know, that you do business. And we're not necessarily saying, you know, that the practice is wrong. What we're saying is the Board of Authority had no chance to look at and disseminate and ask questions regarding the funds that are going to get dispersed.
Right.
And there's a lot of money flowing through that library. That library is busy, and so is the town. So our advice would be is, you know, in the worst case scenario, take a delegate of your Board of Trustees and have them sign off at least until you get into a public meeting.
Oh, okay, because then they would still require the.
Yep.
Right.
It can be circulated through, we can get into the whole issues of
Okay.
the best practices, but it could even be circulated through an email. So, where all the others, you know, see it, but one physically would go on and say, I give permission to release these funds until we congregate together as
Okay.
a respective board, which is a much better practice than what you have now.
True, true.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
thing I do have to say is that all the bills that come from the library, Jean does review them
Yep.
and sign them before she gives them to us. We never pay any
Mhm.
bills
Right.
from our office without Jean
Yeah.
signing
Right.
off on it.
So,
Right. Yeah, it's just the timing
Yeah.
of things.
And-
I want
and it-
Cindy to
and
have
if
time to do
and
it
if that's the
on
case,
time.
Gene, it sounds like you're the logical spokesperson.
Absolutely.
You know,
Yeah.
maybe where somebody with authority, you know, you want to be careful, and just so I'm clear, I just want to make sure, you're a select person at this town?
Yes, I am.
You just want to be careful, you know, with any type of conflict of interest, and I'd be more than happy
Oh,
to
yeah.
talk about that. Make sure you don't put yourself in that role.
Right.
But I'd even argue that the board could designate somebody with knowledge to do that, you know, in
Right.
anticipation of that board meeting. There's a lot of better ways to do it than what I think that you're doing now. You know, and I would just probably improve that practice, and if you want to huddle up with Cindy and maybe we can
Yeah.
have a four-way conversation, we'd enjoy that, Gene,
Yeah,
for sure.
that would be great to
So.
get help with that. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board? Thanks for coming in.
Season's greetings, happy holidays. and
Thank you,
good to
you
meet
too.
Good to see you too.
Bills and warrants.
I move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 13T, accounts payable, $58,244.44. 48S payroll, $8,293.20. 49S payroll, $9,192.24.
Second.
Moving and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Can we go back and do the budget minutes?
Oh, we didn't vote.
We did both at the same time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we approved them as written, both of them. Okay. Now we are about to head into an executive session on employee-related matters.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we board and
Cindy.
Cindy, thank you, executive session,
Michelle.
and Michelle, on appointment or evaluation of public officer employees. Title I, VSA 3133A3.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into an executive session on an employee-related issue. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We are in executive session.
You did number 2?
All right. We went into executive session at 6:55 PM. Out at 7:01, no action was taken. Travel and reimbursement policy.
I underlined everything that's different from the one that was added, from the one that we have this time. It was in red, but you couldn't really see the color.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the travel reimbursement policy as amended.
May I add one more thing before we do that? Through talking with the VLCT, there's no record of whether we go to the trainings or whether we don't, and that was questioned. So I believe my addition to this would be that if we go to these trainings, that the literature that is available to us should be brought back, made accessible for everybody on this board, and I feel that we should at that time be able to explain during this meeting what the training was for, how it's going to benefit the town, and this is the literature that is accessible. So if everybody is okay with that, I would like to have that added here.
I'm definitely okay with that. Yes. I think that's great.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, Vernon is investing in education that shouldn't be limited just to the participants.
Correct. I also did find in the ordinance book that we have that there is, and I don't know the last time that it was actually used, but there is a reimbursement agreement for training. And I don't recall that that's ever been in there, or that it's ever been used, but it is still in there, and it clearly states that if we pay for you to go to a training and then you up and leave the board, you owe us that money back. And I don't know the board's wishes on that, but it's in that book, it's not being used, so we either have to get rid of it or start using it.
It's not just for the board, it's for anybody.
Any employee that goes to anything paid for by the town.
I think probably the reason you haven't seen much of it is because when they tried to enforce it, it didn't get enforced.
Which, understandable, but it is, so I don't know what the board's pleasure is with that, on whether that needs to stay or whether we need to amend that, look at that again, or what, but that is something that's in the book.
Do you want to look at that again?
Yeah.
Because I did see that when I was pulling this out,
Mhm.
but I think that would be something you would probably sign with your personnel policy, like when you get it. It's like
It's specific on there, which training you're going, what the date is and all, so it is.
So you sign it
is
after,
per
before
each
everything?
training, yep. And it looks like you sign that at the same time that you're requesting approval to go to that training.
So should we add that into here?
I don't,
before you
I'm open
approve
for discussion
this,
on that one,
maybe?
because I didn't realize that until I found it the other
I think
day.
you should keep that separate. You were on the board when that happened, weren't you, Georgia? And it was like, yeah. I'll keep it separate.
Okay. Keep it separate from the policy? Yeah. Okay.
Because it is different. You're not just going to a meeting, you may be going to a, training how to be a whatever.
So I think what needs to be added, it indicates mileage reimbursement, but there's no specific language addressing where somebody would get that from. I mean, I realize, use the federal one, but I think it needs to be stated in here.
Yeah, every year, we as a board reset that.
So you're saying add
Well,
the
just
federal mileage reimbursement on C? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you guys think that addresses, the specific figure to use, yeah. You can't put in a specific figure because it's gonna go up with inflation anyways.
And federal is what we use for all town employees.
Yeah, I think that those words ought to be in there.
So just add something like next to mileage reimbursement at federal rate, or?
Yeah. At current federal rate.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Yeah, once we get through, yep. It should have been done at the beginning of the meeting when you had the opportunity to speak regarding agenda items, but I know people are here to talk about it, so let's talk about it.
One other question I had was approved for training more than 2 hours, or overnight would be approved more than 2 hours. I was curious as to how long it takes to get to Montpelier, which according to my app is 2 hours and 11 minutes on average.
Oh, I must drive like a jerk then.
You do.
Oh. Well then, we didn't even beat around that one at all, Sandy.
You said it before.
That's funny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's totally feasible to get to Montpelier in less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess it
I'm just
depends
saying it's on
on,
the borderline, but
it depends on how nitpicky you want to get. Do you want to choose an app that we, no, I swear to God, I mean, we're going to this length, so let's,
Well, another thing
it'll
is
change, but
Montpelier can have really bad weather when you get up there.
And that's why I asked to make sure that there was things in there that stated the weather. If there was a conference in Burlington that got out at 4 o'clock, I wouldn't, I mean, if you don't want to drive home, then that's a different circumstance that we could address, especially this time of year where it's dark at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or we had the storm that came in, we knew it was coming, and if there was a conference to go up last night, even if it is within that 2 hours, just based on safety, I think that there is some circumstances where we can certainly look outside of that.
so how do you want E to read? Your literature and getting training from the trainer, so to speak, section.
I mean, it's really the literature that I think needs to come back, and I don't know, somebody help me with the wording on this, but just, I think that it would be beneficial that we take the 5 minutes so that we know what happened and.
Do we include it in the following select board meeting packets?
I think so.
The literature?
I think, or yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Some of it can be pretty hefty. I mean, that's a lot of paper, just warning you. Usually you get like the entire PowerPoint presentation,
And you can always download those look them up on VLCT's website too.
Sure, I mean, and it doesn't have to be included in the packet, but
Well, that's what,
I think that there needs to be something that comes back that says, yeah, I was at this training that the town is paying for.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe made available to the board members?
sure. And I think that speaking about that for a couple of minutes, just to, hey, this is what it was great, this is how it's going to help the residents of Vernon.
Right.
I think that they're deserving of that since ultimately it's their money.
did you want that as number E, or can I just put that where it
Number
makes
8.
sense? I was thinking.
I wasn't gonna say it, Sandy, but but you're on a roll tonight.
Funny. I said number 8. Because I think he already said it.
The only thing that I question on this is C. As much as I like both of you, I really don't want to share a hotel room with you, so if either of you want to attend with me, I'm going to pay for my own damn room.
That's fine. Go right ahead.
We won't fight.
well, we probably don't really want to room with you either. so
No, that's what I'm kind of getting at, is we don't want to stay together, so.
So then on that, should there be something in there that if you're choosing to not stay in that room, that falls solely on, I mean, at this point now we've got to.
Well, I mean, it is. That if this is passed as it is, employees or officials with the same sex attending the same conference shall share lodging and blah, blah, blah.
But it should probably be.
That's part of the policy.
If choosing to
Or pay for their own lodging.
Oh, yes, there needs to be
There you
something,
go.
yeah.
Or pay for their own lodging. And you flip a coin of who does what.
I do need, before you approve this, can I get this approved by the attorney? Because this may, that actual, since you are delineating between sex and, I think I feel better HR-wise if that was looked at.
What do you mean?
Because
That
if
you
I
are
get
writing a
this
policy to
information-
force somebody to share a room with somebody else. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female or, I just want to make sure that HR-wise, we're not crossing a line.
If I identify as a female that night,
Right.
or
That's my only concern with that.
Okay.
Sandy identifies as a male,
And there may be another way to word it, so I don't see a problem with the current employees.
You could stipulate, depends on if you have a 2X chromosome, then that's the line. Yeah, probably is politically incorrect.
yeah, that one might get us in trouble eventually. Okay. We have any other changes or additions to this policy? So we will have it
Well,
vetted.
going back to the question about, the GPS mapping program. I don't know, maybe that's not the worst idea in the world. I mean, apps are gonna come and go, but just say, apopular mapping.
I mean, you
Or
could,
put your mileage.
Miles away,
What are you talking about?
instead of hours, miles?
Well, he was, mileage reimbursement, is that what you're talking about?
No.
Oh,
the 2-hour
The 2 hour.
limitation.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, how do you, in other words, like, if my Google Maps says 2 hours and 11 minutes to Montpelier from here, Apple mapping might say.
1 hour and 59 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh.
It doesn't need to be more complicated than, but some specificities.
So if you go to miles, you could do 120 miles, because at 60 miles an hour, that's 2 hours.
This is Vermont. I was just saying, depending on where you're going.
Vermont.
Well, I understand that, but
I would say that time, because that affects a conference starting in the morning and,
yeah,
mileage may not be that great, but if it takes you 3 hours to get there,
sure.
I think the time factor is still
But again,
appropriate.
I guess it's the which one do you use to determine the time? I mean, how, because if I'm using Google Maps and Jeff is using, MapQuest and you're using Waze, and you think you're okay based on your Waze, and Jeff and I look at our 2 apps and we're like, that was 1 hour and 45 minutes, and yours says 2 hours and 15 minutes, and then we have a conflict.
So print it off and add it to your request.
I like it.
Or you just keep searching for an app that's gonna tell you less than 2 hours.
That's your job.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so we're happy with the 2 hours, and when the request is made, we all use our heads about what 2 hours is. Yes?
Do you want to put the documentation from the travel app in the hours? I'm sorry, is that a joke or am I adding that?
You suggested printing something off.
Yeah.
I guess if there's some,
Although if you drive it all the time, you're not gonna use the app, But if there's, so I would leave it the way it is, and then if the question comes up that, I said it took longer, you can say why, and I said, well, this is what Rand McNally told me, and I can go back and, you can always reprint.
Okay.
Rand McNally.
All right, so it's old school. Thank you, Greg. Yeah.
Side of the table. And Yeah. yours went in my
I was
I
getting
used
lost
to,
on MapQuest.
not anymore.
Yeah, that's if you want us to go back and find.
Alright. Anything else on this one? On this policy? So we will get those couple things rewritten, throw it up to Larry, get his nod, and approve it next time around. Sound good? Okay.
Do you want to take floor questions?
Sure. Questions?
2 questions. Why do you go with the federal mileage reimbursement instead of state mileage reimbursement?
Cindy always recommends.
That's what Cindy recommends? Yep.
That's what the board voted on.
Okay, thank you.
Years ago.
Okay.
It wasn't me that made that decision, it was the board.
Just asking. And why don't we look into renting a car instead of doing mileage reimbursement? It saves the state of Vermont a lot of money by renting a car as opposed to paying you back reimbursement for mileage.
Yeah, I can see that, because if you're running up to Burlington, it's 300 miles at, what is the current, 58 cents?
Yeah, 58.
Times 58.
car around here.
That's $174.
Go to rent it.
You can rent a car for about $60.
Round trip.
From where?
Enterprise.
Where's that?
It's up on Putney Road.
Oh.
There's probably another one down. We use Enterprise. That's what I use when I go to Waterbury, Burlington, Berry. Yeah. Because they only allow us to use our own vehicles if there's no rent-a-car or no fleet car available. And if we have to use our own vehicle, we get half the mileage reimbursement. So it makes sense to rent a car for $60.
So what's the case, you're speaking of, that if there are multiple attendees?
We carpool.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Yeah,
expected.
One
right?
rental car, four employees go.
We can look into it.
And again, if you don't want to ride in the rental car, you
Drive
drive
around.
yourself.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us charge mile or reimbursement anyway. I mean, at this table.
Yeah.
So I've never charged for mile or reimbursement or meals. So.
But, yeah, you know, that's good, but we do need to
Well, yeah, for
not
future,
expect it.
for future use, yeah. So, yeah, that's something we can look into.
Yeah.
The only additional expense to that would be obviously filling up the car, but that's part of your rental. Do you guys do the automatic fill up?
We do the automatic fill-up.
So it's an extra $30 on top of your rental or whatever.
Depends on how heavy a brake foot you have.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it varies from.
We all know Chris has a very heavy right foot based on.
But they fill it up for you.
Right, they fill it up, but it's part of your package.
Right.
Yeah.
Just pick it up, go do your
Okay.
thing.
That's a great idea. Save your
Yeah,
car.
I mean, I like the idea that if only it saves wear and tear on your personal vehicle, particularly in the winter.
It's true.
And you're getting a fairly new car and everything's ready to go.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Ordinance enforcement, appointment of custodial officials and appointment of enforcement officials. So this is gonna be a long one for us.
So speaking of bringing back from a training, what we learned at the training to help the town, this was the last one that I was up in Montpelier doing. So in order to start enforcing, and I gave you kind of a copy of what I wrote as far as a warning ticket, if people want to use it. And that just kind of gives you an idea of what we have on the books that we have fines set for. Again, we've got to get rid of the bicycle ordinance, but I'll get that on the list to get rid of that. But these are all the things that we actually have fines for. We'd have to take the parking out of there because our enforcement officials will not be able to do anything motorized vehicle related. So they can't do anything with ATVs, snowmobiles, or cars. That's all has to be done by a law enforcement officer. But I tried to think of everybody that might possibly want to, or that you might want to empower to issue tickets and fines. So this is kind of the list I came up with. We can start scratching off before I start calling everybody to get birthdays.
Why is it necessary to have a birthday?
The Judicial Bureau requires it has to be a name, it cannot just be a title. It's gotta be a name and a birthday of the person. And I would also have a training session for everybody who decides that, yes, they're going to write tickets, because there's a lot of important stuff to know before you actually pick up that ticket book and start writing stuff out. It's a responsibility that needs to be taken seriously. And there may be people on this list that you want that may say, no, I don't want to do it.
Yeah, you can take my name off from there. I don't want anything to do with this.
See, that's what I need to know.
Yeah. Writing tickets to the
really?
taxpayer.
We can get,
I put
you can get taken off?
You can absolutely get taken off. I just guessed.
Yeah, and if you read how that's written.
Some towns had the whole
it's not even
select board
written,
on and some
properly in the
didn't.
ordinance,
Because
what they're
I know that like for
classifying.
noise
So
issues
they
and stuff, you
actually
guys
have
get
semi-automatic built into that.
I just put it on here.
So is everybody in agreement on this table that we don't want to be in this loop?
You did that?
No select board members
No
want
select
to
board
be on this
members?
list?
I don't want anything to do with
Okay.
that.
I don't need to.
So no select board members.
Okay.
Question for you.
Sure.
What tickets are you using? Are you using the Vermont State VCVCs? Or are you creating your own ticket, or?
The tickets are issued through the Judicial Bureau, so we don't actually have them yet because we don't have any enforcement officials or, what's the other thing?
This is the beginning of the process
we
to be
don't-
able to do all of that.
Right.
Okay, because when I read the ordinance, I can't remember which one it was, but when I read one of the ordinances, at the very bottom of it, should you be, I don't remember the exact wording, but should you be issued a ticket, check made payable to the town of Vernon. If you read the back of the VCVC through the state of Vermont, there are 3 boxes which you check off when you get a ticket. And one of them is you deny the allegation, one of them is you plead no contest, the other is you plead not guilty and request a hearing. In the ordinance, all you have is that, you pay the fine and that's it. So there's no ability for somebody to say, yeah, I want to check off the thing and I want to have a hearing. It was just an automatic, you've got to, cut a check to the town. And so that needs to
We
be
will make sure our
changed.
ordinances follow the tickets. I haven't seen the tickets. Actually, and no checks would come to the state, to Vernon. They all go to the Judicial Bureau and then they send us a check.
Yeah,
So
I
there are
realize that.
some logistics that need to be taken care of, but we need to get those
Like I
taken
said,
care of.
we are in the very beginning
This is-
process of this and
Yeah.
don't have that knowledge that you have
Right.
being a previous police officer.
Still there.
But this is the first, this is the first step, is to assign some people, get our tickets in order, get our ordinances in order, and then go.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, because you can't send it off to the Judicial Bureau and request a hearing without somebody that's gonna, you can't plead not guilty to something according to the ordinance.
I think it should just be the constables, the fire chief, the assistant chief, and the health officer.
Not animal control.
Oh, the assistant fire chief?
He's the second constable.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But yeah, I guess it should say animal control in case we have another second constable that decides they don't want to do that because they're an elected official and they have that right.
They don't even need the
they don't-
titles, I just put
I
them
question the same thing as why wouldn't we put second constable next to Jesse? And I guess we don't need the title, we just need the name and the date of birth.
Yeah,
And whatever
So
official
after
capacity
every
they sit
election,
in.
we have to change this? It can't be,
No, it's.
Yes.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
You cannot put just the title. It's got to be the person and the birthday.
But if the person just doesn't get,
Then I just read another letter, like
okay,
the one that I'm writing, and give them the name and the birthday. And
so what happens if somebody says, I'm not paying this?
then they go to court, just like the speeding ticket. They will go to court.
What are these tickets you're talking about?
Well, right now, we have fines for mostly animal control is a big one, that our animal control officer has no meat in his, when he's trying to enforce the animal control laws. We also have fines for use of alcohol in public places, discharge of an automatic firearm, bicycles, that are not registered, which will take care of that.
You mean the bicycles the little kids ride?
Yes, it's just an old
1968.
ordinance that really needs to be taken out of the
Many years ago,
books.
you had
Yeah,
to register your
my boys had to
bike,
do
and
it, yeah.
and it's still, the ordinance
It's
still exists,
still there.
we gotta get rid of it. It's kinda like in Michigan, if you swear in front of a woman or child, you can get a fine.
We also have a noise ordinance and plowing and snow blowing. So like if somebody's blowing snow into the road. So those are things that we actually have fines for, but we have no medium to enforce them.
Isn't Annette still a health officer?
She is, she's an assistant health officer.
Even though she doesn't live in Vernon?
There's no requirement that she
Okay.
needs to. But do you want me to take the assistant health officers off?
I'm not sure about that, because if Mark's not in town,
Right, I leave them on.
they're the people that we call.
I truthfully don't like anything to do with this, so I don't care what you guys put on there and take off. I think that this is insane and that we're only going to upset people and people are still not going to pay it. Because what's the penalty after you go to court? It's the same, are they gonna suspend your driving license, like if you don't pay a fine in the state of Vermont? What is the ultimate
I think that
penalty?
they could, yeah, actually.
But does this tie into the emergency service? Well, some of it does, obviously, because if you're, I don't really understand it.
I mean, the whole thing is that we have ordinances in town that say if you let your dog run on somebody else's yard over and over and over again, you can expect to pay a ticket for it. And right now, we have no way of doing that. So if there's not going to be any enforcement, then we need to rethink the ordinances that we have, because we've got it on there and it just doesn't mean anything unless we do this. And people like the animal control officer have specifically asked to have some sort of medium to do it, and that's why I did this.
I think that we are opening every person that we name on that list up to either getting yelled at, spit on, or, and these aren't law enforcement officers that we're asking to do this. And we are opening them up to just some type of unnecessary, it doesn't make sense to me.
And you don't have to do any of this.
I was just gonna say, you're gonna ask.
You don't have to write a ticket if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wouldn't if I could.
and they don't have to write tickets.
Right.
Nothing's forcing them, but if they are in a situation where they feel it's warranted, do you want these people to have the power to do that? That's basically the question. Or do you not want to do it at all?
But just what you said right there, though, they can pick and choose, then that goes against the ordinance that we have in place anyway. If the person that is put on this piece of paper says you can write this ticket, and they say, I don't want to do that, then that ordinance is still useless.
So if Jeff's dog bites one of my grandkids,
I only have cats.
I know.
If your cat scratches.
Yeah, well, the cat doesn't work, but we have a dog animal ordinance. So I'm going to sue the town because you didn't do your job.
But something like that, law enforcement would be involved in.
Yeah.
And then that takes the burden off from our,
So why do we have why do we have the ordinance then?
Well, it's the ones that are running wild too, and,
Yeah, I know I get calls all the time.
you know,
Another question
harassing
for you.
people.
We'll hold off until we finish with the select board, and then we'll get you guys in the audience. Thank you.
I mean, this is something you have to do.
No, it comes up all the
It's
time.
just
It's like,
requested.
but if you have an ordinance, you should either enforce it or get rid of it.
and I agree with you, but if the person that is listed here has the ability to say, I'm not writing a ticket for that, even though it was a violation of the ordinance, then there's no point in any of it.
Right.
Well, law enforcement officials do that all the time. They have the discretion to, if they pull you over for speeding, they have the discretion to just give you a warning or,
Or not pull you over.
yeah.
period.
So it's the same kind of thing.
Except that they're law enforcement with training and they're willingly put into that situation. These are our residents that we're asking them to do so, I don't know.
Well, can't
I
they
just don't agree with it.
Can't they refuse to do it?
They can, but then what's the
Absolutely.
point in the ordinance,
Well,
is what
there
I'm.
might be one or two on here that say we will do it.
Some of them have requested this. Some of them on this list have requested tickets
To have something.
to have something because they're out there with nothing. And they are trying to do their job, so that's how this started, was
Is
they
there
asked.
a different way that it could be, we have a violation of the ordinance, can it just be billed from the town without doing this? Couldn't we send
I
them a bill?
don't believe so.
Okay.
Cindy's shaking her head no too, so.
No? Okay.
So between the two no's, that's a pretty solid no.
So I guess, do we want to give those folks that want the opportunity to enforce the ordinances that they're in charge of, the ability to do so or not? That's the question.
I think so. I mean, if people on this list already expressed an interest in doing so.
They didn't all, I honestly
No,
just guessed at anybody that might. You know, I figured, I put Dave on here because he's out plowing all the time, and if he goes over and he has to plow over somebody's snow blowing, their stuff, I just guessed who might want to
But
have the
yeah,
opportunity.
no, I mean, I agree, like, if they're not gonna be enforced at all, there's no reason to have any ordinances. And I think some of these are worthwhile in retaining.
Mm-hmm.
And then every March, we have to send the state of Vermont a updated list of who
Individuals.
has permission to write these out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But every March, we send lists everywhere.
I'm making sure I'm on the same page
Yep.
here, that's all.
Yep.
And then out of these, I mean, if we had somebody discharging a automatic firearm, then I'm pretty sure state police are going to be somewhere involved in that.
Yeah, because I mean, that automatic is not semi-automatic.
Yeah, and the way that that's written in that book needs to be addressed if we're going to do this as well, because that makes it sound like any semi-automatic weapon is also included in this.
Wait, what book? The policy book?
The ordinances, yes, where it defines automatic weapon. The way that I read it, it sounds like it includes a semi-automatic.
Because didn't we just do that? Didn't we just update that ordinance?
I thought we did away with it a long time ago.
It's still in that book.
Is it?
Okay.
Maybe it's something else firearm related.
Well, we spent a
did
lot
the
on the noise, yeah, which related, or came about because of
that.
firearms.
So are we happy, I guess the custodial, let's start at the beginning. If we want to go forward with this, which it sounds like the majority of us want to go forward with this, so those folks that want to enforce their ordinances can, we need to appoint a custodial official.
I thought we already did that.
No, we didn't. And then we need to appoint the enforcement officials that are on this list after that. So I would suggest that because Michelle sits in the office, that she is the custodial official, meaning, you know, the person that sends this list every year and that kind of thing.
Administrative.
Yes.
I agree.
That person does not have to get writing.
So I make a motion that we appoint the town administrator as the custodial official for ordinance enforcement.
Second.
So moved and seconded to appoint the town administrator as the custodial official for ordinance enforcement. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. So, now let's get back to this enforcement list. We've already exonerated ourselves from this list. So, my suggestion for this list is to leave everybody as it is and address those folks that haven't said that they want to, you know, be a part of it. So ask Dave, and if Dave says, yes, I want to be able to say, stop putting your snow in the road because it's, you know, interfering with my plowing, that he has the ability to do that. I don't feel personally comfortable just appointing these people without having those conversations with those people. To Chris's point, if somebody doesn't want to do it, then we don't want to appoint them. So.
Agree.
Right?
And then if Jesse is out as the animal control officer and writes a ticket and somebody is upset and beats the crap out of him, who covers that?
We have insurance for that.
But, okay, all right.
But I mean, that could happen in his animal control officer
Right,
function now.
yeah.
He can, go pick up a dog in the middle of the field and bring it home, and why'd you touch my dog? I mean, it can happen regardless. Obviously, giving somebody tickets a little more tense situation than bringing your dog back, but
And there's a warning first.
yeah.
Question? Is there any cost to having people who write the ticket? Do they have to be bonded or any kind of extra insurance for them to be able to do that? No? Just anybody can write a ticket
Yes.
if their laws are on that list?
Yeah, but they can't write a ticket for just anything. So that's why they need to sit down and have some training about what they can and cannot write tickets for.
Right, but there's no cost to the town, no added insurance because they're gonna be writing tickets.
No.
There's benefit if somebody pays their fee and we get a portion of it back. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of things. One of the things that Chris brought up, somebody gets a ticket and says, hey, I'm not gonna pay it, do whatever you need to do. Is your benefit off the tickets gonna cover either the town attorney or whoever writes the tickets for going to court to testify and do all that good stuff? Research, testify, get the papers in order and all that good stuff. Time involved in that, you gotta make sure that, you know, the benefit is gonna outweigh.
And who's paying for that person's time to go to court?
The person who goes to court is the person who wrote the ticket.
And who's paying them for their missed time at work?
They're all these people are on stipend, unless you wanna take Dave off, he's the only one that's salaried. Everybody else
So we're
on this
asking
list-
these people to take time away from their paying full-time job.
Yes.
To go to court for a town ordinance, and we're not going to pay them?
Yes.
We're not asking them anything.
Well,
We're seeing if they wanna, that's why we're not appointing anybody tonight. We're asking them if they wanna be involved in this.
But even if they say, yes, I would love to write tickets, and then that person decides to take them to court, we're asking somebody that is a public servant, pretty much a volunteer, to give up more of their time to go to court over a $50 ticket? I don't know. I think this is
Well, I mean,
ridiculous.
that would, whoever wrote the ticket, and if it is going to court, they don't show up.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
could,
then
and they own the
charges
ticket,
get
they could
dropped.
also just say, I forgive the ticket, it's up to them.
So
Whoever writes that
still,
ticket-
this whole thing is pointless because they can just not go to court because they're going to lose money. They can say, I don't want to write the ticket. I mean, it just,
I think it's important to have an enforcement vehicle if you're doing it.
Or-
If you don't wanna do this, I would just say to take all of your fines off the books then.
Or
That
another
would be
thing
my
to
suggestion,
throw in
that's
there
all.
is, if somebody says, you know, somebody goes to court and says, yep, you know, I was found guilty, well, hey, you know, I wanna take this to the next level. And, you know, I've had people, you know, want jury trials on speeding tickets. Is that gonna involve the town attorney? What's that gonna cost? And then the other thing about the tickets is, Chris, you're right, if you're gonna have an ordinance, it should be enforced, but tickets are discretionary. You know, are you also gonna have warnings, written warnings? Somebody's dog is continuously running at large, write a couple of warnings, after a second warning, okay, the next time, you know, it's gonna be a ticket, you write them a ticket, looks a lot better in court. So you have the discretion there. And then, you know, if you wanna be the hardcore, we've got the ordinance, we need to enforce it. Somebody's dog breaks their leash and goes taking off down 142, dog at large, technically, are you gonna write a ticket for that? I've seen some pretty big leashes busted by some pretty strong dogs. Are you gonna write a ticket for a dog that broke a leash? You know, it's discretionary, so you can't sit there and say, you know, yeah, because we've got this ordinance, we're gonna write a ticket.
But if we don't enforce our ordinances and some dog bites somebody,
That's true.
we're at fault.
So here's kind of my take on this, and take it with a grain of salt, is we're empowering these people to do what they do or do not want to do. We are not asking them as the town to go out and write 5 tickets a day. and bring in X amount of revenue. We're not asking them to do anything. They are signing up saying, yes, I want to be able to enforce my ordinance in this manner. That's their choice, with the understanding that it's a possibility that they have to go